Chapter 1148. Roar. Outside the great Qin city, a black dragon roared into the sky. The huge sound wave rushed towards the great Qin city and the central palace. Beside the black dragon, a cultivator trembled as if he was the guide. The black dragon was the underworld dragon and the 7 fiends that Zhuo Tianhun had invited. The 7 fiends looked at the central palace and then at the huge Yellow Springs Road not far away. Yellow Springs Road? Zhuo Tianhun didn't say there was a Yellow Springs Road here. The 7 fiends looked at the guide with murderous intent in their eyes. Senior 7 fiends, you didn't ask. Hee. Yin Chuan is in the central palace. Sorry for the trouble. The guide smiled apologetically. The 7 fiends snorted. At this moment, zombie Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the central palace with his officials. Waves of evil aura rushed towards them. Underworld dragon. 7 fiends? Sage Emperor Yuyo said in shock. Yu Qianjun? You know him? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Sage Emperor Yuyo nodded immediately. Sage Emperor, I've met him once. He was a tyrant in the Myriad Nether Domain and was expelled by the Myriad Nether Domain Lord. However, he's extremely powerful and is at the peak of the ancient Immortal realm. Moreover, he's a Dao God. Dao God. The officials were surprised. Yes, the guide beside him is Zhuo Tianhun's subordinate. It seems that he's with Zhuo Tianhun. 7 fiends? I didn't expect Zhuo Tianhun to have hidden his strength so well. With such a ferocious dragon, he was able to endure until today. I'm no match for him. Yu Qianjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Moreover, the Myriad Nether Domain Lord was an ancestral immortal. Even if he expelled the 7 fiends, he couldn't do anything to him. Be careful, Sage Emperor, Yu Qianjun said. At the same time, his heart palpitated. The 7 fiends' ferocity was still fresh in Yu Qianjun's memory. Back then, he saw the 7 fiends fight 18 ancient immortals alone and kill them all. Their strength was monstrous. Yin Chuan nodded and looked coldly at the 7 fiends in the sky. Roar. The 7 fiends roared. Their demonic auras surged. The 2 experts looked at each other. Yin Chuan? This is the zombie king from the secluded springs? The 7 fiends stared at Yin Chuan with curiosity. How dare you? Jin Deyu's angry rebuke suddenly came from the Yellow Springs intersection. The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Roar. The 7 fiends opened their mouths and spat out a purple demonic light that rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. The purple fiend demonic light damages the soul and corrodes the spirit. Ancient immortals will die upon contact. Be careful. Yu Qianjun immediately cried out. Clang! A bell rang, and a sound wave rushed towards the purple demonic light. Boom! The purple demonic light exploded with a loud bang, and the sky instantly became misty. What? Yu Qianjun looked into the distance in shock. The purple fiend demonic light did not have a fixed form. It was just light. Even Dharma treasures could not touch it. How could it be broken by a sound wave? Yu Qianjun had seen with his own eyes how the purple fiend demonic light had instantly killed an ancient immortal. There were still ferocious people in Dezhun. The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Jin Dayu. Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Your servant is here. Jin Dayu's reply came from the Yellow Springs intersection. This evil creature is a Dao God. Guard the Yellow Springs Road well. We will deal with it personally, Yin Chuan said indifferently. As you command, Jin Dayu said respectfully at the Yellow Springs intersection. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at the 7 fiends. The 7 fiends' eyes also darkened as they looked at Yin Chuan. Evil creature? You dare to call me evil creature? One can survive a heavenly disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster. Don't worry, all of them will be buried with you. It's been a long time since I've eaten flesh. Everyone come into my stomach. The 7 fiends roared. Roar. With a loud roar, the 7 fiends' mouths seemed to produce a tremendous suction force that sucked towards the entire Great Qin city. Sage Monarch, save us! Immediately, some civilians cried out. Nether Dragon Heaven Swallowing Technique. Yu Qianjun cried out. Back then, Yu Qianjun had seen the 7 fiends swallow 10 ancient immortals in one mouthful. Many civilians gasped in terror. Impudent! Zombie Yin Chuan coldly snorted. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan made his move. Yin Chuan stretched out his right palm, and with a terrifying speed, his palm instantly appeared at the head of the 7 fiends. He grabbed the 7 fiends' heads with extreme speed. Then, he exerted force with his palm. Boom! The 7 fiends were slammed into the ground by this palm, creating a huge crater in the south of the Great Qin City. The civilians who had been flying were saved. At this moment, almost all of the civilians looked at this scene in confusion. In the south, a huge black energy palm was pressing down on a black dragon, causing it to be unable to move at all. Only its tail was writhing wildly. Yu Qianjuan's jaw dropped. Before he could see what was going on, the dragon had been pressed to the ground? Was he seeing things? If we were in the world of the living, you might be able to fight with my other body. But in the netherworld, in front of my current body, you dare to be impudent? Yin Chuan said coldly. The officials didn't pay much attention to this, but Hua Qiliang sensed something amiss. Yin Chuan had 2 bodies, one in the world of the living and the other in the netherworld. But what did Yin Chuan mean? Were the 2 bodies different in strength? And this zombie body seemed to be more ferocious? The officials and civilians were shocked, and the 7 fiends in the distance were even more confused. With a whoosh, they were pressed into the crater? Was this a joke? Roar! The 7 fiends roared in grief and indignation. As the dragon's roar rang out, a black and purple heavenly Tao suddenly appeared behind the 7 baleful Qi. Boom! The heavenly Tao appeared and instantly broke free of Yin Chuan's palm. Roar! As they roared, the 7 fiends soared into the sky, followed by a vast heavenly Tao, and a terrifying heavenly might pressed down. Yin Chuan, you're dead. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll use Yin flames to burn your soul every day and make you suffer for eternity. The 7 fiends roared. Heavenly Tao, help me crush the Great Qin City. The 7 fiends roared. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao rumbled towards the Great Qin City. As the heavenly Tao moved, huge waves appeared in the void, and strong winds blew. Powerful spatial waves swept towards the Great Qin City. The 7 fiends hid behind the heavenly Tao. They wielded the heavenly Tao to destroy the Great Qin City. Without reaching the Tao integration stage, you'll never be able to withstand a single blow, Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stretched out his palm again and rushed toward the heavenly Tao. Haha, it's useless. If you're not a Tao god, you'll never be able to break the heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao. The 7 fiends roared excitedly. Boom! However, Yin Chuan's palm strangely pierced through the center of the heavenly Tao. What? The 7 fiends cried out in shock. Boom! After piercing through the heavenly Tao, the black palm grabbed the 7 fiends' tails again. With a violent swing, the 7 fiends, despite their monstrous strength, were instantly flung headfirst into the ground by the terrifying force. Boom! The 7 fiends crashed into a tall mountain, instantly shattering it. However, Yin Chuan wasn't done yet. Boom! 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 He lifted the 7 fiends again and smashed them headfirst into the ground. Despite their strength, the 7 fiends' bodies were already weak as they were smashed again and again. This wasn't a battle at all. It was clearly a one-sided beating. The 7 fiends were Tao gods and peak ancient immortals. Now, they were being flung around by Yin Chuan like a whip. The commoners were excited, and the officials were excited. In the distance, Jin Diyu turned his head and looked over with a strong sense of admiration in his eyes. Yu Qianjuan's mouth was agape, but he didn't say anything. Yu Qianjun had convinced himself on the way here, but as a holy king, it was impossible for him to not have a knot in his heart. What did Yin Chuan do to deserve this? Seeing this, Yu Qianjun was speechless. Not my ass. The 7 fiends that he couldn't beat were like little chicks in front of Yin Chuan. He could crush them as he wished. What was Yin Chuan's strength? An ancestral immortal. This Yin Chuan was definitely an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal? Yes. Yu Qianjun sucked in a cold breath. The indignation in his heart instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the eyes of the other person, Desolation Hua, lit up. His palm crossed the heavenly Tao. Could it be the ultimate zombie? It's outside the heavenly Tao and not within the five elements. The heavenly Tao can't do anything to this ultimate zombie. The ancestor mentioned that this ultimate zombie is the body of a general and subject that even the ancestor has never seen before. Desolation Hua's eyes suddenly flashed. The seven fiends were thrown into confusion, and the heavenly Tao that they had been holding up naturally disappeared. Smack! For the last time, Yin Chuan threw one of them in front of the central hall, in front of the officials. The 1,000-foot-long dragon still looked enormous. It was a magnificent sight, but no one was afraid. The dragon stuck out its tongue and foamed at the mouth. Deep fear flashed in its eyes. After being flung around by Yin Chuan, all its bones seemed to have loosened, and it couldn't move. No, it wasn't that it couldn't move, but that it didn't dare move in front of Yin Chuan. The seven fiends were fierce, but how could they have imagined that they would meet an even fiercer monster today? This was a monster who treated Tao gods like little chicks. Why should they be fierce? The seven fiends hated Zhuotianhun to death for tricking them here. It was over. It was over. Our dragon carriage is still missing one dragon. Are you unwilling to pull our carriage? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Thank you, Sage King, for not killing us, the seven fiends said miserably. Pull the carriage? Pull the carriage? They were Tao gods, and they were going to pull it? The seven fiends wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, considering how domineering this monster was, the seven fiends could only submit. After all, this was someone who could easily crush them. Moreover, pulling his carriage might not be too embarrassing, right? Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yu Qianjuan's last bit of competitive spirit disappeared. Damn, Tao God. This was a Tao God. To pull a carriage? What kind of emperor was he serving? How could he have been dissatisfied? How could he have wanted to fight him? How could he have wanted to fight him? Fight my ass. Yu Qianjun was deeply ashamed of his previous thoughts. In the distance, the expert who had been leading the way for the seven fiends was also dumbfounded. He had been prepared to see the seven fiends slaughter and destroy the great Qin city. But could this be called destruction? This was clearly self-destruction, right? Turning around, that person fled in a panic. Is the great Qin city a place where you can come and go as you please? A roar came from within the city. Swish! A ray of light shot out, and an arrow flew towards that expert who was fleeing. Boom! That expert was instantly blasted apart by the arrow. It was unknown who had fired the arrow, but it was obviously an unknown guard. However, even an unknown guard had such power. At this moment, Yu Qianjun was completely convinced. The Nether Holy Court submission was not undeserved. Chapter 1149. Netherworld, Seoul, Wrath Holy Court, in the Imperial Court. The Nether Holy Court has really submitted to Great Jun. Sage King, Yu Qianjun is so shameless. An old official said bitterly. Great Jun's #1 army general, Meng Tian, has turned his army against us. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the two marshals, have all fallen. Sage King, the two armies have already reached the hinterland of our dynasty. It won't be long before they reach the city. Sage King, please make a decision quickly. Another old official shouted. Sage King, the officials bowed with worry. Seoul Wrath Holy Court's army was retreating. Zhuotianhun naturally saw it. Anxious? No one was more anxious than Zhuotianhun. He had never seen such a ferocious army, especially those generals. Where did Great Jun find such ferocious generals? I understand. I have my own plans. You may leave. Zhuotianhun sighed. Yes. The officials sighed and left the imperial court. After the officials left, Zhuotianhun slowly walked to the front of the imperial court and looked to the west. 7 demons? Why haven't you killed Yin Chuan yet? Zhuotianhun asked with an ugly expression. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Report. The ray of light shouted. A large number of guards immediately went to stop it. Lin, come over, Zhuotian Hun shouted. The guards retreated. Soon, a figure landed in front of Zhuotian Hun. Sage King, not good, not good. That person said, Jiaohu. What's wrong? Zhuotian Hun frowned. The nether dragon has been captured, and Lord Neo has been killed. That person said anxiously. Captured? Captured? Zhuotian Hun's eyes were filled with shock. Yin Chuan grabbed him like a chick and threw him a few times before he was captured. That person explained. Captured a chick? Zhuotian Hun's eyes flashed with anger. Who had trained this informant? How could such an important matter be treated like a child's play? I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, the abyss dragon scolded Yin Chuan. Then Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the end, it fell to the ground and lost its strength. In the end, it was imprisoned. Nether Dragon, 7 demons, he's a Tao god, Zhuotian Hun said in disbelief. That's the truth is, that Yin Chuan. That person was Jiaohu. Die. Zhuotian Hun slapped him. Boom. That person was instantly smashed into a pile of meat paste. It wasn't that Zhuotian Hun hated this spy, but that Zhuotian Hun needed to vent his anger. Roar. Was Zhuotian Hun. The guards, and Li Han is. Several days later, at this moment, 3 figures were approaching from the west of the capital. God is editors Jade and God. Emperor gods, God. City. Emperor narrow. Jade Emperor and God narrowed their eyes. Our mission is to trap the royal family of Han New City. I am in charge of the west. Jade Emperor is in charge of the southwest. And God is in charge of the northwest. Yes, both of them answered. Swoosh. Jade Emperor and God quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them surrounded Han New City. Grand Emperor sword formation. Jade Emperor sword formation. God sword formation. Boom! As the 3 of them roared, 3 beams of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky from where the 3 of them were. It was as if they had formed 3 pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. However, these 3 pillars were sword-shaped pillars. They reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Bang! Along with the appearance of the 3 pillars, countless sword chi suddenly surrounded Han New City. The surging sword chi seemed to cover the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire Han New City was covered. In the city, countless people looked into the distance with a change in expression. How could this be? So many sword chi? While countless people were terrified, the swords of a large number of cultivators suddenly trembled. Buzz! My sword is out of control. Swoosh! My sword, where is it flying to? There were exclamations everywhere. The swords of countless cultivators suddenly turned into streams of light and flew into the sword chi storm outside the city. They rotated around the entire Han New City along with the sword chi storm. A divine sword flew in, and the surrounding sword chi seemed to increase by a fraction. However, it wasn't just one sword that flew out of Han New City. Thousands, no, millions of swords suddenly flew out of Han New City. Buzz! Zhuotian Hun's long sword suddenly trembled. What's going on? Zhuotian Hun's expression changed. He suppressed his long sword fiercely to prevent his sword chi from flying away. What a terrifying sword intent. It can even bewitch an ancient immortal sword? Zhuotian Hun's expression changed drastically. After millions of long swords surrounded the city, the powerful sword formation outside seemed to have expanded by about 10 times. Buzz! It isolated the inside from the outside, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Imperial guards, break the formation for me. A general shouted. Boom! Thousands of strong practitioners rushed into the sword chi storm. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the Imperial guards were swept into the sword chi storm. Bam! What was thrown out again was a pile of broken limbs. Whoosh! A man suddenly appeared in the west. The Grand Emperor. Who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of me? Zhuotian Hun asked coldly. Great perfection, sacred king, my master, The man smiled slightly. Yin Chuan? Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed. He sent the 7 evils to kill Yin Chuan. And Yin Chuan also sent someone? The sacred king is very angry at your disobedience, so he sent me here, the Grand Emperor said indifferently. He then looked at the entire Hunnu city and said, Hunnu city subjects? The Hunnu sacred court is about to be destroyed. The Great Perfection Sacred King has a decree to kill the entire clan of the evil leader, Zhuo Tianhun. As for the rest of the people, as long as they don't resist, they will let bygones be bygones. Wow, the entire Hunnu city was in an uproar. During this period of time, the Hunnu sacred court had been retreating and everyone's hearts were heavy. However, who would have thought that the war would end so quickly? The enemy was already at the city gates? Scoundrel! Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes were filled with anger. He stepped forward, pulled out his emperor's sword, and slashed towards the Grand Emperor. A vast sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor in the void, as if it was going to cut him in half. Zhuo Tianhun was an ancient immortal, so he was naturally very powerful. The sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor smiled and stretched out his right index finger towards the tip of Zhuo Tianhuan's emperor's sword. Countless cultivators around were at a loss. Is this person stupid? Is he using his corporeal body to touch the sacred king's emperor's sword? Corporeal body? He's not even using his protective aura. He's using his corporeal body to touch the sword? While the ghost cultivators were in shock, the tip of the sword and the finger collided. Ding! Everyone saw that when the tip of the sword and the finger collided, a large amount of electric arcs were created. Boom! Zhuo Tianhuan's sword aura shattered. The Grand Emperor's finger remained in midair. Hiss! Everyone sucked in their breaths. Corporeal body? What a terrifying corporeal body. With his corporeal body, no, the weakest fingertip, he was able to receive the sword of the sacred king. Am I seeing things? Soul Fury City was in an uproar. Zhuo Tianhun looked at the Grand Emperor in shock. How could a human have such a strong corporeal body? Zhuo Tianhun didn't know that the Grand Emperor himself was a sword. The Grand Emperor's sword, Jade Emperor's sword, and God's sword had each given birth to a sword soul. This was easy to handle. 5,000 years into the heavenly secrets, and 200 split souls were nourished by 1,000,000 years of sword souls. Among the great generals of the Great Accomplishment Realm, few could match the sword will of the 3 deities. At this moment, Zhuo Tianhun felt a chill in his heart. Soul Fury's Sacred Hall, people of the world, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand. Zhuo Tianhun shouted. Ong! The golden dragon of 18 claws shouted, and its voice spread throughout the Soul Fury Sacred Hall. At this moment, the Soul Fury Sacred Hall had lost half of its territory. More importantly, as the Soul Fury Sacred Hall was retreating, the hearts of the people were wavering. There were very few people who were sincerely willing to contribute their strength. Even though there were very few, a large amount of strength gathered and rushed towards the golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny, which then merged with Zhuo Tianhun. Rumble! Zhuo Tianhuan's strength increased exponentially. The Grand Emperor looked and slowly retreated into the 3 deities' sword formation. Boom! Zhuo Tianhun rushed into the formation. Bam! 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 Countless sword chi exploded, and the sword formation continued to operate crazily. Although the sword chi flew everywhere and countless divine swords left the formation still had its mysteries. Rumble! Zhuo Tianhun fought for a long time, but he couldn't hurt the 3 deities. This fight lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, countless people became more and more disappointed in Zhuo Tianhun. Roar! Zhuo Tianhun was forced back. Zhuo Tianhun couldn't hurt the 3 deities, and the 3 deities couldn't hurt Zhuo Tianhun, who had mobilized the power of the dynasty. However, the 3 deities didn't intend to hurt him. They just wanted to trap him. Once they were trapped, the strong practitioners in the surrounding cities received the news. Some came to rescue the king, but more were incomparably flustered. As for Meng Tian and Wang Jian, The two armies were also fiercely attacking at this moment. The two marshals fought to be the first, as if they were competing in speed. 10 days. 10 days later, the two marshals had completely arrived outside Soul Fury City. Above Soul Fury City, more than half of the Sea of Destiny had been lost, and it was getting fainter and fainter. Enchantment stood at the foot of Soul Rage City with hatred. This time they were really at the city gates. When the news spread, the remaining cities of Soul Fury Sacred Court were in an uproar. Boundless City Lord is willing to lead Boundless City to submit to Great Jun's Sacred Court. Boom! The Sea of Destiny lost another portion. Myriad Head City Lord is willing to lead Myriad Head City to submit to Great Jun Sacred Court. Enchantment sent a large number of civil officials to those cities. Many wavering city lords surrendered in the blink of an eye. The three deities' sword formation was removed. Outside Soul Fury City, it was completely surrounded by Great Jun's army. Enchantment held a command flag in his hand. Kill! Roar! The rolling army charged towards Soul Fury City. Tianhun, who had been trapped for close to a month, had aged a lot. People of Soul Fury Sacred Court, raise your right hand. Lend me your power. Tianhun roared. The golden dragon of destiny possessed him again. However, at this moment, there were fewer and fewer people borrowing Tianhun's power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Jian, Meng Tan, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God surrounded Tianhun. Boom! A group of strong practitioners suddenly erupted into battle. Tianhun's power had increased by a lot. At this moment, he could resist for a while. The battle of a group of peak ancient immortals instantly created an endless storm, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, the result was without suspense. Not long after, Tianhun, who had lost an arm, was restrained by Wang Jian and instantly escorted back. In front of Soul Fury Sacred Court's Court Assembly Hall. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were tied up, and they were all kneeling in front of the Court Assembly Hall. Boom! Tianhun's cultivation was restrained, and he was also restrained on the square. Enchantment stood on the square and looked down at the entire city. Everyone, remember this. Soul Fury Sacred Court will be wiped off the face of the world by Great Jun. From now on, the entire Myriad Ghost Domain will belong to Great Jun. Enchantment waved his sleeves and roared. Roar! 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 Great Jun's soldiers roared excitedly. Among them, many were new recruits that had just been recruited in recent years. At this moment, the new recruits were all excited because they had witnessed the rise of Great Jun. 20 years ago, everyone was discussing who would be the final winner between Soul Fury and Yushin. However, who would have thought that in just 20 years, the situation would change so drastically? Sacred King Yushin submitted to Great Jun, while Soul Fury Sacred King was now imprisoned and kneeling in front of his own court assembly hall. While countless soldiers were excited, they were also filled with endless admiration for Great Jun's Yen Chuan. What kind of emperor was he? Stop, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? Tianhun roared. Enchantment turned his head. I'm a disciple of the Zhua family. I want to see your sacred king and Yen Chuan. Tianhun said coldly. The sacred king has decreed that I will be in charge of Soul Fury's royal family. Enchantment's eyes flashed coldly. You? Who do you think you are? What do you want? Tianhun said arrogantly. Clearly, the Zhua family's bloodline gave him great confidence. What do I want? Other than Zhua Zhang's family, which I have handed over to Lord Yifeng, I have captured all 13,456 of your descendants. Enchantment said coldly. Tianhun's eyes widened. 13,456 descendants? Even Tianhun himself didn't know how many descendants he had. Who was this person in front of him? How would he know? What do you want? I've decided that everyone here will be executed by 1,000 cuts right here in this square. After that, their bones will be ground to dust. As for their souls, they will all be burned with flames. Their souls will be destroyed in pain and despair. Enchantment said sinisterly. No, you can't do this. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am from the Zwolf family. Hun shouted in shock. Then do you know who I am? Enchantment said coldly. You? Hun was stunned. My surname is Een. Enchantment laughed sinisterly. Een? Hun suddenly thought of something. Een? Een family? You are a descendant of the Een family. Your family is not extinct. How is that possible? Hun shouted in shock. Yes, your Zwolf family was very secretive back then. However, my Een family is not extinct. Zwolf family? You killed your master with your servant. You led the world to destroy my Een family. How cunning. To think that my Een family trusted you so much. Enchantment said coldly. No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a side branch. If you want revenge, go to the imperial family. Hun said in fear. It was as though he was afraid of the Een family. Yes, one by one. All of you will die first. One day, I will take back everything that my Een clan has lost. Enchantment said with hatred. Begin. Enchantment bellowed. Yes, sir. Countless military officers replied. The other generals of Great Jun didn't say anything. He let Enchantment vent the hatred in his heart. No. Help. Countless shouts were unable to change the reality of this moment. All the citizens of Soul Fury City watched in horror as the high and mighty emperor was sliced into pieces one by one. The news quickly spread throughout the myriad ghost domain. Some of the cities that were still resisting also gave up completely. Within the Great Qin City, Yu Qianjun received news that Han Nu's royal family had been killed by 1,000 cuts, and he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. He had surrendered. At this point, the myriad ghost domain had truly unified the world. Chapter 1150. The Jun Holy Court. In the Netherworld, the myriad ghost domain was completely unified. Zombie Yinchuan was now the domain lord of myriad ghost domain. In the Netherworld, the true dragon domain was split between the Jun and the Ju. However, the Jun occupied 3/4 of the domain, while the Ju Holy Court only occupied 1/4. Yinchuan was not in a hurry to expand his territory. The most important thing now was to prepare for the mid-level officials. The 4 domains still needed a long period of time to stabilize. The Jun and the Ju coexisted peacefully for a period of time. Xianying City, in the study room. A group of ministers gathered. Sage King, this is news from the 4th Army's commander. Meng Wenruo. Lu Gang respectfully handed over a letter. Oh, Yinchuan received it curiously and opened it. 4th Army's commander, Meng Wenruo, the young master of Julu Academy. Later, his sister, Meng Rongrong, ascended and was sent by the Sage King to protect him. Yinchuan looked at the letter, and his expression changed slightly. Sage King, what happened? Lu Buwei asked curiously. Yinchuan handed over the letter. Lu Buwei quickly glanced at it and passed it to the other ministers. Goddess Jichen's tomb is about to open. The situation in the northeast continent is changing. Lu Buwei asked solemnly. Enchantment stepped out and said, Goddess Jichen's tomb is buried in the Inspiration Domain. Goddess Jichen once built a large hall called the Inspiration Hall. It is rumored that the 500 heavenly Dao inducements are inside. However, no one knows where it is. No one knows. 500 heavenly Dao inducements? Yinchuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, many heaven menders can only mend a part of the heavenly Dao. However, with the guidance of the Dao inducements, it might be easier. These 500 heavenly Dao inducements might be useless, but there must be some that collapsed in the past. Sage King, do you want to take a look? Enchantment asked. Yinchuan pondered for a moment. Inspiration Hall? Dao inducements? Yinchuan's heaven-devouring Dao scripture was still lacking the last layer. It was not that Yinchuan could not make up for it, but it would take a very long time. If he could obtain its Dao guidance, he would naturally be able to quickly replenish it. Moreover, this world was damaged. Becoming an ancestral immortal seemed to be a little different from his previous life. Perhaps he could find a way to break through in the inspiration weave. Yin Chuan nodded and said, "In 3 days, we will personally head to the northeast ring continent and head to the inspiration weave. Your subjects are willing to accompany you." The group of important ministers immediately stepped forward and bowed. Yin Chuan looked at the officials and said, "Wang Jian, follow me. The rest of you, continue to stabilize the Zhen." Yes. Although everyone was regretful, no one refuted. Only Wang Jian's eyes were filled with excitement. Li Si stepped forward and said, "Holy King, according to Mr. Monroe's letter, Dongfang Bubi might also go this time. In the Julu Academy in the past, Hierarch Dongfang helped his subjects who were not enlightened a lot. If there is a conflict, please, we understand." Yin Chuan nodded. "Yes. Thank you, Holy King," Li Si said gratefully. 3 days later, everything was settled. The officials came to send Yin Chuan off. In a huge plaza, roar, roar, 2 gigantic dragons, one golden and one black, stood loftily with their heads raised to the sky. The 2 dragons looked at each other. A hint of sadness flashed in their eyes, but there was nothing they could do. The 2 dragons used chains to pull a huge carriage. The carriage was 2,000 feet tall and was shaped like a huge palace. Wang Jian stood respectfully in front of the palace. He was in charge of driving the dragon carriage. Beside the dragon carriage, the officials of the Zhen were sending Yin Chuan off. "Be careful on the road," ZZ said gently. "Okay." Yin Chuan nodded. "Miao didn't come to join the fun this time?" Yin Chuan looked around curiously. He did not see Miao. She heard that you didn't bring her along, so she hid and sulked, ZZ said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled. He turned to look at the officials. "Farewell, Holy King." The officials bowed. Yin Chuan nodded and stepped onto the dragon carriage. "Let's go," Wang Jian shouted. Roar, roar. The 2 dragons each let out a long roar and pulled the dragon carriage slowly into the sky. The 2 dragons pulled the carriage and slowly flew to the west. Wang Jian drove the carriage. Yin Chuan slowly stepped into the palace. Clang! The door closed. Wang Jian stood at the entrance of the palace and closed his eyes to rest. The 2 dragons naturally knew the way and flew to the west. Yin Chuan entered the palace and was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate for a while. "Meow. Yin Chuan, you can't chase me away now, right?" "Huh." Meow immediately jumped down from the beam. Meow. Yin Chuan was surprised. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's palm and rubbed against Yin Chuan's palm, acting coquettishly. "I want to go. You don't bring me out every time. I want to go and play." No wonder they didn't see Meow when they sent him off. So, she was hiding in the carriage? East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, there were 300 figures in white standing outside the Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor and 3 Dragon Kings were accompanying a white-clothed man. The white-clothed man drank tea and smiled. "East Sea Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my suggestion?" The 3 Dragon Kings behind the Dragon Emperor widened their eyes, but didn't interrupt. The Dragon Emperor also drank tea and smiled. "Mr. Gonyang, do you know what you're doing?" Dragon Emperor, "I, Gonyang Benlei, am not joking." "Great Zhou Imperial Court? Other dragon clans?" "Ha ha, others might be afraid, but my Gonyang family isn't." Dragon Emperor, as long as you agree to be my Gonyang family's vassal, the other dragon clans can forget about touching you. As long as they dare to come, my Gonyang family will block them for you. Gonyang Benlei said solemnly. "You?" The Dragon Emperor chuckled. His expression was indiscernible. "In the future, your Dragon Palace will still be the Dragon Palace. I have consulted the Patriarch, and the Patriarch personally agreed. Dragon Emperor, this is an opportunity for your East Sea Dragon Palace. You don't want to see the East Sea Dragon Palace destroyed, right?" Gonyang Benlei laughed. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. "Thank you, Patriarch Gonyang, for your good intentions. The East Sea Dragon Palace doesn't need your charity." Gonyang Benlei raised his brows. "Dragon Emperor, don't you want to consider it?" "No, the Dragon Clan has their pride. There's no need for the Gonyang family to worry. You've made a wasted trip. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Gong Ben Lei's expression became uglier. Suddenly, a Dragon King rushed into the hall. Dragon Fifth, we saw Dragon Fifth. The Dragon King said excitedly. Dragon Fifth? The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace were delighted. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed, but Gong Ben Lei showed a trace of curiosity. He was stopped by Dragon 1 above the EC. At this moment, the Dragon King said. His expression became uglier. What happened at this moment? The Dragon Emperor asked in a deep voice. Dragon Fifth is pulling Yin Chuan's carriage. Our East Sea Dragon Palace, the dignified Dragon King, was humiliated by Yin Chuan to pull his carriage. Dragon Emperor, give the order. We will avenge Dragon Fifth. The Dragon King said with grief and indignation. When the Dragon King spoke, the other 3 Dragon Kings' expression changed. What? Bastard, how dare you? Yin Chuan, the Dragon Emperor, is merciful and spared his life. He actually let Dragon Fifth pull his carriage? Where's the face of our East Sea Dragon Palace? Another Dragon King exclaimed. Dragon Emperor, let me go. I will go and capture Yin Chuan. He is only an ancient immortal. What is there to fear? Dragon Emperor, I will go and capture Yin Chuan. The Dragon Kings took the initiative to volunteer. The Dragon Kings were enraged. At the side, Gong Ben Lei narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? Gong Taolu seemed to have died in a sealed world. A Dragon King pulling his carriage? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor, waiting for his permission. At this moment, above the East Sea, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage stopped. In front of the dragon carriage, the seawater soared into the sky, forming a huge wall. On the huge wall, 3 men stood. Each of them looked at the dragon carriage with fire in their eyes. Behind the 3 men, there were 100,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals standing on the waves, staring at the dragon carriage. Wang Jian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance with his sword hilt. The 3 Dragon Kings of the East Sea? You want to stop the carriage? Wang Jian shouted. The 3 Dragon Kings looked at the 2 huge dragons in front of the dragon carriage. The golden dragon naturally recognized it. Dragon Fifth, the leading Dragon King said with red eyes. While the other 2 Dragon Kings were furious, they saw a black dragon. Black dragon? Who is this black dragon? Why didn't they recognize it? Why was there a black dragon in Dijon? Why wasn't there any news? Looking at its aura, it wasn't any weaker than Dragon Fifth. Roar! Roar! Dragon Fifth cried out in grievance. The black dragon turned to look at Dragon Fifth. What are you shouting for? Are you mourning? It's our fortune to be able to pull the Sage King's carriage. Do you want to die? The group of Dragon Kings. What was going on? This black dragon pulling the carriage wasn't ashamed, but proud. The black dragon was naturally the underworld dragon, the 7 Fiends. The 7 Fiends had seen the strength of zombie Yin Chuan. Resist? Resist my ass. When they found out that Yin Chuan was the zombie king, the 7 Fiends didn't dare to let out a fart. Others might not know, but the 7 Fiends knew some ancient secrets. During ancient times, some powerful zombie kings were born, and these zombie kings had a hobby, which was to eat dragons. It was better for them to be obedient. If Yin Chuan was unhappy one day, they wouldn't be able to complain even if they were eaten. Roar, roar. Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 Fiends in disdain. The 7 Fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. The 2 dragons looked at each other with disdain, and the 3 Dragon Kings were speechless. Where did this weird dragon come from? The dragon race's face was thrown away by him. Wang Jian looked at the group of Dragon Kings and said coldly, Everyone, leave quickly and don't disturb the Sage King. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the Sage King's wrath. Ha ha, Yin Chuan's wrath? Humph! If not for the Dragon Emperor's order, we would have flattened Xianyang. One of the Dragon Kings rebuked. What a joke with just you. Wang Jian showed a trace of disdain. Dragon 1, don't talk nonsense with him. Save Dragon Fifth first. One of the Dragon Kings said. No, wait for the Dragon Emperor's order. Dragon 1 shook his head. The group of Dragon Kings was depressed. Finally, another crack appeared in the sea, and another Dragon King rushed out. How is it? Did the Dragon Emperor agree? Dragon 1 asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor ordered all Dragon Kings to withdraw. They are not to block Yin Xuan's arrival. The Dragon King said in grief. What? Impossible. The group of Dragon Kings said in Jiao. The Dragon Emperor wants you to carry it out quickly. The Dragon King said. The group of Dragon Fifth gritted their teeth, and their eyes were red. They could only watch helplessly as Dragon Fifth pulled the carriage. Roar. The group of Dragon Kings roared in depression. Dragon Fifth, we are useless. Don't worry. We will definitely persuade the Dragon Emperor to save you. Dragon 1 said in grief. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at Dragon Fifth's expectant eyes and plunged into the sea. The other Dragon Kings did the same. In grief and anger, they could only plunge into the sea. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, the group of Dragon Fifth, prawn soldiers, and crab generals disappeared. The sea was calm and peaceful. Roar. Dragon Fifth felt sad. What are you shouting for? I am stronger than you. We are both pulling the carriage. What grievances do you have? Qisha lectured Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth. All right, stop arguing. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted. Roar. The two dragons had no choice but to continue pulling the carriage. Not long after Yin Chuan's carriage left. On the surface of the sea, Gong Yang Ben Lei and his 300 subordinates stepped out. Looking at the place where the dragon carriage had left, Gong Yang Ben Lei narrowed his eyes. It seems like they are also heading to the Inspiration Weave, Goddess Shichen's tomb? Ha! Chapter 1151. East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne, looking at the aggrieved Dragon Kings in front of him. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth, suffered such humiliation. If we don't save him, I won't accept it. Dragon One's face was ugly. The other Dragon Kings nodded with resentment. The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One and said, What happened to Dragon Fifth? Isn't he still alive? Ah. The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor. Dragon One, you said there's a black dragon other than the Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One. Yes, it's an abyss dragon. Its strength is not below Dragon Fifth. Moreover, this dragon has a problem with its head. It was forced to pull the carriage, but instead of being ashamed, it was proud. Dragon One said strangely, Abyss dragon? Seems like it's from the netherworld. This Yin Chuan isn't as simple as he looks. The Dragon Emperor frowned. In the future, without my order, no one is to stop people from Dejun. The Dragon Emperor looked at the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings looked bitter and said, Yes, there's more. The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Be careful of the Gong Yang family. Gong Yang Ben Lei came here with bad intentions. The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Wang Jian rode the dragon west. Along the way, no other dragons disturbed them. Following behind Wang Jian was Gong Yang Ben Lei and the rest. Everyone flew with all their might, but the two dragons were too fast. Other than Gong Yang Ben Lei, who could fly with ease, many of the 300 subordinates were struggling. Damn it! Is this Yin Chuan a rabbit? So fast. I can't hold on, I can't. Old ancestor, someone can't hold on. The subordinates said bitterly. Gong Yang Ben Lei raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was also unhappy. Who knew that Yin Chuan's dragon carriage would be so fast? With a wave of his sleeve, he led his subordinates and turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. Xiao! After a few days, the dragon carriage crossed the East Sea and was about to enter the northeast continent. But when they were not far from the coast, the two dragons abruptly stopped. He glared at the group of people in front of him. Wang Jian was also startled awake. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked over coldly. Right in front of him was a white-robed man with 300 subordinates behind him. Who are you? Wang Jian shouted coldly. Gong Yang Ben Lei, please come out and meet me, Yin Chuan. Gong Yang Ben Lei shouted. Rumble. Rolling sound waves rushed toward the dragon carriage. Roar. The twin dragons roared. Wang Jian's eyes turned even colder. Quang. the dragon carriage's main hall suddenly opened. Meow. A kitten hopped out of the room. Which blind fellow is going to be unlucky again? Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. In the distance, Gonyang Ben Lei's face darkened. Little bastard, what are you talking about? A subordinate behind Gonyang Ben Lei suddenly shouted. Bastard your sister. Your whole family are bastards. Who are you trying to scare with a face like a pig's kidney? Meow, replied Meow. You, little bastard. Little bastard. That person was instantly enraged. Face like a pig's kidney? Everyone looked over. Bushuo didn't think so. His face was red from anger, and he looked like one. Gonyang Ben Lei's face twitched. At this moment, Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the dragon carriage. Sage King. Wang Jian bowed slightly. Yin Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage and looked coldly at everyone. Who are you? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Gonyang Ben Lei smiled and said, I am Gonyang Ben Lei. I am from the Gonyang family. What's the matter? Yin Chuan directly interrupted. Gonyang Ben Lei's face turned ugly. This person was too arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Gonyang Ben Lei said, Gonyang war strategy. Have you heard of it? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, He is your father? Father? Gonyang Ben Lei couldn't wait to slap him. This cat and man were equally annoying. I will not pursue the matter of Gonyang war strategy. I am here to ask for something from you. Gonyang Ben Lei suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Yin Chuan asked curiously, Is it him, Dragon Fifth? Gonyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice, Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I know that you have killed my Gonyang family's disciples. I have great use for this Dragon Fifth. If you give him to me, the grudge between you and the Gonyang family will be written off. Gonyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Dragon Fifth angrily roared. 7 demons at the side said, Did your language teacher die early? He doesn't understand. Dragon Fifth, what do you want in exchange? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Exchange? No. Gonyang Ben Lei looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Yin Chuan looked at Gonyang Ben Lei and the 300 aggressive disciples behind him. Scram, don't block Shin's way. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Bastard, you dare to be impudent in front of the old ancestor? A person behind Gonyang Ben Lei shouted. Xing. Wang Jian pulled out his sword, and a blood-red sword light shot out. Boom! The cultivator who insulted Yin Chuan was instantly chopped into a bloody mist. Oof! Wang Jian snorted. Gonyang Ben Lei couldn't hold it in any longer. Kill! Roar! The group of disciples drew their swords and charged towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian snorted. He rushed out. Xing! 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 Blood light soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce, killing intent burst forth. Below, the roiling sea was suddenly frozen by this killing intent. Rumble. Wang Jian and the disciples of the Gonyang family began to fight. How fierce was Wang Jian? As a great circle ancient immortal, he was naturally ferocious. In the blink of an eye, about 100 disciples of the Gonyang family exploded into pieces. In such a short time, he killed 100 disciples of the Gonyang family. Gonyang Ben Lei's expression suddenly changed. One had to know that among the people killed by Wang Jian, there was an ancient immortal. How could this person be so fierce? Heavenly Tao. Gonyang Ben Lei's expression changed. A vast green heavenly Tao rushed towards Wang Jian. Roar! Wang Jian slashed with his sword. Boom! The void trembled violently, and a violent storm quickly erupted in all directions. The huge impact caused the frozen sea below to shatter into countless pieces of ice. The shattered ice and seawater soared into the sky. The surroundings were suddenly surrounded by seawater and sea ice. The 2 dragons were naturally fine. The 7 fiends squinted their eyes as they looked ahead. This Wang Jian, what a terrifying killing intent. I have been in the underworld for so many years, and I have only seen Yin's eye with such a strong killing intent. This killing god is only a subordinate of the Sage King? The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth also looked on in surprise. With a single collision, Wang Jian was pushed back 100 feet. His figure suddenly turned and stabbed towards Gongyang Benlei. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword was faster than the previous one. The murderous qi was getting stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Gongyang family suddenly felt a chill. Umph, ancient immortal? What a ferocious nature. Unfortunately, you met me. I, Gongyang Benlei, will fuse with the heavenly Tao. Gongyang Benlei roared. Rumble. All of a sudden, a heavenly Tao appeared and wrapped around Gongyang Benlei in the center. Gongyang Benlei's body seemed to have become transparent in an instant. Boom! The originally green heavenly Tao suddenly burst forth with endless heavenly lightning in all directions. It was as if all four corners of the world had been occupied by lightning. Everyone was instantly immersed in a sea of lightning. Up, down, left, and right, countless heavenly thunders exploded towards Wang Jian at high speed. Wang Jian's expression changed as he quickly defended himself against the heavenly lightning coming from all directions. Rumble. One after another, the lightning dragons struck Wang Jian endlessly. It was as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. In an instant, they all struck Wang Jian. The seven fiends stared. No, fusing with the heavenly Tao. How can he fuse with the heavenly Tao? Roar! Dragon Fifth roared in confusion. Gongyang Benlei, he's an ancient immortal. Isn't it true that only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao? How can he do it? Once he fuses with the heavenly Tao, he will be invincible. Apart from ancestral immortals, no one can break the heavenly Tao. If he can't break the defense of the heavenly Tao, he will never be able to hurt the person fusing with the heavenly Tao. The seven fiends exclaimed. Roar! Wang Jian roared and broke free from the countless lightning bolts. His sword once again slashed towards the heavenly Tao. Boom! The void shook violently again. The heavenly Tao only trembled, but didn't hurt Gongyang Benlei, who was inside. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked into the distance. Perhaps this world isn't without any merit. Originally, only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao. In this world, there's actually a secret technique that allows a perfected ancient immortal to fuse with the heavenly Tao. It's a pity that fusing with the heavenly Tao has a huge burden that only ancestral immortals can bear. Ancient immortals can't last long. With that, Yin Chuan didn't look anymore. He reached out his right palm and grabbed in the distance. The seven fiends stared at him from the side. After the battle in the netherworld, the seven fiends knew how fierce Yin Chuan was. At this moment, they naturally wanted to see what kind of methods the emperor that made them submit to had. Yin Chuan reached out his right palm. In the void, suddenly, countless stars appeared. Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 galaxies appeared. Countless stars rotated rapidly, and a terrifying strangulation force wrapped around the surroundings. Poof! Countless lightning bolts were instantly extinguished by this strangulation force. The sea of lightning seemed to be slowly compressing. Ah, ancestral immortal, save me! Ancestral immortal, save me! The disciples of the Gongyang family screamed. Countless stars instantly appeared where Gongyang Benlei's heavenly Tao was. Rumble! One by one, the stars collided with the heavenly Tao. After colliding, they quickly rotated around the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly Tao seemed to be wrapped by a layer of stars. What is this? Gongyang Benlei, who was in the center of countless stars, had a drastic change in expression. Gongyang Benlei discovered that his strength was actually unable to shake the strangulation force of the stars. What a powerful force! However, these stars also couldn't hurt him. After all, you're just an ancient immortal. So what if you're in the Tao integration stage? Let's see how long you can last. Yin Chuan said coldly. No, impossible. Gongyang Benlei screamed in shock. Gongyang Benlei understood that his Tao integration stage could only be considered as a pseudo Dao integration stage. Soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Once he was squeezed out of the heavenly Dao, the result could be imagined. No, no, explode for me. Gong Bin lay screamed in shock. Boom! The vast heavens will exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosive force instantly blew up the surrounding stars. Pooh! Gong Bin lay also spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish! Gong Bin lay quickly fled towards the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor, save me! The 200 disciples of the Gong family screamed in fear. However, Gong Bin lay knew that he had kicked an iron plate. His life was in danger, so how could he care so much? In the eyes of the 7 demons, the countless stars that surrounded the 200 disciples of the Gong family slowly shrunk and quickly condensed into Yin Chuan's palm. Ka. When Yin Chuan clenched his hand, the stars disappeared. The 200 disciples of the Gong family were obviously dead. What a terrifying superpower! The 7 demons exclaimed in shock. Yin Chuan looked at Gong Bin lay, who was escaping in the distance, and turned back to the main hall. Meow. Meow hopped in as well. Quang. The main hall closed. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted to Erlong. Erlong didn't dare to say anything and quickly pulled the carriage to the west. Chapter 1152. Yin Chuan's group continued their journey to the west. After passing through many territories, they finally arrived at Inspiration Territory after 3 months. Far away, a vast land appeared. Dragon 5th shouted, reminding Wang Jian. We've arrived. The 7 fiends looked at the territory in front of them curiously. The 2 dragons slowed down. Just as they slowed down, 70 to 80 rays of light shot into the sky, blocking their path. Inspiration Territory has been sealed. No foreign cultivators are allowed to come close. Go back to where you came from. If you don't stop, we won't be polite anymore. The 70 to 80 immortals shouted, wanted to chase the dragon carriage away. The 2 dragons seemed to be waiting for Wang Jian to speak, but Wang Jian did not speak. The 2 dragons naturally did not ask. They continued to fly forward. Did you hear our words? Still not stopping. Not good. The dragon carriage is rushing over. Block it, block it, block it. Boom. Flowers scattered. The 70 to 80 cultivators were sent flying. Miserable cries were heard. The cultivators were injured all over. The one with the most serious injuries had blood all over his face. Turning his head in pain, the dragon carriage had already entered Inspiration Territory, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 70 to 80 cultivators clutched their chests, speechless. Barbaric driving? On the other side, Gong Bin lay also arrived at Inspiration Territory, but he did not charge forward like Yin Chuan. Instead, he rushed into Inspiration Territory in a sorry state, heading straight for a valley. Xiao! Gong Bin lay flew over. There were many white-robed cultivators in the valley. Old ancestor! The group of white-robed cultivators greeted respectfully. Gong Bin lay ignored them, heading straight for one of the main halls. In the main hall, there were 2 men sitting with a map in front of them. The 2 were studying it. Gong Bin lay, why are you here? One of the men asked doubtfully. Gong Bin lay sat down, picked up a teapot, and drank a mouthful. The 2 men looked at each other, seeing that something was wrong, and walked over. Gong Bin lay, what's wrong? Where are the people you brought with you? A man asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan. They were all killed by Yin Chuan. If I didn't leave fast enough, perhaps I would have. Gong Bin lay said with lingering fear. What's going on? Aren't you in charge of persuading the East Sea Dragon Palace? How is it related to Yin Chuan? The dragon monarch of the East Sea was a stubborn old man. He wouldn't listen to me at all. I could only find another way. You have all read the information. The dragon monarch and the other 11 dragon kings doted on Dragon 5th. As long as I captured Dragon 5th, I could force the East Sea Dragon Palace to submit. While Dragon 5th was captured by Yin Chuan to pull the carriage, I went to... Gong Bin lay recounted the events that happened 3 months ago in detail. The Dragon King is pulling a carriage? This Yin Chuan was so bold. Isn't he afraid that the Dragon Emperor will find trouble with him? The Dragon Emperor's brain is damaged. He doesn't care at all and doesn't allow others to care. Gonyang Ben, Lei said angrily. How could this be? No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yin Chuan will definitely come to the inspiration weave. Although his mystique is strong, he must have a weakness. I can't do anything to him alone. If he uses that mystique on me again, you two will kill him from the side. Gonyang Ben Lei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Are you sure Yin Chuan is only an ancient immortal? Definitely. Gonyang Ben Lei nodded. The two of them frowned and thought for a moment before nodding in the end. Originally, according to the rules of the family, we were supposed to do our own things and interfere with each other. However, since Yin Chuan has come to the inspiration weave, it's a different story. Gonyang Ben Lei nodded with satisfaction. The three of us are equal in strength. Moreover, we can use the family's secret technique to reach Tao integration for a short time. No one could stop us. Inspiration weave. Outside Goddess Ji Qin's tomb. Goddess Ji Qin's tomb was located in the center of 4 mountains. The 4 mountains were extremely tall and arranged in a square formation. The surroundings were shrouded in a large number of arrays, making it look foggy. At the periphery, a large number of cultivators were already standing on the peaks. Countless cultivators were staring at the center. Their eyes were filled with strong anticipation. However, as if they were afraid of each other, no one rushed forward. There was a large number of battles in all directions, fighting for the top of each mountain. Roar! In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage slowly flew over. Many people turned their heads to look. The dragon carriage rushed straight towards one of the mountain peaks. Where did this blind fellow come from? A large number of cultivators flew out from the mountain peak and shouted angrily. Boom! The 2 dragon heads arched, and the noisy group was immediately sent flying. Everyone! The dragon carriage landed on the peak of the mountain. Sage King, we have arrived. Wang Jian respectfully called out to the carriage. Quang! The door opened, and Yin Chuan slowly stepped out of the carriage. Miao naturally lay on Yin Chuan's shoulder, looking around with excitement in her eyes. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage's high-profile appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Many people frowned, wondering who this was. Whoosh! In the distance, 2 white lights suddenly shot over. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of them. The 2 of them were none other than Meng Wenruo and Meng Lingtian. Greetings, Sage King. You are finally here. Meng Wenruo immediately smiled. Meng Wenruo, the commander of the 4th army of the Dajin dynasty. In the past, she accompanied Meng Rongrong into the immortal world. Yin Chuan nodded. Wang Jian and Meng Wenruo nodded and greeted. Greetings, Sage King of the Dajin dynasty. Meng Lingtian also smiled. Mr. Meng, have you seen Dongfang Bubi? Yin Chuan asked. I have seen him. I have to thank Yin Di for his help. The Jilu Academy is no longer here. The founder opened a dojo called Dongfang Dojo. Sect leader Dongfang Bubi. Meng Lingtian said with satisfaction. Dongfang Bubi is indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Yin Chuan nodded in admiration. Miao, didn't you say that the tomb opened? Why are you all standing outside like idiots? Miao? Miao was confused. Meng Wenruo smiled and said, the tomb has indeed opened. Some people have already entered. My sister has already entered. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. Sage King, please take a look. There are 4 mountains covered by clouds. Goddess Shichen's tomb is among them. It opened 23 months ago. On the day it opened, multicolored light soared into the sky and the weather changed. At that time, countless experts rushed over, but they were all stopped by the tomb keepers. Meng Wenruo explained. Tomb keepers? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling curious, a commotion came from afar. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Fellow cultivators, let's go. Let's barge in. Don't let those women get ahead of us. Suddenly, someone shouted. Swish! About 100 figures suddenly appeared and rushed towards the four mountains. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the four mountains. A giant beast that was thousands of feet long came out of the array. Dog? Meow was surprised. Sage King, this is one of the tomb keepers, dog deity. He used to follow Goddess Jichin. After Goddess Jichin died, he remained loyal and devoted, guarding the tomb. Mengwen Ruo explained. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, the 100 cultivators had already made their move. Evil creature, if you block our way again, we will kill you. A cultivator raised his sword and charged forward. Roar! Dog God let out a loud roar. The powerful sound wave suddenly formed a spatial ripple that charged towards the cultivator. Sky-splitting sword art split. That cultivator shouted. A sword ray slashed the sound wave apart. Let's go. That cultivator shouted. The group of experts immediately followed him to the center. Bastard! Dog deity shouted angrily. A heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth suddenly appeared. Boom! The cultivator at the front was blasted apart by the heavenly Tao and turned into a bloody mist. Under the aftermath, some cultivators immediately cried out in pain. Roar! The dog god quickly pounced in all directions, and the heavenly Tao was used to perfection by him, as he quickly crashed into the cultivators that charged forward. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, more than half of the 100 practitioners were killed or injured, and the rest could only flee quickly. After winning the battle, Dog God stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked around coldly. Have you bastards forgotten what Goddess Jichin has done for the world? Dog God shouted coldly. Goddess Jichin said that there are things in the tomb for the world, but they must follow her rules. Female cultivators can enter first, and male cultivators can enter 2 years later. If any of them were not venerables, they would be killed. Roar! Dog God roared. The final roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The restless cultivators in the surroundings immediately quieted down. This dog god is actually a Tao god? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Meow? Women enter first, and men enter later? Why is there such a strange rule? Meow asked, feeling puzzled. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, Indeed, back when the tomb opened, Goddess Jichin's remnant will set herself. Many people heard it, and most of the female cultivators entered. Actually, there are many strong cultivators in the inspiration weave, such as Dongfang Bubi. They might not be afraid of Dog God, but they chose to wait out of respect for Goddess Jichin. Many people forgot to be grateful. Yin Chuan nodded. The women entered 2 years earlier. Although they were curious, they might have their reasons. Rong Rong went in first. I got my wife to accompany her. Rong Rong is very strong now. There shouldn't be a problem. Meng Wenruo said. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, Dog God looked around and then looked at Yin Chuan. After all, 2 dragons pulling a chariot were too eye-catching. Dog God frowned as he looked around. Then, he walked towards the tomb again. Shing! Suddenly, a loud sword hum sounded. On the peak of a mountain not far away, a sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and mist. Endless sword chi surrounded the sword light. It looked extremely majestic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swords of countless cultivators rang out in all directions. It was as if they were worshipping that sword light. My sword? It's out of control? Someone exclaimed. On my sword? Bastard, don't shake. Countless exclamations sounded. Dog God's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He saw a man in a purple robe standing on the peak of the mountain. The man carried a bronze sword on his back. His eyebrows were sharp, and his entire body exuded sword intent. His clothes and hair looked like swords. The man's eyes flashed. He looked coldly at Dog God. Who are you? Dog God asked coldly. Someone in the surroundings recognized him. Dugu Batian? He's from the Dugu family of the southern continent. The Dugu family? Invincible swordsmanship? He's from the Dugu family? How did he attract the Dugu family so quickly? Dugu Batian? He killed 7 Tao gods. His swordsmanship is fierce. While everyone was exclaiming, Dugabatian looked coldly at Dog God. For the sake of Goddess Shichin, I'll spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword won't recognize you, Dugabatian said in a deep voice. Chapter 1153. For Goddess Shichin's sake, I will spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword will not recognize you, Dugabatian said solemnly. Roar! Goshen roared. Countless cultivators stared at him, but no one dared to step forward. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Dugu family? Goshen naturally did not step aside. There's still 1 month left. I don't care who you are, but no one can break Goddess Shichin's rules. Goshen shouted coldly. Oomph. Dugabatian snorted coldly as he pulled out the bronze longsword on his back. Heavenly Tao, Goshen shouted. Boom! The heavenly Tao of the Dog God appeared in front of Dugabatian in the blink of an eye. Sword River. Dugabatian waved his longsword. Suddenly, a sword light shot towards Goshen's heavenly Tao. At the same time, the surrounding sword chi converged into a river and crashed into Goshen's heavenly Tao. Boom! The sword river and heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to shake violently. For a moment, sand and stones were sent flying, and a storm raged, making it difficult for people to see what was going on. Within the storm, a miserable scream could be heard. Boom! The storm dissipated. Goshen was covered in blood as he crashed into a mountain not far away. His body was covered in sword wounds. Dugabatian stepped in the air and stabbed his long sword into his back. He looked down at Goshen. For Goddess Shichin's sake, I will spare your life. Remember, in this world, no one can stop my Dugu family because no one can. Dugabatian said coldly. Oomph. Dugabatian stepped forward, heading towards the array of the 4 mountains. Stop! Goshen shouted, but his body was covered in sword wounds. How could he stop Dugabatian? Dugabatian did not pull out his sword, but his eyes flashed coldly. A powerful sword intent rushed towards the array. Boom! The formation exploded with a loud bang. Immediately, the array's interior was exposed to everyone. Between the 4 mountains, there was a huge hole in the void. The inside of the hole was like a black hole, and no one could see what was inside. Swish! Dugabatian stepped into the black hole. A small world? Meow? Meow was surprised. This must be the spiritual world. It was Goddess Shichin's dojo. Mengwen Ruo said. Let's go. Yin Chuan said. Ong, ong. Dragon Fifth and the Chi Sha let out a long cry and immediately pulled the dragon carriage toward the entrance. Meng Wenruan naturally followed, but Meng Lingtian stayed behind. Other than Yin Chuan, there were many other experts who couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards the interior. Bastard, stop! No one is allowed to enter. Dog God roared. But at this moment, who would listen to him? With such a serious injury, it was already a good thing that no one heard him. Rumble! Countless experts swarmed in. Dog God's expression changed drastically, and he quickly followed. In the surroundings, a large number of experts quickly fled in all directions. Not good. Everyone is rushing over. We have to report this to the sect leader quickly. Oh no, I have to report this to Master as soon as possible. The Holy King is too merciful, letting these rascals take the lead. The experts in all directions anxiously rushed in all directions to inform the ambitious and ruthless people. Meng Lingtian took a step and flew to another mountain peak not far away. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large number of people dressed in white standing there. Meng Lingtian? That's Yin Chuan? A man in white frowned. Meng Lingtian nodded. Have you informed the sect leader? Meng Lingtian asked worriedly. Yes, the sect leader will be here soon. Don't worry, a large number of female cultivators have entered for almost 2 years, but there is no result. It's not that easy to find a peerless divine weapon. The man in white shook his head. As soon as the dragon carriage entered the spiritual world, Yin Chuan discovered the mysteries of this world. This was a small world. The sky was high and the clouds were light. It was boundless. It was similar to the world of light in the Julu Academy, but it was much more advanced than the world of light. because there was a bright moon in the sky of this world. There were countless stars. The mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, as if it was a real world. The creator of this world must be an ancestral immortal, and he must be extremely powerful even among the ancestral immortals. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Not far away, Meng Wenruo checked the surroundings for a while and quickly came over with a stone. Sage King, my humble wife, and Rong Rong entered. I told them to leave clues if it was a small world. They should have gone to the south of the spiritual world. Meng Wenruo said, South? Then let's go. Yin Chuan nodded. Roar. The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage quickly towards the south. Countless experts rushed in. As soon as they entered, they immediately flew in all directions. After all, no one knew where the treasures were or what kind of treasures were inside. Everything depended on luck. Duga Batian broke through the tomb keepers, and countless experts entered in a line. Meng Lingtian and the other disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite waited patiently. A day later, Ancestor, it's him, it's him. A soft shout suddenly came from afar. Meng Lingtian turned his head and saw another group of experts in white flying over. There were 3 people in the lead. One of them was the one who suffered in the hands of Yin Chuan more than 3 months ago, Gonyang Ben Lei. A cultivator beside him kept pointing at Meng Lingtian. Ancestor, it's him. He was the one who spoke to Yin Chuan. The cultivator beside him pointed at Meng Lingtian. I'm Meng Lingtian. Everyone, why are you surrounding us? Meng Lingtian frowned. Gonyang Ben Lei sneered. You know Yin Chuan? So what? Meng Lingtian was puzzled. What did Yin Chuan say to you earlier? Gonyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Why should I tell you? Meng Lingtian said in a deep voice. Haha, why should I? Gonyang Ben Lei sneered. Everyone, we are disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. We have never offended you. Please don't provoke us. An Eastern Tao Rite disciple said in a deep voice. Haha, Eastern Tao Rite? Why haven't I heard of it? What is the Eastern Tao Rite? Gonyang Ben Lei sneered. As he spoke, Gonyang Ben Lei released a powerful aura towards the disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. The Eastern Tao Rite is nothing. However, it's not your turn to bark. A soft voice came from the void behind them. Buzz. The void trembled, and the pressure on Meng Lingtian and the others was lifted. Sect Leader. Greetings, Sect Leader. The disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite immediately bowed in excitement. Sect Leader? Gonyang Ben Lei's face turned ugly. Turning their heads, the disciples of the Gonyang family looked behind them. They saw a white-robed man standing behind them. The man was extremely handsome, and his long black hair was tied up in a loose ponytail. He looked extremely free and unrestrained. His eyes were extremely spirited, as if they could see through everything in the world. Standing in the void, it was as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. The experts did not feel it before. The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeatable. You are Dongfangbu Bai. A man beside Gonyang Ben Lei suddenly smiled. Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my disciple? Dongfangbu Bai asked indifferently. Gonyang Ben Hong. Gonyang Ben Tian. Gonyang Ben Lei. The 3 experts of the Gonyang family suddenly shouted. It was as if the person in front of them would be scared witless if they said the name of Gonyang. Gonyang family? Ha, get lost. Dongfangbu Bai said with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Apparently, Dongfangbu Bai did not have a good impression of the Gonyang family. What did you say? Gonyang Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Dongfangbu Bai was insulting his family? I said get lost immediately. Dongfangbu Bai narrowed his eyes. You have less than 60,000 years of cultivation, and you dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Gonyang Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Taking a step forward, Gonyang Ben Hong stabbed his sword at Dongfangbu Bai. Dongfangbu Bai narrowed his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Dongfangbu Bai moved his right hand. The moment his right hand moved, a piercing, murderous aura made Gonyang Ben Hong's hair stand on end. A death instinct instantly filled his body. Not good. Gonyang Ben Hong's face changed drastically. because at that moment, Gong Ben Hong saw a ray of white light shooting towards him. The white light was so fast that he could not block it in time. He was a peak ancient immortal, but he could not resist at all. Heavenly Tao, fuse! Gong Ben Hong cried out in horror. Boom! A heaven Tao suddenly appeared, instantly connecting heaven and earth. At the same time, it wrapped around Gong Ben Hong. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. But at that moment, Dong Fong Bu by no longer looked at him and did not make a move. Because Gong Ben Hong, who was wrapped by the heaven Tao, had a gap from his head to his lower body. Blood was flowing out from the gap. Within the heaven Tao, Gong Ben Hong's eyes widened as his body was split in half. Boom! The heavenly Tao collapsed and dispersed. Gong Ben Tian and Gong Ben Lei trembled and did not dare to move. Dong Fong Bu Bai held a long sword in his hand. There was no trace of blood on the long sword, but everyone knew that it was this sword that split Gong Ben Hong in half. Gong Ben Hong shouted Tao, combine, and the moment the heaven Tao appeared, he was split in half. The trajectory of the sword could not be seen. Even the ancient immortals could not see it clearly. It was too fast. Dong Fong Bu Bai's sword could not catch it. There were many experts around. Not long ago, they saw Duga Baishan's sword. Although that sword was domineering, it was not as terrifying as Dong Fong Bu Bai's sword. Because you could not see his sword at all. Everything was over. Gong Ben Tian and Gong Ben Lei did not think of taking revenge for Gong Ben Hong. Because Dong Fong Bu Bai's strength had made them lose all thoughts of resisting. Dong Fong Bu Bai held the long sword with one hand and took out a handkerchief with the other hand. He wiped the long sword gently. Gong family's blood? Filthy! Dong Fong Bu Bai shook his head. The group of Gong family disciples was stunned. No one dared to say anything. Go back and tell Gong family disciples, don't appear in front of me again. If I see you again, I will kill you, Dong Fong Zhengpai said coldly. Gong Ben Lei and Gong Ben Tian's face twitched. Let's go, Dong Fong Bu Bai shouted to his disciples. Yes, the disciples shouted excitedly. It was hard for them not to be excited by such a sect master. The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeated. Chapter 1154. Spiritual World. Yin Chuan drove the dragon carriage, bringing Meng Rongrong, Wang Jian, and Miao south. However, they did not find Meng Rongrong and the rest. Sage King, perhaps they changed directions midway. Meng Wenruo frowned. Change directions? You said that goddess Ji Chan once said that women enter first and men enter later. 2 years later? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes, I can't figure it out either. What's the difference between men and women? Moreover, there's nothing normal in this world. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Then let's find the other female cultivators. Yin Chuan said. Yes, the dragon carriage went around, looking for female cultivators. However, after a few days, there was no sign of any female cultivators. The female cultivators disappeared. I remember that there were at least tens of thousands of female cultivators in the past year. Why are they all gone? Meng Wenruo said in surprise. Stop! Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Roar! The two dragons stopped abruptly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. The moon was still hanging high in the sky. It's been so many days. The full moon has been hanging high in the sky. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes at the moon in the sky. Wang Jian stared and said, Indeed, Sage King. There's something wrong with the moon. In the outside world, the sun star is full. Unless the heavenly dog eats the sun star is always full. However, the moon star is different. The moon star is deficient. The moon will waver. However, we've been here for many days, and the moon has been full. Something's wrong. Roar! The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Sage King, the moon isn't shining moonlight. Instead, it's burning hot. The 7 fiends immediately tried to curry favor. Roar! Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 fiends with disdain. The 7 fiends rolled their eyes at Dragon Fifth. You're an idiot. You still can't figure out the situation. This silver moon isn't the moon. It's the sun that's been corroded by evil energy. Yin Chuan's expression changed. The sun? Meng Wenruo frowned and looked at the sky in surprise. Let's go to the sun, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The two dragons replied. Just as everyone was responding, a loud explosion came from the north. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Something happened in the north? Miao asked in surprise. Yin Chuan looked to the north and shook his head. To the sun. Roar! The two dragons responded and pulled the dragon carriage towards the sun. For 10 days in a row, Yin Chuan's group flew rapidly towards the sky. The sun hung there, not moving at all. Soon it would arrive. He stopped in the distance. The group of people stared at this scene in shock. The sun was golden in color, but there were many transparent figures flying around the sun. The figures were blue and black in color, and they were rapidly circling the sun. There were so many figures. Heavenly demon? Meng Wenruo's expression changed. Whoa! Roar! Boom! The countless heavenly demons let out horrifying roars as they quickly circled the sun. There were so many of them that when the people below looked at the sun, it appeared silver. Roar! One of the heavenly demons seemed to have discovered Yin Chuan's group and charged at Yin Chuan's group. Roar! Heavenly Demon King! The 7 evil spirits cried out and tried to retreat. However, in the next instant, the heavenly demon seemed to be sucked back to the sun. Then it circled the sun wildly. Heavenly demons? Why are there them here? Meng Wenruo exclaimed. Heavenly demons bewitch cultivators. Furthermore, many of these heavenly demons are actually heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings are even more bewitching. In fact, there are billions of them in front. Wang Jian said, heavenly demons are afraid of the sun. To think that they are circling the sun? Are they not afraid of the sun burning them? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. He looked inside through some cracks. Indeed, countless heavenly demons were burned to ashes by the sun. However, the heavenly demons seemed to be endless. They appeared strangely from the void. There was no end to the heavenly demons. The strange scene made Yin Chuan frown slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the dragon carriage. It was a slightly stooped old man. The old man was transparent and somewhat resembled the heavenly demons. However, he did not cry out ferociously like the heavenly demons. Instead, he looked at everyone kindly. Another guest is here. Ha! Greetings. The old man bowed slightly to Yin Chuan's group. Who are you? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. You can call me Benevolence, old man. I'm a servant who watches over the Inspiration Hall for Goddess Shichin. It's been almost 1,000,000 years. There are so many people here this time. The old man smiled. Inspiration Hall? Rumor has it that there are 500 heavenly Tao inspirations inside. Meng Wenruo was surprised. Yes, the Inspiration Hall is nearby. If you're interested, you can follow me. There are already many friends gathered there. The old man smiled. Meng Wenruo looked at Yin Chuan. Benevolence, old man? Ha! Why haven't I heard of you before? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Before coming, Yin Chuan had read a lot of information about the Inspiration Weave. He knew that there was an Inspiration Hall that had disappeared. However, he had never heard of Benevolence, old man. I'm just a servant who watches over the Inspiration Hall. How could anyone have heard of a servant? Ha! Everyone, do you want to go? Benevolence, old man smiled. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Then follow me. Benevolence, old man led the way. The group quickly circled around the huge sun and arrived at the top of the sun. There was a planet at the top. Benevolence, old man led Yin Chuan's group and went straight to the planet. The journey was peaceful. However, Yin Chuan noticed something unusual. There were some heavenly demon kings around the sun. These powerful heavenly demon kings had some intelligence. They glanced at Benevolence, old man from afar, and their eyes were filled with fear. Fear? Yin Chuan looked at Benevolence, old man solemnly. Ding, 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 ding. Not far from the planet, they could hear a lot of zither music. Zither music? Meng Wenruo was delighted. The dragon carriage flew away with the group. Benevolence old man turned into a stream of light and rushed to a huge mountain in the distance. The huge mountain was cut in half to form a huge plaza. On the plaza, thousands of women were sitting. These women were all practicing zither music. Around them, there were many mountains. Similarly, there were many women gathered. They were waiting patiently. Rong Rong. Meng Wenruo was delighted. On the plaza, Meng Wenruo saw the woman playing the zither in the distance. One of them was Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes and seemed to be immersed in the zither music. When Yin Chuan saw Meng Rongrong, his serious face showed a relaxed smile. He looked at the surrounding mountains. At this moment, many women were waiting patiently. At the same time, there were also some men. Apparently, they were also knowledgeable people. Yin Chuan recognized one of them. It was Dugu Batian, who defeated Dogod that day and was the first to rush in. Dugu Batian occupied an entire mountain by himself. When he saw Yin Chuan and the others, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he focused on the thousands of women playing the zither in the plaza again. Yin Chuan stopped at the top of the mountain. Soon, a woman in red flew over. It was Meng Wenruo's wife, Su Sanyang. Greetings, Sage King. Su Sanyang bowed respectfully. Sanyang, why are you here? Meng Wenruo asked curiously. More than a year ago, we went around the spiritual sense realm for more than 10 days and met Old Man Bai Shan. He was the one who led us here. Su Sanyang said. Oh. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Old Man Bai Shan in the plaza. Old Man Bai Shan can split into many bodies and go to different places. Su Sanyang explained. What are they doing? Yin Chuan pointed at the thousands of women playing the zither. Old Man Bai Shan's zither Dao is very strong. He is teaching everyone more and more zither Dao. I tried to learn it, but I couldn't keep up with their rhythm, so I stopped. Su Sanyang explained. Learn the zither? Meng Wenruo asked curiously. Yes. Old Man Bai Shan said that only those who have reached the heaven-shaking realm in zither Dao can get a pass to enter the spiritual sense palace. Moreover, Old Man Bai Shan is teaching everyone the zither with sincerity. He is teaching them some unprecedented zither Dao, so they are willing to learn. Su Sanyang explained. Pass? Pass to enter the spiritual sense palace? Yin Chuan was surprised. Su Sanyang nodded. These people who came later didn't disturb us. Su Sanyang pointed at Dugu Batian and the others. Then why didn't Old Man Bai Shan play the zither himself? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Old Man Bai Shan doesn't have a physical body. He looks more like a projection. He can't play the zither. He can only give guidance. Su Sanyang said. Oh. Yin Chuan was even more puzzled. He looked at Old Man Bai Shan, who was teaching everyone the zither. Old Man Bai Shan suddenly stopped everyone. I think you all understand that it is difficult for you to improve your zither skills in a short time. Please stop and let this female cultivator continue to learn the zither. What do you think? You can watch from the side. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Old Man Bai Shan said politely. The thousands of women stood up and bowed respectfully to Old Man Bai Shan. Thank you for your guidance. No problem, he. Old Man Bai Shan laughed. The women flew to the mountains in all directions. Only Meng Rongrong stayed. Yin Chuan's expression was serious. Countless cultivators were also staring at them. Old Man Bai Shan looked kindly at Meng Rongrong and said, Cultivator, you are the person with the strongest comprehension of zither Dao I have ever seen. Thank you for your guidance. Meng Rongrong said politely. Haha, this is your good fortune. I won't say much. Zither Dao moves the heavens. You're still lacking a bit. I will teach you the Taishang Inspiration chapter. This was created by a friend of mine in the past. He lost a bet to me. How many years has it been? I wonder if he's still alive. Hee hee. Old Man Bai Shan laughed. Thank you. Meng Rongrong said gratefully. Old Man Bai Shan waved his hand. Golden words appeared in the void. As soon as the words appeared, countless fragrances appeared. Traces of solemn aura were emitted. Countless cultivators quickly recorded these words. Only a true zither Dao genius can understand this. Taishang Inspiration Chapter. Cultivator, quickly read it. Old Man by Shan laughed. Yes. Meng Rongrong quickly read it. Not far away. Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Taishang Inspiration Chapter? Wasn't this created by one of the three clear sages of the Great Thousand World? Taishang made a bet with Old Man by Shan, and he lost? Was this Old Man by Shan really just a guard of the Spiritual Perception Palace? Chapter 1155. Exalted Inspiration. Everyone could feel the profoundness of the technique. Dragon Fifth's eyes flashed with excitement. The 7 demons beside him also felt the same. This Old Man by Shan is indeed a good person. What a profound technique. He actually made it public. Dragon Fifth nodded. It was rare for the two of them to have the same opinion. Everyone silently noted it down, including Dugu Batian, who was far away. Just this one piece alone made everyone feel that this trip was not in vain. Yin Chuan stared at Old Man by Shan. Old Man by Shan looked at Meng Rongrong with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, I see that your comprehension of the zither is very high. You will definitely be able to comprehend it. Move the heavens with your zither, and you will not have another chance in 15 days. You must comprehend it. Old Man by Shan said. 15 days. Meng Rongrong asked curiously. Yes, within 15 days. Move the heavens with your zither, and the heavens and earth will grant you a certificate to enter the spiritual senses hall. After 15 days, you will not have another chance. So you must be quick. Old Man by Shan said. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, but she finally nodded. Old Man by Shan stood at the side with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. 15 days? Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. According to Goddess Ji Qin's request, men could only enter this world after 15 days? Goddess Ji Qin's request seemed to make all men miss the chance to enter the spiritual senses hall. Why? Isn't this Goddess Ji Qin's training ground? Why did she have to make it so complicated? Meng Rongrong's comprehension of the zither was indeed high. In just 5 days, her zither had already reached an extremely high level. Under the sound of the zither, the surroundings lit up and celestial music floated in the air. Countless celestial cranes circled the area. Countless cultivators were intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Not enough, not enough. Old Man by Shan's eyes flashed with anxiety. Fellow Taoist, the exalted inspiration was created by the exalted in remembrance of his beloved. The zither contains infinite love. Do you have a lover? Think of him playing the zither. Old Man by Shan explained patiently. True love. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. It was a figure that Meng Rongrong loved and hated. Ding, 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 dong, dong, dong. The sound of the guqin suddenly became lingering. In an instant, the sound of the guqin seemed to be filled with infinite beauty. Many female shioja suddenly became intoxicated, closing their eyes to feel the emotional fluctuations at this moment. The sound of the zither affected the emotions of most people. In the distance, Dugu Batian had been listening with great appreciation, but his expression suddenly changed. He immediately formed a barrier around himself to block the sound. At the same time, Dugu Batian looked at Meng Rongrong in shock. Emotions? The sound of the zither could control people's emotions? If he were to lose control of his emotions in battle, wouldn't he be done for? The sound of the zither lingered on. Roar! Ah! Roar! Under the sound of the zither, countless sky demons around the sun were suddenly attracted. They seemed to be intoxicated by the sound of Meng Rongrong's zither and flew towards Meng Rongrong. The group of sky demons came. Old Man by Shan turned his head and looked at the group of sky demons. Who? Countless sky demons suddenly woke up and looked at Old Man by Shan in horror. They immediately fled towards the sun. Many people did not care, but Yin Chuan clearly saw this scene. This Old Man by Shan was not simple. Rumble! Finally, the sky and earth changed. Above Meng Rongrong's head, countless 7-colored clouds suddenly appeared. The 7-colored clouds became more and more, and the multicolored light shone down on Meng Rongrong, who was bathed in the center. The zither moves the heavens, auspicious signs descend. Old Man by Sean said excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light rushed towards Meng Rongrong, interrupting Meng Rongrong's zither playing. A golden light ball stopped in front of Meng Rongrong. Ding! The zither stopped. This is... Meng Rongrong was surprised. Around them, countless experts looked at them anxiously. Boom! Under the auspicious light, a vast golden palace suddenly appeared not far away. The palace was majestic, tens of thousands of feet tall. On top of the palace, there was a huge plaque. Inspiration Palace. Someone read out in surprise. Inspiration Palace. This is the Inspiration Palace? At the same time, everyone was surprised to find that this Inspiration Palace was illusory. It was as if it was transparent. The door of the palace opened, but they could not see inside. Inspiration Palace. Someone shouted in surprise and quickly rushed towards the Inspiration Palace. Who? With a pounce, he pounced on empty air. What's going on? Is this just a projection? How can this be a projection? Where is the Inspiration Palace? Countless cultivators who had pounced on nothing immediately shouted in surprise. However, most of them suddenly looked at the golden light ball in front of Meng Rongrong. The pass to enter the Inspiration Palace? Duga Batian squinted his eyes. In the distance, Meng Rongrong reached out to grab the golden light ball. When she touched it, she screamed, "Ah!" Meng Rongrong retracted her hand in pain. Eh! The surrounding cultivators, who were about to rush up to snatch it, paused. Whoosh! Yin Chuan immediately approached and looked at Old Man by Sean with a sharp gaze. You! Meng Rongrong shouted in surprise when she saw Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong had been immersed in the zither these days and did not notice Yin Chuan's arrival. Yin Chuan's sudden appearance caused Meng Rongrong to lose her head out of fear. Old Man by Sean, what is this? Why does Meng Rongrong's divine soul hurt when she touches it? Yin Chuan looked coldly at Old Man by Sean. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that it was not the pass? It's none of your business. Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan ignored her and looked coldly at Old Man by Sean. Meng Rongrong, who was at the side, pouted like a little wife who had been bullied. Old Man by Sean smiled bitterly and said, This is the pass to enter the Inspiration Palace. However, this fellow cultivator is a woman, and it is inconvenient for her to take it. Oh, everyone was puzzled. In the Inspiration Palace, the 500 heavenly Tao's Tao guides correspond to the heavenly Tao of Yang. This pass is pure Yang and female is Yin. Therefore, this pass will repel and burn the divine soul. If a man takes it, this will not happen. Old Man by Sean explained. Pure Yang pass. Everyone was confused. Only men can enter the Inspiration Palace. Women can't enter? Goddess Ji Qin's request in the past was not to let people in? Why? I hid something from you. Women can't enter the Inspiration Palace. I'm sorry. Old Man by Sean smiled bitterly at Meng Rongrong. No, Senior, you don't have to say that. I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to learn the Inspiration chapter. Meng Rongrong said immediately. All the female cultivators nodded. Although they could not enter, they'd gain a lot. Although you can't enter, you can give the pass to others and let them enter. Old Man by Sean said. Meng Rongrong's expression changed, and she suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange an ancient immortal weapon for your pass. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange 3 ancient immortal weapons for your pass. Fellow cultivator. Suddenly, the voices of the cultivators came from all around. Fellow cultivator, I'm a disciple of the Dugu family. Give me your pass, and the Dugu family will give you an ancestral immortal weapon. Duga Batian suddenly said. Ancestral immortal weapon? The expressions of the experts in the surroundings were complicated. Old Man by Sean did not say anything and stood aside. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Here you are. Meng Rongrong did not look at the others and handed the pass to Yin Chuan. It was as if she did not hear what the others said. Yin Chuan stared at Meng Rongrong, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? Duga Baishan's eyes were filled with anger. He was angered by Meng Rongrong's casual expression. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong ignored him. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said, Don't owe each other anything? Really? Yin Chuan shook his head and said. Meng Rongrong's face turned pale. She looked at Yin Chuan, and her heart was filled with both love and hate. She felt so sad. Don't think too much. Let time prove it, Yin Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan reached out and grabbed the golden pass. In the distance, Dugu Baishan's expression changed and said, Stop. Xing. A purple sword light pierced towards Yin Chuan. Wang Jian's blood-red sword light collided with it. Boom! The void shook violently. Wang Jian's sword blocked Dugu Batian. Dugu Baishan's face darkened. Take another step, and I won't be polite. Wang Jian said coldly. Sword? My Dugu family is the #1 sword art in the world. At the same time, no, ancient immortal is my opponent. Dugu Batian shouted coldly. As he spoke, Dugu Batian slashed at Wang Jian again. Sword River. Above the void, a huge sword light suddenly appeared, accompanied by rolling sword chi, tilted towards Wang Jian. Killing wave. The rolling blood-red sword chi rushed towards Dugu Baishan's sword river. Rumble. In an instant, the two of them started fighting. The void storm raged, and for a moment, sand and stones flew. The two of them seemed to have considered the spiritual perception palace under their feet and deliberately avoided it. Boom, boom, boom. As Dugu Batian and Wang Jian fought, 3 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared and surrounded Yin Chuan's group. 3 Dao gods? Meng Wenruo's face darkened. The 3 experts each had a heavenly Dao. At this moment, they were staring at the pass, and, at the same time, they seemed to be afraid of each other and did not give way to each other. In the distance, Wang Jian and Dugu Batian were both experts in the sword, and it was difficult to determine the winner. What a fierce killing intent, Dugu Batian said in a low voice. Wang Jian's killing intent surged towards Dugu Batian, and the powerful Dugu Batian was suppressed and forced to retreat. Impossible. No one in the same realm as me is a match for my sword skills. Dugu Baishan's sword. Dugu Batian suddenly turned to the river. 9 huge sword lights suddenly appeared around Dugu Batian, and the purple sword chi storm suddenly increased by 10 times and suppressed Wang Jian. There were 3 other Dao gods in the surroundings who were ready to make a move. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold, and he did not want to delay any longer. World suppressing. A huge coffin fell from the sky and pressed towards Dugu Batian. Boom! The void seemed to be squashed, and Dugu Baishan's 9 purple sword lights suddenly exploded. Boom! The world-suppressing coffin smashed Dugu Batian into the star. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Whoosh! The huge coffin suddenly flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. At the huge pit, Dugu Batian was lying on the ground, and his body was covered in blood. Despicable person, you sneak attacked me, Dugu Batian shouted weakly. As he spoke, Dugu Batian did not dare to stay any longer. He weakly grabbed his sword and fled in a direction. How unlucky! Dugu Batian never thought that there would be a day when he would be defeated and flee. He was so direct. He was Dugu Batian. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yin Chuan paused. They originally wanted to snatch the proof, but they hesitated. What a disgrace to the Dugu clan! Yin Chuan did not chase after them. Roar! Roar! The 2 huge dragons suddenly stepped forward, and 2 heavenly Dao appeared. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yin Chuan changed their expressions. Impossible! These 2 dragons are Dao gods. Someone exclaimed. Dao gods pulling the chariot? Dugu Batian has killed several Dao gods, but he was defeated by 1 strike? Exclamations came from all around. The 3 Dao gods were petrified for a while, and they immediately dispersed their heavenly Dao. The 2 dragons also dispersed their heavenly Dao. At this time, no one dared to snatch the proof anymore. Baishan Elder smiled slightly, and a wisp of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Meow, what is the Dugu clan? What the hell? Meow said disdainfully. Yin Chuan looked at the spiritual senses palace, not far away. Meow, wait for me outside, Yin Chuan said to Meow, who was on his shoulder. Meow, Yin Chuan, I also want to go in. I want to feel something I want. Meow whispered to Yin Chuan. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at Meow curiously. Meow nodded. I will go in first, and then I will summon you, Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow nodded happily. I'm going in, Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. And Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Bai Shan Elder again. Yin Chuan understood that Bai Shan Elder was not as amiable as he looked on the surface. However, Yin Chuan must enter the spiritual senses palace. Protect Rongrong, Yin Chuan said to everyone. Yes, Wang Jian answered. Yin Chuan grabbed the proof and squeezed it lightly. Wang. The proof suddenly merged with Yin Chuan's body. Immediately, Yin Chuan's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The moment the golden light covered his body, Yin Chuan felt that the surroundings were not normal. It was as if there was a different space in front of him, and there was a space barrier that prevented people from touching it. However, when the golden light entered his body, Yin Chuan touched the space barrier. He walked forward and stepped into the different space. A majestic palace appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stepped into the palace. Boom! Everyone watched as the doors to the palace slammed shut the moment Yin Chuan entered. Not far away, Bai Shan Elder's eyes flashed. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was very excited. That little girl Jichen also wants to stop it? This is fate. How can you stop it? Take it, take the Tao guidance inside. Bai Shan Elder's face revealed a trace of excitement. At this time, rings of light appeared under Meow's feet. Her figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. She was summoned into the spiritual senses palace by Yin Chuan. Chapter 1156. Inside the Spiritual Perception Palace. Yin Chuan stood quietly in the center of the hall. Meow was suddenly summoned and appeared on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Meow. Meow looked around in surprise. This was a majestic hall that was tens of thousands of feet tall. There were 500 huge pillars in the hall. The pillar emitted an extremely beautiful radiance. The top of the hall was like a starry sky, with countless stars faintly visible. However, the bottom of the hall was pitch black, like the entrance to a huge black hole. Within the black hole, there seemed to be an extremely evil aura that was being sucked in by the 500 pillars. 500 heavenly Tao's Tao induction gather in one place? Is this the main hub of the world of inspiration? Yin Chuan's expression changed. These pillars are Tao guides. Meow asked curiously. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, the spiritual perception realm was created by a certain great divine ability. It replicated the 500 heavenly Taos of the outside world to form a realm of its own. As long as this realm is broken, the 500 heavenly Taos replicas will disperse. Meow? 500 copies of the heavenly Tao create a world of its own? How did you know? Meow asked in surprise. Because I've opened one before, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow, you must be bragging. Meow Meow looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan gently shook his head. Looking at the 500 Tao inducements, Yin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, the Tao inducements here can trigger 500 heavenly Tao replicas. If I take them, the spiritual perception realm will have a flaw. Meow, but I have a feeling that these Tao inducements are prepared for me. Meow turned its head and asked curiously. Then take it. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Tao induction is not the heavenly Tao. After collecting it, it will take an extremely long time and countless opportunities to deduce the heavenly Tao. Others need a long time, but you perhaps. Yin Chuan looked at Meow with a strange expression. Perhaps what? Meow was confused. It's nothing. I've found the Tao inducement that I want. Wait for me to collect it, then you can collect the others, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Meow nodded. As soon as Yin Chuan entered the main hall, the cyan heavenly Tao in his shunting acupoint began to tremble incessantly. He guided Yin Chuan to a green pillar not far away. That was the Tao guidance that Yin Chuan needed. Fortunately, Yin Chuan had found it. He walked up to the pillar. Yin Chuan reached out to touch it. Whoosh! The azure heavenly Tao in his shunting acupoint suddenly produced a suction force that sucked the pillar in. The green pillar suddenly disappeared. Rumble. Yin Chuan stood still in the main hall. In his shunting acupoint, the cyan heavenly Tao was trembling incessantly. As it trembled, the countless cracks on the heavenly Tao were slowly mending and recovering. I need to deduce for a while. You go and collect the others, Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow excitedly jumped toward the Tao guidance. In the outside world, countless experts stared at the spiritual perception palace. They didn't know what benefits Yin Chuan had obtained after entering. Behind the crowd, Old Man Baishan was also clenching his fists. Collect it, collect it, collect it. Old Man Baishan's eyes were filled with anxiety. The moment Yin Chuan extracted the cyan Tao guidance. Boom! A loud sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The loud sound reverberated through the entire spiritual perception world. Countless cultivators suddenly looked at the sky in astonishment. They didn't know where the thunder came from. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. I finally collected it. This world's heavenly Tao has finally become a rootless duckweed. A part of the 500 heavenly Tao that merged into one was finally separated. 1.5 million years. 1.5 million years. Old Man Baishan was so ecstatic that he was about to cry. Along with this loud bang, a loud sound was heard. Not far away, the sun that was surrounded by countless heavenly demons suddenly let out a loud sound. Boom! Many people turned their heads to look, only to see that a crack had appeared on the vast sun. A crack can appear on the sun? Countless cultivators were surprised. Old Man Baishan looked at the crack, and his eyes flashed with surprise. The head of the 1,000 suns, the cyan heavenly Tao? This person is really lucky. The first Tao guidance to be collected is the cyan heavenly Tao. Among the 3,000 heavenly Tao, the cyan heavenly Tao is one of the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, that bitch Shuan Miao was only able to mobilize this heavenly Tao because of a special reason. Old Man Baishan was surprised, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. As Miao collected the Tao guidance, more and more thunderous sounds were heard. Boom, 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 boom. Loud sounds were heard. Above the sun not far away, more and more cracks appeared. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. This person is really greedy? She actually wants to collect all the Tao guidance? Who do you think you are? A sage? Even a sage can't comprehend all of them. Collect it, collect it. 500 heavenly Tao clones gathered together. Now that they are scattered by your attacks, there are more and more flaws in this world. Ha ha ha. Old Man Baishan's face revealed a sinister expression. No one would have thought that the originally kind Old Man Baishan's face was now distorted and sinister. A strong resentment was emitted from his face. Old Man Baishan looked at the huge sun and the countless cracks above it. Old Man Baishan's eyes revealed a sinister expression. Suddenly, he drew a line in the sky. Boom! In the void, a huge crack appeared. On the other side of the crack, endless heavenly demons gathered. Come out quickly! Old Man Baishan shouted into the crack. Boom! Endless heavenly demons rolled out from all directions. The surrounding cultivators' faces suddenly changed. Old Man Baishan stared at the heavenly demons. Gradually, the countless heavenly demons scattered in all directions. Slowly, a figure wearing a black robe appeared. This was also a heavenly demon. However, it looked much more solid. It emitted a strong aura. Countless heavenly demons bowed respectfully to this black-robed figure. Blackthorn, heavenly demon god, under your command, destroy the sun. The sun has collapsed. Destroy it for me. Old Man Baishan revealed a sinister expression. Yes, the black-robed figure replied. Then, under his command, the rolling heavenly demons rushed towards the sun. They rushed towards the cracks in the sun as if they were risking their lives to perish together. Boom! The sun emitted a series of explosions. However, the heavenly demons did not hesitate and rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Around the sun, more and more heavenly demons gathered. They rolled towards the sun. The surrounding cultivators were also taken care of by the heavenly demons. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards the crowd. Old Man Baishan turned his head and glanced at the spiritual perception palace. He revealed a trace of an excited smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the spiritual perception realm below. The sun was ultimately too far away from the ground. Countless cultivators on the ground below heard the loud sounds. Although they noticed that there was a problem, they did not know what the problem was. What they saw in the sky was still the bright moon. However, with the continuous loud sounds, the moon seemed to be dimming. 10 days later, at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm, whoosh, whoosh, figures came in from the outside world. More and more cultivators rushed in. At the entrance, there were also many people waiting. A white-robed man entered. Immediately, a black-robed man rushed up. Master, quickly we found it. The peerless godly weapon has appeared. Also, we found Goddess Ji Chen's grave. Quickly. The black-robed man shouted excitedly. The white-robed man's eyes lit up. Is that so? Where is it? North, north. Many people went there. Many strong cultivators went there. However, the peerless godly weapon is too strong. No one got it. Master, we still have a chance. The black-robed man said excitedly. Good, good, let's go. The white-robed man said excitedly. At this moment, Old Man Baishan appeared at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. This was a huge black hole. The black hole led to the outside world. Old Man Baishan smiled coldly. Shua meow, you bitch. It's useless. Ha ha. Everything has its own destiny. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Suddenly, at the entrance, countless sky demons appeared and quickly occupied the entrance. What? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Just as that person exclaimed, a sky demon rushed into that man's body. Wong. The man trembled and stopped moving. Master, what happened to you? Someone at the side exclaimed. Sky demon entered the body. Not good. It's a sky demon. Let's go. No. I have to wait for my master. It's useless. It depends on your master's will. If your master's will can block the sky demon, then it's fine. If not, what if he can't block it? Just as the two of them were anxious, the man who was invaded by the sky demon suddenly bled from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground. Master, don't go. Let's go. Your master is dead. The sky demon has confused his mind. Your master's soul must have scattered. What a terrifying sky demon. They have condensed into a physical body. Let's go. If not, we'll die. Countless sky demons appeared. Everyone fled in panic. Old Man Baishan smiled and said, Look carefully. You can only enter and not leave. Ah, roar, the group of sky fiends kept shouting. Old Man Baishan smiled. Then, he followed the cultivators to the north. North, where Goddess Ji Chen's tomb was. 10 days ago, high in the sky, thousands of sky demons devoured the sun. Countless sky demons sacrificed their lives to perish together with the sun. At the same time, countless heavenly demons were heading towards the countless cultivators on the star. Roar! The sky demons rushed over. Ah, not good. Run. Oh no. The sky demons did not have a physical body. Weapons and treasures could not even touch their bodies. Even the protective chi of the cultivators could not stop the sky demons. In an instant, countless cultivators were attacked. More cultivators fled in panic. Wang Jian, Meng Rongrong, Meng Wenruo, and the others' faces changed. Dragon Fifth and the 7 fiends' eyes were also filled with fear. Roar! Dragon Fifth was anxious. Damn it! There's so many sky demons and sky demon gods. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. 7 demons said in despair. Chapter 11:57. Hall of Inspiration. Yan Chuan stood in the center of the hall and deduced the green heavenly Tao according to the Tao induction. The Tao induction only contained a rough outline of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was not just an outline. It contained endless laws and rules. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture was already at the 8th level. The heavenly Tao had a rough shape, but it was still lacking. There were countless cracks. These were the incomplete laws and laws. What Yin Chuan was doing now was to make up for them perfectly. Those who mended the heavens were blessed by the heavenly Tao. Every mender was a Tao god who understood the heavenly Tao the best. The height Yin Chuan reached in his previous life had already determined Yin Chuan's ability. Deducing? For others, it might take a long time. However, for Yin Chuan, who had already completed half of the heavenly Tao, it did not take long. Boom! Boom! Around Yin Chuan, layers and layers of green light surged. In the Heavens Hall Meridian, the cracks on the green heavenly Tao were recovering rapidly. The cracks were decreasing. The green light around Yin Chuan was also increasing. Meow. Meow had already collected all the Tao induction. At this moment, it looked at Yin Chuan tiredly, as if it was really tired. Its eyes were drowsy. Then, it curled up and fell asleep at Yin Chuan's feet. Rumble. Waves of green light burst out from Yin Chuan's body. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. Finally, 1 month later. Boom! Yin Chuan's Heaven's Hall Meridian suddenly burst out with thousands of green lights. The green lights instantly lit up the entire hall. Yin Chuan's aura seemed to have become much more sacred. In the outside world, there was a sudden explosion. Then, rays of light shot up to the sky from all directions. Celestial music floated in the air. Countless figures of divine beasts and immortal birds danced in the sky. There were countless auspicious signs. All the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. East Sea Dragon Palace. A group of dragon kings saw the celestial phenomenon and flew towards the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor looked up at the sky. An auspicious sign descending from the heavens. A celebration for the whole world? Someone else added another heavenly Tao? The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. West Outer Continent. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Taiji Palace. Wu Zhao, who was wearing a dragon robe, was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the world rumbled. Wu Jiong flung his sleeves and looked at the sky with a glint in his eyes. Then, his pupils turned golden. In his golden eyes, Wu Jiong saw a green illusion of the heavenly way slowly appear. As soon as the cyan heavenly Tao appeared, hundreds of heavenly Taos appeared. The leader of the 1,000 suns? Qing Tian Dao. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. Middle Heaven Continent, outside a hall. Zhao Afong raised his head to look at the sky. With a stretch of his hand, a wheel appeared in front of him. Zhao Afong quickly calculated. After calculating for a while, Zhao Afong suddenly revealed an excited smile. Qing Tian Dao, husband, you've succeeded, Zhao Afong said excitedly. In the 9 continents of the mortal realm and the 6 continents of the netherworld, countless powerhouses looked up at the sky. Yin Chuan was in the Inspiration Palace. At this moment, he was surrounded by merit that came out of nowhere. Endless merit poured into Yin Chuan's glabella. With the successful mending of the heavens, all the heavenly Taos generously bestowed a large amount of merit to Yin Chuan. Buzz! Yin Chuan opened his eyes. 2 beams of light appeared in his eyes. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has finally been perfected. Qing Tian Dao, the leader of the 1,000 suns? Unfortunately, mending the heavens cannot break through the shackles of the ancestral immortals. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Oh! Yin Chuan looked at his feet. Meow curled up at his feet and fell asleep. With a smile, Yin Chuan picked up Meow and walked to the entrance of the Inspiration Palace. Outside the Inspiration Palace, ding 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 ding, dong 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 dong. The sound of a zither echoed. Meng Rongrong's zither continued to play. Nearly 10,000 cultivators surrounded the dragon carriage. Outside, there were many corpses on the ground. More and more heavenly demons surrounded them, making the surroundings impenetrable. Fortunately, Meng Rongrong's zither Dao was powerful. Waves of sound techniques were released, and countless heavenly demons immediately turned against them. They blocked the advance of countless heavenly demons. However, there were too many heavenly demons. The circle around them was getting smaller and smaller. Meng Rongrong's forehead was sweating, as if she could not hold on any longer. The 7 fiends, Dragon Fifth, and 3 other Dao gods quickly supported the heavenly Daos. They blocked the heavenly demons' advance. "We can't. Sage King, come out." The 7 fiends cried out anxiously. Rumble. The Zither's resistance against the heavenly demons was getting weaker and weaker. In other words, the heavenly demons were getting stronger and stronger. Boom! There was a loud bang from the distant sun, and more cracks appeared. The originally scorching sun seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant. Standing in the void, the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial looked at the sun coldly. "Well done. Continue, destroy the sun of this world," the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. With that, the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial suddenly looked at the people in front of the Inspiration Palace who were resisting. Whoosh! The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wang Jian dashed forward instantly. Boom! Around Wang Jian, billowing murderous aura erupted. The blood-red murderous aura surged towards the heavenly demons, and countless heavenly demons retreated. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial looked at Wang Jian and was silent for a while. "Murderous aura? I feel that your power is incompatible with this world. Because of this incompatibility, you are unable to unleash your power perfectly." Wang Jian looked coldly at the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial and said, "The laws of heaven and earth are in conflict with me, but my murderous aura will not be in conflict. The heavenly demon of the weakest world? Do you want to try? The weakest world? Ha! Everyone thinks that this world is the weakest world. However, who would know that this is the first world to be born in Wuji? Young man, you are still too young," the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. "Young man? Ha ha ha!" Wang Jian laughed disdainfully. "One day you'll understand. Your murderous aura is indeed ruthless, and you might really be able to hurt me. It is not that I am afraid of you, but I have more important things to do. This time, I will spare your lives," the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial said indifferently. After speaking, the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial waved his hand. Boom! Countless heavenly demons immediately scattered in all directions. Countless cultivators' faces relaxed as a feeling of escaping death filled their bodies. All of them laughed excitedly. "Spare our lives? Who dares to be so arrogant?" Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind Wang Jian. Huh! Everyone looked over and saw that the Hall of Inspiration had opened. Yin Chuan walked out slowly with a sleeping kitten in one hand. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he looked coldly at the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial. "Greetings to the Sage King," Wang Jian and Meng Wenruo said respectfully. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial also turned to look at Yin Chuan. Clearly, he was surprised by the sudden appearance of this hothead. The surrounding cultivators' hearts were in their throats. They hoped that Yin Chuan would not anger the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial. However, why would Yin Chuan care about other people's thoughts? He took a step forward, and a powerful aura slowly pressed towards the heavenly demon. "Do you want to die?" the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial asked coldly. "It's not that I want to die. It's you who wants to die. You, who are neither human nor ghost, are qualified to say that you will spare my life?" Yin Chuan said coldly. "Humph. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial shouted. With a wave of his hand, the surging heavenly demons suddenly charged towards Yin Chuan. This time, there were more than 10 million of them. The surroundings were instantly dyed black by these heavenly demons. The horrifying heavenly demons charged towards Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong's expression changed. No. However, it was too late to play the zither. Under the control of the heavenly demon, the heavenly demons were several times faster. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. "Green heavenly Dao," Yin Chuan shouted coldly. "Wang, From Yin Chuan's body, a green heavenly Tao suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. Once the green heavenly Tao appeared, endless heat rushed towards the heavenly demons. Ah! Roar! The heavenly demons that were touched by the green heavenly Tao were incinerated. In an instant, 10 million heavenly demons were incinerated. The green heavenly Tao was still spreading to the outside world. As it spread, all the heavenly demons that came into contact with it were incinerated. The extreme yang qi was many times more intense than the yang qi of the sun not far away. Oh no! The heavenly demon suddenly shouted. Boom! The heavenly Tao exploded at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it swept across countless stars in all directions. With this spread, more than 90% of the heavenly demons were incinerated. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn was the focus of attention. He was suddenly knocked back more than 30,000 meters. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn stabilized himself. However, his arms were trembling violently. He looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan stood in front of everyone. At this moment, all the cultivators looked at Yin Chuan in shock. It can't be, right? Everyone could not resist the heavenly demons. Why did these heavenly demons look like ashes in front of Yin Chuan? Green heavenly Tao, the head of the 1,000 suns, wasn't it destroyed? The heavenly demon god Blackthorn shouted in horror. I do not reject the heavenly demons. However, as a heavenly demon, you must be clear about your position. The heavenly demons are just tools for cultivators to prove their Tao hearts. You can't do whatever you want in the world. The heavenly demon world is where you belong. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn fell silent. Let's go, Yin Chuan said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Although Meng Rongrong was a little conflicted, she still boarded Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Let's go, Wang Jian shouted. The dragon carriage carried Yin Chuan and his group and left quickly. When the other cultivators saw that Yin Chuan and his group were leaving, they immediately followed behind. They did not dare to stay. The surrounding cultivators left in a blink of an eye. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn silently watched Yin Chuan and his group leave. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn clenched his fists tightly. The heavenly demon world is where we belong? Ha ha! Without the heavenly demon world, how could you exist? Humph, humph. This world should belong to the heavenly demon world. The leader of the 1,000 suns? But the blazing sky demon? One day, I will beg the Lord to bestow the green heavenly Tao to me. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn said coldly. Roar! Ah! The surrounding heavenly demons slowly gathered. What are you looking at? Continue to destroy the sun. Go! The heavenly demon god Blackthorn shouted coldly. Countless heavenly demons immediately turned around and flew toward the sun in fear. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn turned around and commanded the countless heavenly demons to perish together with the sun. Chapter 1158. Jinlong Dominion, Great Ju Sacred Court, Royal Palace. Sage Monarch Peng Tianhe met a group of men in green. Greetings, seniors. It's my honor to have 5 Tao gods in my humble abode, Peng Tianhe said with a smile. The group of men in green nodded. The Azure Divine Monarch has instructed us to kill Bai Ditian. Where is he? The leader of the group, a man in green, asked. Peng Tianhe smiled faintly and said, Tao gods, it must have been tough for you to come all the way here. Rest for a while. I will send people to investigate quickly. Investigate quickly? Didn't you send a letter saying that you knew where Bai Ditian was? The leader of the group asked. Peng Tianhe smiled apologetically and said, Yes, I do know that Bai Ditian is in the Great Ju Sacred Court. However, I do not know where exactly. Seniors, the Azure Divine Monarch has requested to kill Bai Ditian, and I naturally do not dare to delay. However, if we rush over recklessly and scare Bai Ditian away, we will not be able to answer to the Azure Divine Monarch. The group of men in green thought for a while and nodded. After all, according to the information that Peng Tianhe had sent, Bai Detian's strength was not ordinary. Although Bai Detian could not defeat them, he might be able to escape. Everyone, please wait for a few days. After I have investigated everything, we will kill Bai Detian. With 5 Dao gods, even if Bai Detian is extremely powerful, he will not be able to escape death. Pang Tiana said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. I have arranged the best environment for everyone. Everyone, please. Pang Tiana said with a smile. The group of formidable martial artists nodded. After making the arrangements, Pang Tianhe returned to the study alone. The Azure Divine Monarch only wants to kill Bai Detian? Since he has sent 5 Dao gods, how can I not make good use of them? It is a pity that Yin Chuan's whereabouts have been unknown during this period. Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. Spiritual perception domain. The dragon carriage quickly headed towards the ground. 10 days later, the dragon carriage reached the ground. The cultivators following behind also gradually dispersed. Perhaps they cannot keep up with Yin Chuan and disappeared. On the dragon carriage, Miao was still asleep. Wang Jian, Meng Wenruo, and Su Sanyang stood outside. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong were standing in the hall. Come back with me, Yin Chuan said softly. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, Didn't you say so? Let time prove that I'm not ready. Yin Chuan looked deeply at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong lowered her head, not daring to look into Yin Chuan's eyes. She retreated slightly. Sigh. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Hearing Yin Chuan's sigh, Meng Rongrong felt as if her heart was being squeezed. She bit her lip. This is the last time. The next time we meet, you must come back with me, Yin Chuan suddenly said with a solemn expression. Yin Chuan was not good at talking about love. It was not that Yin Chuan did not understand love, but Yin Chuan's love was more restrained. You're so domineering. Meng Rongrong pouted slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. I'm not domineering, but I'm worried about you wandering outside. Yin Chuan shook his head. Because he was worried? Meng Rongrong's previous resentment disappeared by half. She no longer refuted. Holy King, we're here. Wang Jian's voice came from outside the hall. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a bang. Wang Jian, Meng Wenruo, and Su Sanyang stood respectfully outside the hall. Wenruo, you and your wife will stay in Huanan continent for the time being, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Wenruo immediately understood. She looked at Meng Rongrong and did not say anything in the end. Wang Jian, you will escort Meng Wenruo, Meng Rongrong, and Su Sanyang to the Eastern Territory. Come back when you're done. Yin Chuan looked at Wang Jian. Yes, Wang Jian replied. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Yin Chuan had thought everything through. This inexplicable feeling made Meng Rongrong's nose ache. At this moment, Meng Rongrong wanted to throw everything away and throw herself into Yin Chuan's arms. The resentment in her heart seemed to fade as Yin Chuan made arrangements again and again. Take care, Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong bit her lip and nodded. The two of them walked out of the hall. This was the entrance to the spiritual perception realm. However, at this moment, there were countless demons flying around the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. Roar! Countless demons surrounded the spiritual perception realm. They saw the dragon carriage from afar. Boom! Thousands of heavenly demons charged at them. Yin Chuan stared. Buzz! A Saiyan heavenly Dao rushed over. Whoosh! More than half of the demons at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm were burnt. For a moment, the other demons looked at Yin Chuan and the others in fear. Has Old Man Baishan been here? Meng Wenruo frowned. Old Man Baishan, this person looks extraordinary. Something big might happen in the spiritual perception realm. You guys go first, Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. Then what about you? Meng Rongrong asked worriedly. Me? In this spiritual perception realm, I am indebted to Goddess Ji Chun. I might not stop other things, but I will protect her corpse. I will not let those ungrateful people taint her corpse, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay, Be careful. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan watched as Wang Jian led the others out of the spiritual perception realm. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan was the only one left on the dragon carriage. The surrounding demons were afraid of Yin Chuan and did not dare to come forward. On the ground, more heavenly demons slowly emerged and blocked the entrance to the spiritual perception world. Old Man Baishan, using demons to block the entrance, only allowing entry and not exit, Yin Chuan frowned and thought, Holy King, Holy King. The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan looked at the 7 fiends. Holy King, look at the corpses on the ground that were killed by the demons. They have all turned into dried corpses. The 7 fiends shouted. Yin Chuan also noticed the 7 fiends shout. The corpses on the ground seemed to have had their blood sucked out, but there were no wounds on their bodies. It's the suction force from the ground. Holy King, I'm a nether dragon, so I'm more sensitive to the power of darkness. There's an evil force under the ground that incites the demons to suck out the blood of the corpses at the same time. The 7 fiends immediately said, Under the ground? The power of darkness? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It's the evil Yin force. However, it's still a far cry from the Holy King's way of the heavens. Holy King, I'm not bragging, but you're the strongest Taoist god I've ever seen. No one can compare to you. The 7 demons flattered. Dragon first looked at them with disdain. Disdain my ass. Are all the dragon kings from the East Sea Dragon Palace stupid? The 7 fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth was furious when he heard the 7 fiends criticizing the East Sea Dragon Palace. He pounced on the 7 fiends. The 7 fiends did not want to be outdone. The sound came from the north last time. Fly north, Yin Chuan said calmly. The 2 dragons immediately stopped fighting and obediently pulled the carriage towards the north. Yin Chuan ignored the 2 dragons. As the 2 dragons flew, they slandered each other. Along the way, Yin Chuan saw many dried corpses. Their blood was being sucked out by the ground. The number of demons on the ground seemed to be increasing. However, after flying for a few days, they could no longer see any demons. It was as if the demons in this area were all gone. Rumble. In the mountains in the distance, there were rumbling sounds. Looking from afar, endless light shot into the sky. Hurry, Yin Chuan said. The 2 dragons immediately pounced. In the blink of an eye, they were close. There were huge mountains in the surroundings. At the peak of each mountain, there were 5 forces. Yin Chuan immediately saw Meng Lingtian and the others. They were obviously disciples of the Easter Training Hall. The leader was an extremely handsome man in white. Yin Chuan noticed his fierce aura from afar. Yin Chuan looked over. The man seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Dongfang Bubi? Yin Chuan's expression changed. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi saw Yin Chuan and instantly reacted. Obviously, his disciple had described him. When he saw Yin Chuan, Dongfang Bubi nodded slightly. After all, Dongfang Bubi and Li Si were familiar with each other. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the other mountains. The experts on the other 4 mountains looked at Yin Chuan and stared at the valley. In the valley, it was a sea of vines. Endless vines swam quickly and covered the entire sea of vines. From the gaps in the sea of vines, rays of light rushed out. It was as if the sea of vines had trapped countless experts inside. Wow! The sea of vines churned. Suddenly, a huge green monster emerged from the sea of vines. Vine demon? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't this sea of vines the appearance of the vine demon in the past? And that green monster, wasn't that the original body of the vine demon? Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 7th. He had already given it to his son. Why was it here? Was Yin Dong? And here too? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Suddenly, he saw the words on the vine demon. Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 6th. 6th? Not 7th? Yin Chuan was slightly shocked. All along, Yin Chuan thought that there were a series of exceptional godly weapons, and the vine demon was only 7th. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Seventh wasn't the order of the exceptional godly weapons, but the number of the vine demon. There was more than one vine demon in this world. There were at least 7. Wow. The vine demon quickly twisted countless vines, stirring up the experts inside. Heavenly way, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. About 10 heavenly ways shot up from the center of the sea of vines, but the vine demons still trapped all the Tao gods below. Exceptional godly weapon? It is indeed an exceptional godly weapon. 10 Tao gods are trapped under it. Qisha exclaimed. Wow! The vine demon shouted arrogantly. On the surrounding mountains, including Dongfang Bubi, the 5 exceptional godly weapons didn't interfere. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from inside the sea of vines. All Tao gods hold the sea of vines. I will break it. Okay. Shouts came from inside the sea of vines. Heavenly sword of Dugu. A loud roar came. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 9 huge sword forces rushed out from the sea of vines. The sword forces shot up into the sky, tearing the air and the wind. In an instant, it was like a big explosion, cutting down countless giant vines. In an instant, with the 9 sword forces as the center, billions of sword chi burst out like a blooming sword lotus. Suddenly, the vine demon's vines were shattered. Wow! The vine demon cried out in pain. Chapter 1159. Wah! The vine demon was torn apart by the billions of sword chi below, instantly exploding into billions of fragments. The peerless divine weapon instantly shattered. Boom! Countless fragments exploded in all directions. The scenery under the sea of vines was completely exposed. A huge golden palace. In front of the palace stood Dog God and Old Man by Shan. Old Man by Shan controlled tens of thousands of sky demons and blocked the outside world with Dog God. On the ground, thousands of corpses were strewn everywhere. At this moment, close to 10,000 cultivators surrounded the two and the palace in circles. 9 of them had heavenly Daos behind them, and each of them had their own heavenly Daos. Countless experts held their swords and stared at the golden palace. The palace had the words, "Evil suppressing golden palace" on it. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Without Goddess Ji Chun, you wouldn't be here today. Ungrateful things. Do you really want to dig up Goddess Ji Chen's grave, leaving Goddess Ji Chen's corpse in the wilderness? Today you dare to touch Goddess Ji Chen's corpse. In the future, you will be hunted down by the world. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Dog God, everything is fated. Sigh. Old Man by Shan's side. Senior, thank you. Without you, my companions, and I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Everyone else is dead, but I will hold on until the end to protect Goddess Ji Chen's last breath of peace. Dog God thanked Old Man by Shan. Ji Chen saved the world. How can I not come when there are evil people digging up her grave? The treasure in the evil suppressing golden palace is the hope Goddess Ji Chen left for the world. How can I let these evil people have their way? Old Man by Shan said hatefully. Treasure? The hope of the world? The eyes of all the cultivators surrounding the evil suppressing golden palace lit up. There are no treasures in the evil suppressing golden palace. Only Goddess Ji Chen's corpse. Dog God frowned. Is that so? Seems like my information was wrong. There is only Goddess Ji Chen's corpse inside. No matter what, I will help you. These evil people don't even think about tainting Goddess Ji Chen. Old Man by Shan shouted. But Old Man by Shan's words seemed to make things worse. The 10,000 cultivators around didn't believe him. They looked at the evil, suppressing golden palace with anticipation. Dog God looked anxious. Dog God, Goddess Ji Chen must have taught you how to control the evil suppression golden palace. Use it to maximize its defense. Unless everyone attacks at the same time, no one will be able to break through the golden palace. I will use the heavenly demons to disrupt them. Old Man by Shan shouted. All right, Dog God replied. He then stepped onto the golden palace. His hands glowed with golden light as he touched the roof of the golden palace. Buzz! The evil-suppressing golden palace suddenly emitted a bright golden light. This was the last line of defense. On the other hand, Old Man by Shan summoned more and more heavenly demons. 100,000, a million, densely packed together. Senior, no matter what the outcome is, Dog God will never forget. Dog God shouted. Old Man by Shan nodded. However, the 10,000 cultivators in the surroundings looked at each other, and their eyes gradually turned cold. The evil-suppressing old man said that as long as they attacked together, they would be able to break open the Golden Palace. For a moment, all of them were looking forward to it. On the top of the 6 mountain peaks, Yin Chuan and the experts of the 5 forces raised their eyebrows at the same time. Bai Shan Old Man was not helping Dog God at all. Dog God, be careful of Old Man Bai Shan. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and shouted. Dog God looked up. Humph! He snorted coldly and ignored Yin Chuan, as if he thought that Yin Chuan was also a gravedigger. In the distance, Old Man Bai Shan looked at Yin Chuan with a meaningful look. Suddenly, Meng Lingtian's scream came from behind Dongfang Bubi. Everyone looked over. They saw that one of the fragments of the vine demon that were scattered all over the sky had fallen on Meng Lingtian's head. This fragment was still emitting a faint green light, like a seed. The vine demon? The vine demon was not destroyed. It was beaten to its original form. The peerless divine weapon is still here. As long as it is nourished, the peerless divine weapon can be restored to its peak. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were excited. Everyone had seen the power of the peerless divine weapon with their own eyes. Although Dog God and another Dao God canceled each other out, there were still 8 Dao Gods and nearly 10,000 cultivators. Even Dugabatian. How could a peerless divine weapon trap so many experts? Wasn't this a precious treasure? Many people's attention shifted to the vine demon. Seeing this, Old Man Bai Shan's face darkened. He immediately said, Dog God, it seems like these people don't want the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. That's great. Hearing Old Man Bai Shan's words, everyone's face changed again. They all turned to look. Dugabatian took a step forward and shouted, I was the one who destroyed the vine demon, so this seed is also mine. I will not interfere with the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. Many experts' faces darkened. What? You don't agree? Humph! If I say it's mine, then it's mine. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, I will fight to the death with him. Dugabatian said hatefully. Dugabatian's roar made everyone's face sink. Obviously, Dugabatian was notorious. Everyone turned to look at the Golden Palace. Dugabatian, however, took a step forward and rushed toward Meng Lingtian. Swish! Dugabatian suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lingtian. Brat, give me the vine demon, Dugabatian said coldly. A powerful aura rushed toward Dongfang Bubi and the others, causing a storm to rise. Meng Lingtian's face darkened. Sect Master, this is a vine demon bestowed by heaven. Please deal with it. Meng Lingtian respectfully handed it over to Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently, Since it's a vine demon bestowed to you, you should keep it. Meng Lingtian said in shock. This sect master naturally hasn't reached the level of snatching treasures from disciples. Keep it well. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Yes, thank you, sect master. Meng Lingtian immediately shouted excitedly. But Dugabatian's eyes were cold. Humph, do you think you can take this sovereign's things? Dugabatian said coldly. Dongfang Bubi looked at Dugabatian, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This cold light was like a sword intent that rushed toward Dugabatian. This sword intent wasn't vast, but it was filled with a sinister aura. Dugabatian had never seen such a sinister aura before. Scram! Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Ha, you want me to scram? You're courting death. Dugabatian shouted angrily. Boom! A powerful sword intent slashed toward Dongfang Bubi. The powerful sword intent pounced like a ferocious tiger and stabbed toward Dongfang Bubi's forehead. Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes, and a cold light shot out from them. With Dongfang Booby as the center, the void around him shook violently. A white light shot toward Dugabatian. Boom! Dugabatian's sword in 10 exploded. His entire body froze in the air. There was a hole in his forehead. Hiss! The experts on the surrounding peaks all felt their hearts skip a beat. Many people didn't see what happened, but it was already over. All they saw was a white light. White light. Many people didn't understand, but Yin Chuan saw it. What a fast sword. The sword is unconventional, but it's extremely fast. This isn't the orthodox sword Dao, but the unorthodox sword Dao. But the unorthodox sword Dao is actually so fast. Fast, Yin Chuan exclaimed. In the air, Dugu Baishan's sword pierced through his forehead. His tenacious vitality left him on the verge of death. No, I have the Dugu Heavenly Sword, and I haven't used the Purple Firmament sword technique. I have countless shocking sword techniques. Dugu Batian said with difficulty. Dugu Batian knew that it was over, but the unwillingness in his heart made him resentful. I only use one sword to kill, Dongfang Booby said coldly. On the other side, countless experts attacked the evil suppression Golden Palace at the same time. More than 10,000 experts attacked with heavenly energy, divine swords, and heavenly sabers. Dog God, activate the Golden Palace with all your might. Old Man by Shan shouted. Okay. Dog God quickly activated the Golden Palace. The evil suppression Golden Palace instantly erupted with billions of golden light. It exploded with the strongest power and defensive power to block everything. Heavenly demons, go! Old Man by Shan shouted. While all the experts were worried, the countless heavenly demons suddenly rushed toward the Dog God. Boom! Tens of thousands of heavenly demons entered his body. Dog God's soul was instantly impacted. Dog God trembled, and the power he used to control the Golden Palace suddenly became chaotic. The evil suppression Golden Palace, which was originally shining with billions of golden light, instantly dimmed. Its strongest defense was instantly removed. Boom! At this moment, countless forces crashed into the evil suppression Golden Palace. Boom! The tremendous force sent the Dog God flying. Around the evil suppression Golden Palace, the powerful force caused the void to shake, and nothing could be seen clearly. Dog God screamed in pain. Bam! Suddenly, a hand caught Dog God. It was Yin Chuan who caught Dog God. At the same time, the power of the Azure Heavenly Path surged into Dog God's body. Bam! Countless heavenly demons were instantly incinerated. Dog God instantly came to his senses, but he was most worried about the evil suppression Golden Palace. No! Dog God shouted in shock, but it was all too late. Everyone's attack had severely damaged the Golden Palace, which had the weakest defense. Rumble! The ground cracked. Wisps of black evil energy were emitted from the ground. Nearly 10,000 cultivators looked over and saw countless cracks on the Golden Palace. The door of the Golden Palace was blasted open. Everyone saw the interior. Inside, there was only a coffin, a huge coffin. There was nothing else. Nothing was there. There were no treasures. Is that really the corpse of goddess Ji Chen? Someone exclaimed. No, we have been tricked. That Baishan old man, that old man. Everyone looked at Baishan old man. Dog God looked at Baishan old man angrily. Traitor, you lied to me, Dog God pounced on Baishan old man. Whoosh, but he missed. Baishan old man was just a projection, not a real body. Ha ha ha, I lied to you. Not only you, but your companions were also killed by me using heavenly demons to distract them. Ha! The evil suppression Golden Palace is finally broken. Finally broken. Ha ha! Baishan old man's face suddenly became ferocious. Traitor! Traitor! Dog God roared in grief. Wong! Above the countless cracks in the evil suppression Golden Palace, a huge projection slowly appeared. Slowly, the projection condensed into a form. A human head with a snake body. Goddess Ji Chun. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Not far away, Dugu Baishan's corpse fell to the ground. Dongfang Booby also stared at Goddess Ji Chun. Almost everyone looked at Goddess Ji Chun. Goddess Ji Chen's projection slowly appeared. The evil suppression golden palace is finally broken. Sigh. Goddess Ji Chen's projection sighed. Goddess, is that you? Is that you? Dog God suddenly ran in front of Goddess Ji Chen. Dog God, you're still here. I am just a remnant thought of Goddess Ji Chen. I am attached to the corpse of the goddess. When the corpse was disturbed, I woke up. Goddess Ji Chen said, It's them, goddess, it's them. Those traitors, they dug up your tomb. We couldn't stop them. Dog God cried. Around them, the nearly 10,000 experts who attacked the evil suppression golden palace had ugly expressions. Not only did they end up empty-handed, they also had to face Goddess Ji Chen's blame. Sigh. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. At this moment, Yinchuan also noticed that the people of the 5 factions who didn't participate in the battle were also sighing. Although they entered the spiritual world, they didn't make a move. That was because the 5 factions still respected Goddess Ji Chen. But the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the valley were a different story. Ha ha ha. Little girl Ji Chen, do you still recognize me? Old man Baishan was in a good mood. 100 evil, old demon? Congratulations, you're finally going to escape. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. 100 evil, old demon? Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. Old man Baishan, 100 evil, old demon? Ha ha, spiritual world, it's been 1.5 million years. Do you know how it feels to be poisoned for 1.5 million years? That bitch Xuan Miao used 500 extreme, young heavenly Tao clones to form a spiritual world to poison me? You're just a guard, just a guard? Old man Baishan roared. You're just a guard, yet you spent such a price to build the evil suppression golden palace? But it's still broken, it's still broken. I'm going to come out, and everyone who hurt me will pay the price. Roar. 100 evil old demon roared with a ferocious expression. The heavens are dead, and the heavenly Tao has collapsed. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You won't be able to take revenge. Goddess Ji Chen's virtual image shook her head. Even if it's dead, I'll still whip its corpse. I'll whip the corpse of everyone who hurt me, including you. I'll grind your bones to dust. Roar, 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 roar. 100 evil old demon roared. From the cracks in the ground, countless heavenly demons rushed to the sky. Following 100 evil old demons' hand, they rushed towards the golden palace. Crash! The golden palace, which was already in ruins, collapsed. Goddess Ji Chen's final remnant will look at 100 evil old demon one last time. 100 evil old demon, I hope you cherish the world and the people. Goddess Ji Chen's remnant will slowly fade away. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion sounded. Above the starry sky, the dim moon exploded with a loud bang. Vaguely, everyone saw the heavenly Tao appear one after another. Boom! A heavenly Tao exploded with a loud bang, causing the entire world to shake. Not good. The spiritual world is about to collapse. Someone shouted. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards Goddess Ji Chen's coffin. No, roar. Dog God rushed over. But there were too many heavenly demons, and Dog God was instantly invaded. Suddenly, Yinchuan appeared beside Goddess Ji Chen's coffin. He grabbed the coffin and Dog God and appeared on the dragon carriage. Let's go, Yinchuan ordered. Roar, roar. 2 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the outside world. The spiritual world collapsed, and cracks appeared in the void. The dragon carriage instantly entered the cracks and exited the spiritual world. At this moment, countless experts were fleeing in panic from all directions. The heavenly Tao of the spiritual world exploded one after another, and the world became unstable. On the ground, black gas rushed into the sky. Billions of heavenly demons rushed out and charged towards the countless cultivators. 100 evil old demons' virtual image had already disappeared. But deep within the cracks, 100 evil old demons' voice sounded. Roar, I'm finally out. Blood, I want endless blood. 100 evil old demons' voice came from the depths of the earth. Countless cultivators were killed by the heavenly demons. Their blood was instantly sucked into the depths of the earth. Rumble. Outside the spiritual world, the entire spiritual weave suddenly experienced a huge earthquake. Cracks appeared in the entire spiritual weave. Countless experts rushed over from the outside world and looked around in fear. An extremely evil aura was emitted from the depths of the earth. I, 100 evil old demon, am finally out. Roar. The loud roar echoed throughout the entire spiritual weave. Chapter 1160. Outside the Afflatus Dominion. Yin Xuan, Dongfeng Bubi, Gongyang Benlei, and countless other experts were standing on the surface of the ocean, looking at the Afflatus Dominion. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the Afflatus Dominion's land to crack. Billowing malevolent aura filled the sky as heavenly demons surged out. Countless cultivators were instantly struck and quickly fell to the ground. Once they died, their blood was immediately extracted. The providence and merit of the sacred halls and dojos in the Afflatus Dominion were forcefully extracted. Ha, Xuamiao, you bastard. You seal me for one. 5 million years, but you still let me out in the end. Evil old demon's arrogant voice rang out. To celebrate the birth of this old demon, all living beings of the Afflatus Dominion, offer your blood. Ha ha! Evil old demon laughed maniacally. This old demon is an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal stronger than goddess, Zhichen? Dog God, who was in human form, trembled. Countless experts were present, but none of them dared to charge in. Vile spawn, how dare you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the void. Following the roar, the sky above the Afflatus Dominion shone brightly, and a vast heavenly might descended from the sky. Amidst the heavenly might, Yin Xuan saw a huge white pillar that went straight into the depths of the Afflatus Dominion. Boom! The pillar slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless plum blossoms spread out in all directions. Wherever the plum blossoms went, the malevolent aura dissipated. However, there was too much malevolent aura. For a moment, the plum blossoms and malevolent aura clashed. Plum blossoms? It's Sage Sheeman. Dog God was overjoyed. Sage. Yin Xuan's expression turned serious. Yes, Sage Sheeman is here. This evil old demon is doomed. He's a sage, the strongest existence in the world. Dog God clenched his fists excitedly, looking at the vast Afflatus Dominion. Yin Xuan had mixed feelings for a moment. Return. Yin Xuan called to the 2 dragons. Roar, roar. 7 fiends and Dragon 5th immediately gave a long howl, then turned and flew towards the east. Evil old demon's world was a dominion, and with the arrival of a sage was there. It would be a pity not to watch such a scene. However, since Yin Xuan had given the order, the 2 dragons could only helplessly fly towards the east with hidden bitterness. Leave? Why? Dog God was shocked. Yin Xuan shook his head. A battle between saints? Huh. Yin Xuan felt bitter in his heart. Now that his cultivation was too low, what was the point of looking at it? He had to recover to the ancestral immortal level as soon as possible. Yin Xuan felt uncomfortable as he drove back to the imperial court. As for the battle between the saints that countless cultivators were fighting to watch, Yin Xuan was not interested in it at all. No matter how strong his power was, could it compare to his own body? He had to find a way to dispel the ancestral immortal's restrictions as soon as possible. Seeing Yin Xuan insist on leaving, the dog god stopped arguing. I'm a dog god. Thank you for saving my life twice. May I know your name? Dog god asked. Yin Xuan of the Great Perfection Holy Court. Yin Xuan nodded. Yin Di? Previously, I was stupid and was deceived by 100 evil old demon. My benefactor suggested it, but I insisted on doing it, causing Goddess Shichen's evil-suppressing golden palace to fail. If not for Yin Di, Goddess Shichen's corpse would have. Dog God said with regret. Shichen? After all, she is the benefactor of the world, so I can't ignore her. Moreover, I also benefited from her this time. Since the tomb has been destroyed, Let's move it to my Zhenlong territory. With me here, no one can touch Zhichen's tomb, Yinchuan said solemnly. Dog God opened his mouth and wanted to ask for Goddess Zhichen's coffin, but when he thought of his previous mistakes, he was too ashamed to ask for Goddess Zhichen's coffin. For a moment, Dog God was dejected. Dog God, what are your plans for the future? Yinchuan asked. I don't know, Dog God said bitterly. Return to Zhenlong territory with me and continue to guard Goddess Zhichen's tomb. Don't let any rascals come near it. At the same time, invite all the cultivators in the world to pay respects to Goddess Zhichen. Regain the gratitude of the world. Yinchuan said. Hearing Yinchuan's words, Dog God's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you, Yindi, Dog God said emotionally. Dog God's biggest dream was to guard Goddess Zhichen's tomb. Now, continuing to guard it was the best home for Dog God. Goddess Zhichen has been dead for almost 1,000,000 years, right? Are you also trapped in the ancient immortal realm? Yinchuan looked at Dog God. Dog God smiled bitterly and said, in the spiritual world, I have no chance of becoming an ancestral immortal. Oh, Yinchuan's eyes lit up. No chance? What do you mean no chance? Yinchuan asked curiously. Yindi, you don't know the way to become an ancestral immortal? Dog God said in surprise. When Dog God said that, Yinchuan's eyes flashed with joy. Roar! The 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also shouted excitedly. The 7 fiends had been waiting for 20,000 years without finding a way. Could it be that Dog God knew the way? You don't know? Can you tell me? Yinchuan asked solemnly. Dog God was slightly stunned and said, It's not impossible. It's not a secret. You don't think it's a secret, but there are very few cultivators in the world who know about it. Yinchuan said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Dog God's expression changed. Yinchuan looked at Dog God, and the 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also pricked up their ears to listen. It's indeed impossible for anyone in the world to become an ancestral immortal. However, I heard from Goddess Zhichen that when heaven died, its last remnant will gather all the ancestral immortals in the world to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and placed a curse on all living beings in the world, the curse of blood. Dog God said. Curse of blood? Yinchuan was puzzled. Yes, the curse of blood states that all living beings born in this world have a fixed number of ancestral immortals. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one become an ancestral immortal. Dog God said. Oh, this is a curse on the fate of all living beings. Only when you kill an ancestral immortal can your curse be lifted. Of course, there are extremely lucky people. If an ancestral immortal kills an ancestral immortal, one dead will be replaced by another. However, this requires great luck for the ancient immortal to encounter it. Dog God explained. Yinchuan did not pay attention to the latter part of the sentence. However, the first part of the sentence made Yinchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, it's not luck. There's a curse of blood on my fate. As long as I kill an ancestral immortal, the curse will be lifted. I can break through to the ancestral immortal realm. Yinchuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Killing an ancestral immortal as an ancient immortal. If you succeed, the ancient immortal will definitely become a peerless hero. When he becomes an ancestral immortal, he will definitely become a fierce ancestral immortal. Our world, the weakest world, has already collapsed. Heaven also knows how weak the weakest world is, so it thought of this method. In order to strengthen itself and prevent all living beings in the world from being completely destroyed, it placed this curse. It's to change the ancestral immortals of this world. Dog God nodded affirmatively. Although the curse of blood is too vicious, it makes each generation of ancestral immortals stronger than the previous. What a tragic curse. Yinchuan nodded his head. Roar! Dragon Fifth let out a cry of surprise. An ancient immortal killing an ancestral immortal? Are you kidding? They're not even on the same level. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth nodded. I understand now. No wonder the world has never heard of the curse of blood. The ancestral immortal must have deliberately kept it a secret. Which ancestral immortal would be foolish enough to say that killing himself would make him an ancestral immortal? The 7 fiends were enlightened. In Emperor, ancestral immortals are not easy to kill. It's too difficult. Even now, I don't have the confidence to do it. Dog God said. Yin Chuan smiled. The gloominess he felt from not being able to interfere in the battle between Fiend and the saints instantly dissipated. Just because you don't have the confidence doesn't mean I don't either. No matter what, this information of yours is extremely useful to me and Great Jun. Yin Chuan thanks you. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This is nothing. Dog God said blankly. Ha ha ha. To me, this information is more important than mending the heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan laughed loudly. Yin Chuan was in a good mood, but the 7 fiends pulling the carriage in front were conflicted. After waiting for 20,000 years, they actually received such a ridiculous piece of news. Kill an ancestral immortal? What a joke. How could an ancient immortal defeat an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal could easily defeat 100 of you. True Dragon Domain. Great Jun Holy Court, Xianyang. At this moment, Great Jun was operating as usual. But at this moment, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the south of Xianyang. They were all dressed in green and flying high in the sky. There were 21 figures in total, and one of them was the leader. Azure sky, blazing, sun formation. The leader of the group, a man dressed in green, said, "Yes." The 20 subordinates shouted in unison. Whoosh! They quickly surrounded Xianyang and flew up. Who is it? The guards of Great Jun immediately shouted. However, the 20 subordinates were already in position. Formation rise. The leader in green in the south shouted. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly shot up from the north. Boom! 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 To the east, south, and west, a huge heavenly Tao emerged from each of them. Boom! 4 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded the entire Xianyang. Buzz! The 4 heavenly Tao burst out with dazzling light at the same time. Then, as if they were connected, the 4 heavenly Tao connected together to form a huge square heavenly Tao wall that surrounded the entire Xianyang. Million Dragons Formation. Sufu's voice suddenly came from Xianyang. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars came from the ground. The formation rose from all directions of Xianyang. It defended against the attacks of the heavenly Tao outside. All the green and green got into formation. Only their leader remained in the sky. He coldly looked at the skyward palace inside the Million Dragons Formation. A large number of officials quickly gathered. Lu Buwei flung his sleeves and glared. For Tao gods? They were sent by the Great Extinction Holy Court. Tao gods setting up a formation. This is going to be troublesome. This is a formation set up with heavenly Tao. Yifeng said in a low voice. Lu Buwei looked at the sky and said coldly, "Oomph. When we were playing with heavenly Tao, these guys were still playing with mud. Minister Lu, look at that person." Meng Tian pointed at the leader in green in the sky. The leader in green reached out and gathered a portion of heavenly Tao in each direction. In his hand, 4 heavenly Taos gathered, forming a huge 4-colored ball of light. The ball of light carried a powerful destructive force, causing the void to tremble. He can mobilize multiple heavenly Taos? An ancestral immortal? Lu Buwei's face suddenly sank. At that moment, above the sea of providence, Yin Chuan's statue suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. An ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan's statue suddenly spoke. The ancestral immortal in the distance was slightly stunned. The statue spoke, but so what? As long as I'm here, Xianyang will be destroyed today. Lu Buwei, Yin Chuan's statue called out. Here, Lu Buwei replied. You will be in charge of Xianyang's military. If necessary, use the terracotta army. Remember, stall this ancestral immortal for me. Don't let him escape. Yin Chuan's statue called out. Yes, your majesty, Lu Buwei replied. Ancestral immortal. Don't let me escape? Is Yin Chuan's brain damaged? Chapter 1161. Xianyang, Chaodian Palace Square. More and more officials gathered. All of them stared at the sky with solemn expressions. The azure-clothed man with the 4 balls of light in his hand stared coldly at skyward palace. Where is Bai Ditian? Also, where is Yin Chuan? The man in the sky asked in a deep voice. Lu Buwei smiled and took a step forward. I'm the Prime Minister of Great Zhun, Lu Buwei. May I know who you are? Why did you use this formation to trap my Xianyang? The azure-robed man sneered. The huge ball of light in his hand smashed towards Xianyang. The faces of Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and the others immediately turned gloomy. The group of generals wanted to rush forward in anger. Who? Lu Buwei opened his arms wide, and his wide sleeves shook violently, blocking everyone as he stared fixedly at the sky. The light ball collided with the great formation of Xianyang. Ong! The great formation of Xianyang shook violently. In the midst of the shaking, a storm rolled up in all directions. The interior of the formation was no longer as impregnable as before. Instead, the interior of Xianyang was shaking violently. Countless houses collapsed. The array trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Countless officials had gloomy expressions. Even so, Lu Buwei did not allow anyone to make a move. Prime Minister, the sage monarch allowed us to use the terracotta soldiers. Meng, he said anxiously. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, the Holy King's ultimate goal is to delay them. But Meng Yi frowned. Meng Tian pulled Meng Yi over and told him not to interrupt. Ouch! Some of the injured citizens in Xianyang started to cry out in pain. Disciples of the Eastern Faction Depot, save the people and protect them, Lu Buwei shouted. Yes, Lu Gang replied. High up in the sky, the azure-robed man who had almost destroyed the great formation of Xianyang sneered. Xianyang City? Indeed extraordinary, to actually be able to block my 4 strands of origin returning chi. The azure-clothed man sneered. Sir, where do you come from? Why are you making things difficult for me, Great Zhun? Lu Buwei shouted again. All right, I want you to know that we are disciples of the Azure Divine Palace of the Absolute Palace. The Azure Divine King is my brother. On the orders of the Azure Divine King, kill Bai Ditian. At the same time, kill Yin Chuan. The azure-robed man laughed evilly. How dare you? The courtiers were enraged. However, Lu Buwei waved his sleeves again, blocking the fury of the ministers. Azure Divine King? I heard that the Absolute Palace has 12 palaces. Is the Azure Divine Palace one of the top 3 palaces in the 12 palaces? Lu Buwei laughed. Oh, you actually know about my Absolute Palace? The azure-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Who doesn't know that the Jew Palace is powerful? They controlled 6 territories in the outer eastern continent and were one of the strongest forces in the outer eastern continent. It's hard not to know, Lu Buwei said with a smile. It's good that you know, the green-robed man said in a deep voice. Since you're the younger brother of the Azure God King, I presume you're the Emperor Greenfire who became an ancestral immortal 3,000 years ago? Lu Buwei laughed. You're quite knowledgeable, Emperor Greenfire said in a deep voice. Emperor Greenfire? It doesn't matter if you want to meet my holy monarch or Bai Ditian. Unfortunately, you've come the wrong time, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, you saw it just now? The holy monarch returned through the statue. He's on a trip outside and Bai Ditian is with him. They're not in the court. Lu Buwei said. Humph, where did they go? Emperor Greenfire asked in a deep voice. I don't know where exactly. However, you heard what the holy monarch said just now. The Holy Monarch and Bai Ditian are rushing back at full speed. If you don't mind, you can wait here, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Humph, Peng Tian has said that the courtiers of Great Zhun are all cunning. Before I came, I promised Peng Tianhe that I would help him destroy Xianyang and kill Yin Chuan. Since Yin Chuan hasn't returned, I'll destroy Xianyang first, Emperor Greenfire said in a deep voice. Wait. Lu Buwei shouted. Oh, you want to beg for mercy? Emperor Greenfire, I don't care why you agreed to destroy Xianyang. However, have you forgotten something? This is the center of Great Jun. If you have the ability to destroy it, the holy monarch above the Sea of Providence will sense it. Bai Detian will also know. When that happens, I'm not sure if Bai Detian will return. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, "Oh." Emperor Greenfire raised his eyebrows. "The holy monarch asked me to keep all of you here. All of you have to wait for the holy monarch to return. Why don't you wait for a while? After a while, when Bai Detian returns, we can talk about our grievances in detail." Lu Buwei said, "Oh." Emperor Greenfire was slightly taken aback. He felt that something wasn't right. However, Lu Buwei's words were reasonable. Yin Xuan and Bai Detian were rushing back. If he destroyed Xianyang and Bai Detian escaped, he wouldn't be able to answer to his brother. He would wait for a while. Lu Buwei saw that Emperor Greenfire was tempted and smiled. "Since there's still some time, and all of you have to wait for the holy monarch and Bai Detian, why don't you rest and have a cup of tea?" "Have a cup of tea?" Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. "The holy monarch and Bai Detian won't be back for a day or two. If all of you don't mind, during this time, we can entertain all of you. We can play chess and drink wine while waiting for the holy monarch and Bai Detian to return." Lu Buwei smiled. Emperor Greenfire. The group of experts in green. Their murderous intent was completely extinguished by Lu Buwei's words. "Play chess? Have a cup of tea? Are we here to have fun? We are here to kill." Emperor Greenfire tried his best to look aggressive. "Everyone, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that since we are waiting, there's no point in wasting time like this. Am I right?" Lu Buwei smiled. With every sentence that Lu Buwei said, the atmosphere changed a little. As they spoke, they felt that something was amiss. It was as though they were old friends who had met. Lu Buwei's words were just right. They were neither close nor distant. Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. He felt that something was amiss. It was extremely awkward. "We are here to kill all of you," Emperor Greenfire said coldly again. "I know, but we haven't killed anyone yet. Let's wait for the holy monarch and Bai Detian to return." "What does drinking tea have to do with killing?" Lu Buwei said blankly. Indeed, drinking tea had nothing to do with killing. Emperor Greenfire's brain couldn't handle it. He tried to think of the wrong elements in Lu Buwei's words. "Everyone, why don't we do it here? I'll send people to prepare a banquet." Lu Buwei pointed at the square of Skyward Hall. "A banquet?" The group of people in green looked at Emperor Greenfire strangely. Emperor Greenfire was at a loss as well. He had come with murderous intent. Now that Lu Buwei said that, he seemed to be extremely embarrassed. "Humph, cunning official of Great Jun. Play chess. Drink tea. Leave it for the netherworld. Wait? So what? Trap Xianyang and wait for Yin Xuan and Bai Detian to return." Emperor Greenfire shouted angrily. As he spoke, he retreated into the array. Lu Buwei sighed slightly, as if he was regretting that he couldn't play chess with Emperor Greenfire. In the array, Emperor Greenfire kept thinking. What went wrong in his confrontation with Lu Buwei? Wasn't he filled with murderous intent earlier? Why did it seem like he owed Lu Buwei something? Why did the atmosphere change so suddenly? What was wrong? He ignored Emperor Greenfire. Lu Buwei and the group of officials quickly entered Skyward Hall. Quang. The doors of the hall slammed shut. "Minister Lu is amazing," Yifeng praised. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, "Let's pacify Emperor Greenfire first. However, this isn't a long-term plan. There are too many variables." "Yes, just now Xianyang almost," one of the officials said worriedly. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, "No, I asked Su Fu to do it." "Oh." Everyone looked at Su Fu in surprise. Su Fu smiled and said, "I've worked with Minister Lu for many years. I understood with one gesture." "Ah, does this mean that our array can stop Emperor Greenfire?" one of the officials said in surprise. "Of course. Our array came from Mr. Gigazi, not to mention Emperor Greenfire. Even if there were two more, they wouldn't be able to shake it," Su Fu said proudly. "Minister Lu wants to hold Emperor Greenfire back. That's right. Let them think that Xianyang can be destroyed at any time and that there's nothing to worry about. The Sage King wants to hold Emperor Greenfire back. Although I don't know why the Sage King is doing this. It must be very important. Everyone, cooperate with me and hold them back. Lu Buwei said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. East of Xianyang, at the Yellow Spring Road. The array spread, so Emperor Green Fire and the others didn't notice it. At the entrance of the array, Bai Ditian frowned and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Bai Ditian. Jin Dayu. Bai Ditian, the Sage King wants you to enter the Netherworld first. Don't let them see you. He wants me to replace you at the Yellow Spring Road. Jin Dayu said seriously. Bai Ditian nodded with a trace of doubt. Time passed. The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage and quickly flew towards the true dragon dominion. Along the way, the two dragons didn't dare to delay. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He had just obtained a method to become an ancestral immortal, and an ancestral immortal had already come knocking on his door. He was really lucky. Just as the dragon carriage was speeding, Heavenly Tao combined, with two loud shouts, two Heavenly Taos suddenly appeared in front of the dragon chariot. Roar! The two dragons instantly stopped. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw a figure standing in each of the two Heavenly Tao, and they were both Tao integration. Gongyang Benlei? Yin Chuan's expression turned ugly. One of the two Heavenly Tao was Gongyang Benlei, and the other was naturally Gongyang Bentian. The two of them ran all the way and chased after Yin Chuan and the others. In the Hall of Inspiration, Gongyang Bentian had gained nothing. Even Gongyang Benhong had died. He couldn't return to his family. However, if he helped Gongyang Benlei deal with the East Sea Dragon Palace, he might be able to redeem himself. The moment Gongyang Benlei said that, Gongyang Benhong immediately agreed. He originally wanted to watch the battle between the sages, but he didn't expect Yin Chuan to turn around and leave. He didn't get to watch the battle between the sages. Phew, run. Why are you running so fast? Gongyang Benlei shouted as he panted. You almost got away. Gongyang Bentian also panted. Yin Chuan saw the two of them and immediately understood what they meant. At the same time, he was angry. He was in a hurry to go back, and these two were still blocking his way. You can't leave now, right? Gongyang Bentian sneered as he panted. Crash into them. Yin Chuan was also angry at the two of them and directly shouted at the two dragons. Chapter 1162. Crash into them. Yin Chuan was also angry at the two of them, so he directly shouted at the two dragons. The seven demons. Dragon 5th. Gongyang Benlei. Even the dog god, who had been sitting cross-legged on the side, was shocked. Crash? Was this a joke? The two Heavenly Tao in front of him were one with the Heavenly Tao. Is Yin Chuan out of his mind? Gongyang Bentian said in shock. Gongyang Benlei didn't know what to say. However, the two dragons quickly carried out Yin Chuan's orders, pulling the carriage towards one of the Heavenly Taos. Crazy. Yin Chuan, are you crazy? I am one with the Heavenly Tao. You can't hurt me at all. Gongyang Bentian roared. Without any hesitation, the two dragons charged towards Gongyang Bentian's Heavenly Tao. Seeing the two dragons charging at him with such ferocious momentum, Gongyang Bentian's face twitched slightly. The two dragons rushed over. This aura was indeed incomparably majestic. If not for the fact that he was one with the Heavenly Tao, he might have been scared away by this aura. Go ahead. The body is one with the Heavenly Tao. You ancient immortals want to break the Heavenly Tao? Dream on. Bang your head against the Heavenly Tao and die. Gongyang Bentian roared. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Yin Chuan widened his eyes. Suddenly, a green Heavenly Tao shot into the sky. The Heavenly Tao enveloped Yin Chuan and the dragon chariot. Immediately, it slammed towards Gongyang Bentian. Two mighty Heavenly Taos collided above the sea. Hong! Huge waves rose from the sea, and a huge crater appeared with a loud rumble. The moment the two Heavenly Taos collided. Gongyang Benlei, you lied to me? Gongyang Bentian suddenly roared. Didn't you say that Yin Chuan was only an ancient immortal? Was he just an ordinary ancient immortal? How could he control the heavenly Tao. It was one thing for him to control it, but he was actually one with the heavenly Tao. Not far away, in the heavenly Tao, Gong Bin Lei's eyes suddenly widened. With a huge impact, the two heavenly Taos immediately clashed. Under the huge impact, the two Tao gods were competing in their control of the heavenly Tao and their usage of the heavenly Tao. Competing in control? Gong Bin Tian used a secret technique to fuse with the Tao in a short period of time. As for Yin Chuan, he was the heaven mender of the clear sky Tao. Competing in utilization? To put it bluntly, the clear sky Tao was created step by Yin Chuan. How could he not be better than Gong Bin Tian when using the clear sky Tao? Most importantly, Yin Chuan's azure sky path was the leader of the thousand suns. The result of the collision between the two heavenly Taos was obvious. His heavenly Tao exploded with a loud boom. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom! Yin Chuan's dragon claw instantly tore Gong Bin Tian into pieces. They were both ancient immortals. With Yin Chuan's ferocious nature, he naturally had the strength to kill someone of the same level. Moreover, Gong Bin Tian was immersed in this legendary collapse. His heavenly Tao was destroyed by the collision. Before he died, Gong Bin Tian only had one complaint. Gong Bin Lei, you jinx! Bam! Dismembered corpses filled the sky. The two dragons shuddered and immediately understood what kind of ferocious person the Emperor on by Long's chariot was. The dog god opened his mouth in shock. This didn't make sense. Gong Bin Tian was careless. He thought that Yin Chuan was just an ordinary ancient immortal, while he was a Tao unification expert and could instantly kill Yin Chuan. However, things were always unpredictable. In the end, he became an ordinary ancestral immortal after the collision, while Yin Chuan became a Tao unification expert. He was instantly killed. How unlucky! It was also because Gong Bin Lei's information was not symmetrical. Yin Chuan turned to look at Gong Bin Lei. How could Gong Bin Lei dare to stay? He wanted to cry, but no tears came out as he turned and ran. What a monster! How did he encounter such a monster? Clear Sky Tao. It was actually Clear Sky Tao, the heaven mender from some time ago. If you had Clear Sky Tao, you should have said something. If I knew you had Clear Sky Tao, we wouldn't have fought. Gong Bin Lei fled in a panic with grief and indignation. As he fled, Gong Bin Lei had the urge to cry. What was going on? It was the same last time. They were panting as they chased after Yin Chuan, but they were all killed by Yin Chuan. This time, they were panting as they chased after Yin Chuan, but they were all killed by Yin Chuan in one move. How was he going to explain this to his family? Was he going to die while panting? If those old ancestors of his family knew, wouldn't they spit out tea and die? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. As for Yin Chuan, he stood on the dragon carriage and turned his head to look at Gong Bin Lei. In the end, he didn't choose to chase. Full speed ahead to Xianyang City. Yin Chuan said, "Roar." Yes. The two dragons roared. The two dragons sped up again. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, was solemn, because it was not convenient for his zombie body to enter the world of the living. The Jiangxin body was not perfect yet, and it had reached a critical stage. Once it broke through, the power of the Jiangxin body would rise to another level. Thus, it was not convenient for him to fight ancestral immortals now. More importantly, at the peak of his first life, Yin Chuan thought that the Jiangxin body was the most perfect body. However, Yin Chuan also noticed the strangeness of the human bloodline. It was as if his body had terrifying potential to the point that it was not weaker than the Jiangxin body. The human bloodline came from two places. His father came from Yin Zizai. His mother came from the Kong family. Could the bloodlines from two sides compare to the Jiangxin body that he had created in his first life? Yin Chuan urgently wanted to increase the strength of his body. The two dragons pulled the chariot east. News of what had happened in the True Dragon territory quickly spread. The Great Despair Holy Court. Holy King, Xianyang City is trapped. Great Jun is everywhere, and we can't contact Xianyang. Now that they have no leader, it's time to send troops. One of the officials said excitedly. Pang Tianhe narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Why? Holy King, Great Jun has no leader. They're like a plate of loose sand. The official said anxiously. A plate of loose sand? Ha! You underestimate Great Jun's officials. I've studied Great Jun. The city lords of Great Jun were all brought up from the sealed realm. They're not simple. They're all experts in governing and commanding armies. How can Great Jun have so many talents? Pang Tianhe said with an ugly expression. More importantly, Great Jun's officials are extremely united. They're terrifyingly united. Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Of course, there's also a flaw. I've studied the information of these officials. Those officials of Great Jun are all ambitious and ruthless characters. Liu Buwei, Li Si, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Yifeng, and so on. Even that eunuch Zhao Gao is an impressive figure. These people are arrogant and unruly. Only Yin Chuan can subdue them. No one can make them bow their heads. In other words, as long as Yin Chuan is alive, these people will always be Great Jun's officials. However, as long as Yin Chuan is dead, these people won't submit to anyone, and internal strife will definitely rise again. Great Jun will collapse soon. It's a kind of ability for a country to gather so many strong officials, Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Let's wait for Yin Chuan to return. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, our troops will be useless. If Yin Chuan dies, we won't have to spend much effort. Great Jun will collapse soon, Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Yes, the officials nodded. Court is dismissed, Pang Tianhe said. The officials retreated. Pang Tianhe summoned everyone from Zhugong. Master, what instructions do you have? A disciple asked curiously. Pang Tianhe narrowed his eyes and said, Let's go outside Xianyang and watch the battle. The people from Zhugong exclaimed in surprise. These days, there's been a huge rock hanging over my heart. I feel like I've overlooked something. Let's go. We'll go to the battlefield and wait. Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. East Sea Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne. 5 Dragon Kings stood in front of him. One of the Dragon Kings was gloating as he recounted something. Zhugong, ancestral immortal? They trapped Xianyang? The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Yin Chuan is going to be in trouble. This is what they call those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. The gloating Dragon King laughed. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan wants to hold back Emperor Greenfire, while Emperor Greenfire wants to kill Yin Chuan, and by Detian? This is unusual, the Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. So what if it's unusual? It's better if they perish together. The Dragon King laughed. No, you're oversimplifying. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. You guys guard the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm going to Jinlong Dominion. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. What? Dragon Emperor, you're going to Jinlong Dominion? Didn't you say that no matter what happens, you won't leave the East Sea Dragon Palace? Didn't you say that we have to prepare for the battle with all our might? The Dragon King was shocked. No, Yin Chuan is more complicated than I thought. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Under the surprised gazes of the dragons, the Dragon Emperor left the East Sea and headed straight for Xianyang. 10 days after the Dragon Emperor left. Roar! Above the East Sea, 2 huge waves suddenly split into 2. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage quickly swept across the East Sea and rushed into Jinlong Dominion. Great Jin Sage Court, Xianyang. 4 Heaven Dao formed a huge array and trapped Xianyang City. Great Jun's army gathered from all directions. However, in front of the Heavenly Dao array, they could not shake it at all. Not far from Xianyang, Jin Dayu looked at the generals in front of him. Generals, you can only feign an attack. Don't use your full strength, Jin Dayu said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. The generals left quietly. Kill! Roar! The 4 armies attacked the array again. However, How could the heavenly Tao be shaken by ordinary soldiers? At the intersection of the river of the underworld, Zhang Yi and the others waited quietly. At that moment, some onlookers were attracted from all directions. They quietly hid in the distance. There were experts from other dominions, Pang Tianhe and the Dragon Emperor. Others might not have noticed anything, but the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and suddenly stared at the mountain array at the intersection of the river of the underworld. The aura of the river of the underworld? It's actually the aura of the river of the underworld. Indeed, Great Jun is not simple. The origin of the Nether Dragon also makes sense. The Netherworld? I can go to the Netherworld from here? The Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered. In the azure sky, sun-burning array, Emperor Greenfire, who had been in the array for many days, appeared again. Over the past few days, Emperor Greenfire had finally thought it through. He had been led into a ditch by Lu Buwei. Bastard! What a treacherous subject of Great Jun. How dare you lie to me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Greenfire looked coldly at Lu Buwei. Emperor Greenfire, what are you talking about? Aren't we stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Chapter 1163. Bastard! What a treacherous subject of Great Jun. You dare to deceive me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Greenfire? Aren't we just stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Emperor Greenfire. Emperor Greenfire, I've actually been in love with you for a long time. In a few more days, Sage King and Bai Diqian will be back. Lu Buwei continued to coax him. This time, Monarch Greenfire was not as easily fooled as before. You are indeed cunning. You have deceived me for so long. Emperor Greenfire said coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Greenfire? Why can't I understand? Lu Buwei pretended to be puzzled. I don't have to destroy Xianyang, but I can destroy all of his support in Xianyang before Yin Chuan comes back. I can kill all of you important ministers, but Yin Chuan will still come back. I can reduce his support and disturb Yin Chuan's mind. Roar! Emperor Greenfire roared. The ministers around him frowned slightly. Apparently, Emperor Greenfire had seen through Lu Buwei's deception. Emperor Greenfire, you've completely misunderstood us. How could that be? Lu Buwei continued. You think I'm stupid, don't you? Monarch Greenfire said angrily, his eyes ferocious. No, I just thought you were stupid. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Greenfire was stunned. The 20 experts who had set up the formation were also slightly taken aback. The Dragon Emperor was also surprised by Lu Buwei's attitude. Stupid? Stupid? Lu Buwei's drastic change in attitude made Emperor Greenfire's face turn red with anger. I'm stupid? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's expression was extremely dark. How could Emperor Greenfire not realize it until now? Master, why don't we inform Emperor Greenfire? Someone asked. What's the point of informing them? Lu Buwei wants to hold Monarch Greenfire back, but I don't want Monarch Greenfire to leave either. Why should I inform him? Besides, remember, we didn't come to Xianyang today. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Didn't come? Aren't we here? Then just pretend that he's not here. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. The disciples were at a loss, not understanding Pang Tianhe's deeper meaning. Pang Tianhe did not explain. Instead, he stared into the distance. Roar! Emperor Greenfire roared. I'm so pissed off, you treacherous bastards. Since you want to die, then die. For strands of origin restoration chi. Emperor Greenfire shouted. Boom! Above the 4 heavenly ways, the power of 4 heavenly ways gathered again and rushed toward Emperor Greenfire. In an instant, a huge light ball appeared in front of Emperor Greenfire. It was 3 times bigger than the first one. Break the formation, Emperor Greenfire roared. Boom! A huge ball of light descended from the sky and crashed into the great formation of Xianyang again. For a moment, countless citizens of Xianyang were in a state of panic. After all, the previous shock wave was still vivid in their minds. The entire Xianyang was shaken. Boom! Under the huge impact, the void shook violently, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. Even the periphery of the heavenly Tao was instantly swept by the endless storm. The great formation of Xianyang trembled slightly, but it was not as turbulent as before. I'm fine. I'm fine. The great formation of Xianyang did not shake at all. Xianyang did not shake at all? There was no earthquake at all? The citizens of Xianyang touched themselves and looked up at the sky in surprise. They looked at Emperor Greenfire with surprise, suspicion, confusion, and even disdain. Emperor Greenfire's face twitched slightly when they looked at him. He looked at his palms. Were the 4 strands of origin restoration chi he had just used fake? Emperor? A Tao god called out in a daze. Again, Emperor Greenfire shouted. Rumble! Strands of power of heavenly ways quickly gathered around Emperor Greenfire. Once again, he attacked Xianyang. Boom! There was another loud sound. The storm raged in all directions. However, the great formation of Xianyang could not be shaken at all. Emperor Greenfire looked at his palms and was stunned for a moment. The citizens of Xianyang were relieved. Only then did they stop worrying. Emperor Greenfire turned his head and looked around. The soldiers who came to rescue the emperor from various cities had already retreated far away and left the battlefield. In front of Chaotian Palace, the official of Dejun smiled mockingly. At this moment, how could Emperor Greenfire not know that he had been deceived? He looked at the countless experts around him. Their strange gazes seemed to be mocking him. Was he stupid? Bastard die. Emperor Greenfire was furious. Emperor Greenfire reached out and a long token appeared in his hand. The token was like a flame. Greenfire token, 1,000 flames incinerate sun. Emperor Greenfire roared. He waved the token in his hand. The 4 strands of heavenly ways immediately spewed out billowing flames. They rushed toward the great formation with the token. The previous light ball was only 1,000 feet in size. This time, the fireball was 1,000 feet in size. Boom! There was another huge collision. This time, Emperor Greenfire used a Dharma treasure. Xianyang's great formation finally shook. However, it still had no effect on the inside. Lu Buwei looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely solemn. Meng Yi, Lu Buwei shouted. Minister Lu, Meng Yi immediately shouted. I've successfully angered Emperor Greenfire. He won't give up for a while. However, we have to be careful. Terracotta Army, prepare the army just in case. Lu Buwei said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Yi nodded. Meng Yi retreated. Lu Buwei continued to watch coldly. The various armies of Xianyang made preparations. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Greenfire bombarded Xianyang again and again. However, the great formation of Xianyang was extremely sturdy and could not be shaken at all. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and watched. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. What a terrifying great formation. Yeah, with such a great formation guarding the city, who can break it? Emperor Greenfire is an ancestral immortal. Even with Dharma treasures, he can't be shaken. A disciple frowned. In the distant valley, Jin Dayu watched the battle from afar and clenched his fists. After all, Emperor Greenfire was causing trouble in Xianyang. Zhang Yi grabbed Jin Dayu and shook his head gently, telling him not to be rash. The sky was filled with flames. Outside Xianyang, the land was barren. In an instant, apart from Xianyang, the entire area had turned into a sea of fire. It was endless and filled with boundless flames. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again. Just as Emperor Greenfire was venting his anger. Roar, roar. Suddenly, 2 loud dragon roars came from the horizon. Then, everyone saw that in the horizon, 2 huge dragons, one golden and one black, were pulling a carriage, quickly flying over. Boom! The moment the dragon carriage entered, the surrounding flames dissipated. Sage King is back. Immediately, the people of Xianyang cheered. Sage King is back. Sage King is back. The entire Xianyang was filled with excited cheers. Although Emperor Green Fire could not break the Great Formation, he was still extremely terrifying in the eyes of the people. If he broke it, he would definitely die. Countless people prayed silently in their hearts, praying for Yin Chuan's quick return. Finally, Yin Chuan returned. Yin Chuan was the spiritual pillar of the people of Dijon. Now that he appeared, everyone's worries instantly dissipated. As for Lu Buwei and the other officials, their expressions relaxed slightly. The Sage King had returned and finally completed his mission. Yin Chuan? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. At the same time, he looked coldly at Yin Chuan. The Dragon Emperor, however, watched with interest. He looked at the mysterious emperor on the dragon carriage. Yin Chuan looked coldly at the sky above Xianyang. 4 heavenly Tao connected heaven and earth. In the middle, a green-robed man held a token that was long and shaped like a stick. He was constantly spreading the power of the heavenly Tao in all directions. Hey, this person is holding a fire stick. What is he doing? Why is he so happy? Qisha suddenly laughed. Emperor Green Fire, who was attacking Xianyang's great formation in the distance, suddenly froze. His eyes were red as he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the dragon carriage. He had a ferocious expression. Lu Buwei, what did you do to him? Yin Chuan suddenly asked strangely. Sage King, I only said that he was stupid. Then he was stupid. Lu Buwei laughed. Have they always been short? Ha ha ha. Countless people in Xianyang burst into laughter. They looked at Tao Lord Green Fire and were instantly much happier. The Sage King had returned. What were they afraid of? Bastard, you are the stupid one. You are the stupid one. Tao Lord Green Fire was ridiculed by the crowd. Emperor, Emperor! The group of Tao gods immediately exclaimed. The Tao gods' hurried cries finally made Tao Lord Green Fire calm down. He quivered and looked at Lu Buwei. There was a lingering fear in his eyes. What happened to him? Why did he lose his composure? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emperor Green Fire looked at Yin Chuan. Of course, he was still frustrated and uneasy. Change the formation. Don't let Yin Chuan return to Xianyang. Emperor Green Fire immediately shouted. Emperor Green Fire had experienced the power of Xianyang's formation. If Yin Chuan returned to Xianyang, how could he deal with him? Boom! The group of azure-robed people was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the formation changed rapidly and instantly surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood in the center of the formation, but was not too worried. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan stared at Emperor Green Fire. Ancestral Immortal? Yin Chuan asked again. It's too late to remember that I am an ancestral immortal. Where is Bai Ditian? Emperor Green Fire said in a low voice. He had waited for so long for Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian to return. However, Yin Chuan had returned. Where was Bai Ditian? If Bai Ditian did not return, what was the point of him staying here? Bai Ditian? Bai Ditian, Yin Chuan shouted with a smile. Here. In the distance, a reply came from outside Xianyang City. Emperor Green Fire's face suddenly twitched as he turned his head to look. He saw Bai Ditian standing in a valley in the distance. He was standing there quietly. Emperor Green Fire. Emperor Green Fire seemed to have realized something. You did not return with Yin Chuan? Emperor Green Fire reprimanded with an ashen face. I have always been here. How can I return with the Sage King? Bai Ditian laughed. Emperor Green Fire. He had been lied to, and he had been lied to so miserably. A great sense of humiliation filled his heart. Thief, you lied to me. You actually lied to me and said that Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian returned together? Bai Ditian has always been outside Xianyang City. He has always been by my side. You actually lied to me? Emperor Green Fire was still depressed as he looked at Lu Buwei with hatred. Lu Buwei smiled and said, Didn't I say that you were stupid? You refused to admit it. Puffed. Emperor Green Fire was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The weather is dry, and being angry is harmful to the body. It is not your fault that you're stupid. You will feel better if you admit it. Lu Buwei added fuel to the fire. Emperor Green Fire, who had just felt a little better, was so angry that his face turned red again. Lu Buwei was not fooling around. He had done it on purpose. The angrier the opponent was, the easier it was for them to lose their composure. Now the effect was achieved. Chapter 1164. Atlas Studios Emperor Green Fire flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he was still rational. Yin Chuan by D. Tian, and you traitor, I won't let you have an easy time. I'll make you wish you were dead. Emperor Green Fire roared angrily. As he spoke, he waved the green fire token in his hand at Yin Chuan. Boom! Within the formation, endless green fire suddenly swept up and surged towards Yin Chuan. The green fire surged in the void, causing it to tremble. Yin Chuan focused his gaze and waved his hand. The green heavenly Tao appeared. Bam! The rolling green fire instantly swept back. Boom! The green fire instantly hit the formation, causing it to tremble slightly. Huh! Emperor Green Fire's expression darkened. Heavenly Tao, you're a Tao god? Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor God. Yin Chuan coldly called out. Xing! 3 long swords flew out from Yin Chuan's sleeves. The moment the long swords appeared, they charged towards one of the Tao gods. The 3 swords brought with them vast, ferocious power and ruthlessly hit the heavenly Taos of the 3 Tao gods. Boom! 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 The 3 Tao gods suddenly trembled. In the outside world, Bai Diqian also made his move. His palm brought with it boundless baleful aura as it hit the heavenly Tao of the last Tao god. It was a pincer attack from the inside and outside, causing a huge force to burst forth. Boom! Emperor Green Fire's azure sky, burning sun formation exploded. The 2 green-clothed cultivators were instantly severely injured. Seeing, the 3 deities instantly transformed into their human forms. Then, they each threw out a sword-shaped pillar that reached the heavens and the earth. Like the heavenly Tao, they ruthlessly hit a Tao god. At that moment, Bai Ditian's baleful aura tornado also hit a Tao god, pushing it further and further away. As for the other 16 ancient immortals, Dezhan's soldiers rushed forward and went straight for the 16 ancient immortals. Roar! There was no need for Yin Chuan to say anything. Monarch Green Fire's formation was all entangled by Yin Chuan's subordinates. Stepping forward, Yin Chuan left the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage flew towards Xianyang. Yin Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Green Fire from midair. The array was broken in the blink of an eye. Anxiety appeared in Emperor Green Fire's eyes. I'll give you a chance to fight me alone. Remember, use your full strength. We're going to kill you, ha. Yin Chuan suddenly laughed out loud. The citizens of Xianyang all looked on with yearning. Yin Chuan's current insolence looked extremely carefree. Oomph. The grand formation is only used to trap you. Since you want to die, then die. Oomph. Ancient Immortal? Ancient Immortals would never understand the gap between them and ancestral immortals. Heavenly Tao? A mere Tao god dares to court death in front of me? Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Emperor Green Fire waved his long sleeves. Ancestral Immortal's control of Heavenly Tao is not something an ancient immortal like you can understand. Heavenly Tao! Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! A red heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Green Fire, connecting heaven and earth. Boom! 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 For heavenly Tao suddenly appeared on the left, right, and back of Emperor Green Fire. The 4 heavenly Tao slowly revolved around Emperor Green Fire. The terrifying rotation caused the void to distort violently. The storm tore apart, sending gravel into the sky. You can't understand the power of an ancestral immortal. Ha. 4 heavenly Tao gather, raging inferno. Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! The 4 heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by a sea of fire. The 4 heavenly Tao spewed out fire dragons that charged towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan merged with the heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! the fire dragons collided with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao remained unmoved. Go! Emperor Green Fire shouted angrily. The four heavenly Tao suddenly collided with the azure heavenly Tao. Rumble! On the ground, the mountains and rivers were sent flying by the impact of the heavenly Tao. The four heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to distort. The terrifying heat was also closing in on Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. The five heavenly Tao collided violently. Boom! After the tragic collision, the world outside Xian Yang lit up. The huge light seemed to have covered the radiance of the sun. Rumble! The intense distortion in the void caused countless experts to retreat again and again. Dang! At the Yellow Springs intersection, Jin Deyu used the Divine Emperor Bell to prevent the array from breaking. The surrounding area was instantly flattened. Pang Tianhe and the other experts retreated in horror. The strong light was so blinding that no one could see what was inside. That's all you got? Huh? Yin Chuan's voice sounded. How can this be? How can you, a heavenly Tao, block my four heavenly Tao? Emperor Green Fire exclaimed. Boom! The surrounding light receded, revealing Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan stood in the Qing Tian Dao. The Qing Tian Dao was unharmed. However, 3 of the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire were destroyed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Emperor Green Fire formed another 4 heavenly Tao. But why? Why couldn't the 4 heavenly Tao of Yin Chuan defeat 1 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire? Emperor Green Fire? You cultivate the young heavenly Tao, right? 4 young heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire? The aura is indeed majestic. However, my heavenly Tao is the head of the 1,000 suns. You want to use these heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire to shake my head of the 1,000 suns? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Qing Tian Dao? You're cultivating the Qing Tian Dao? Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. It's good that you know. Now it's my turn. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! Qing Tian Dao slammed into Emperor Green Fire and tried to crush him. Emperor Green Fire's expression darkened. He commanded the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire to crash towards the Qing Tian Dao. Boom! The 5 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire collided again. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire was unstoppable. Yin Chuan looked ferocious, as if he wanted to use the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire to crush him. No, it's impossible. The Green Fire Token. Emperor Green Fire exclaimed. The moment the Green Fire Token appeared, the void trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, another 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire appeared. Together with the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire, they charged towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire finally blocked the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. The surroundings were already in ruins. Green Fire Token? This Dharma treasure is not bad. It actually attracted 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire. Is it yours? Yin Chuan said coldly. My brother gave it to me. He's the Green Divine King. This is an ancestral immortal weapon. Humph! Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Rumble! The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire exploded with immense power. They surrounded the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire from 7 directions and pushed inwards. It was as if they wanted to crush Yin Chuan and the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire. Rumble! Faced with the 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire, the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire finally showed signs of weakness. Ha ha! Yin Chuan, you're only an ancient immortal. The strongest ancient immortal is only a Tao god who can use 1 heavenly Tao. I'm an ancestral immortal who can use many heavenly Tao. So what if you have the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire? I'll crush it all the same. Once the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire shatters, you'll die. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Ancestral immortal? You think you're worthy of being an ancestral immortal? You become an ancestral immortal, but you can't merge with the heavenly Tao? Ha ha! I think the Azure God King must have helped you reach the ancestral immortal realm, right? Yin Chuan sneered. Emperor Greenfire's eyes narrowed. So what? I believe that the Azure God King must have forced an ancestral immortal to his last breath before letting you deal the final blow, right? Yin Chuan chuckled. Emperor Greenfire's face turned ugly. So what? So what? I think you're not qualified to be an ancestral immortal at all. You're wasting an ancestral immortal spot. Yin Chuan said coldly. "Umph, I'm still stronger than you." Emperor Greenfire said coldly. Can't merge with the heavenly Tao. Haha, then you're the most useless ancestral immortal. Let me show you the wonderful use of Tao merging. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan pointed at the sky. Explode. The Qing Tian Tao of Emperor Green Fire suddenly exploded. The explosion of the heavenly Tao was more than 10 times stronger than before. Under the immense power, the 7 heavenly Tao were instantly blown apart. The world lit up several times brighter than before. The terrifying sound made the ears of countless cultivators ring. From where Yin Chuan was, the explosion spread in all directions. The Qing Tian Tao of Emperor Green Fire brought endless heavenly lightning and blasted the surroundings into chaos. At the center of the explosion, Emperor Green Fire screamed. Boom! The light faded. Emperor Green Fire immediately rushed into the distance. Dragon Emperor stood in the distance, his face twitching. An ancestral immortal was beaten up by an ancient immortal and turned to run. However, an ancestral immortal was an ancestral immortal after all. His speed was shocking. It was so fast that Yin Chuan couldn't catch up to him, even though he was at Tao merging. Roar. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's hair turned blood red and grew rapidly. Rumble. The ground suddenly turned into a surging sea of blood. Yin Chuan didn't give chase. Instead, he used a super divine ability. With the help of the Qing Tian Tao of Emperor Greenfire, the sea of blood instantly expanded to infinity. In an instant, the surroundings of Xianyang became a surging sea of blood. The sea of blood expanded faster than Emperor Greenfire's fleeing speed. Emperor Greenfire, who was fleeing, suddenly realized that the world had turned blood red. Above him were blood clouds, and below him was a boundless sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, Yin Chuan was a god. Boom! Yin Chuan appeared in front of Emperor Greenfire. Oh no! Emperor Greenfire's expression changed. Big brother, save me. Emperor Greenfire waved the Greenfire token in his hand. A huge beam of light burst out from the token. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and slammed into the light of the Greenfire token. The light shattered and the sky-burying coffin suppressed Emperor Greenfire and the Greenfire token. Rumble. The Greenfire token seemed to be about to unleash its power. However, it was suppressed by the sky-burying coffin. The Greenfire token was unable to unleash its power. He stepped into the sea of blood, and evil power surged from the sea of blood. No, bastard! Emperor Greenfire cried out in shock. Emperor Greenfire couldn't use his feet. Heavenly Tao! Heavenly Tao! Emperor Greenfire cried out in shock. However, the heavenly Tao didn't appear again. An ancestral immortal who hasn't reached Tao integration wants to summon the heavenly Tao from my sea of blood? Here, the laws of heaven and earth listen to my orders. Here I am the heavens. Yin Chuan said coldly. Under the pressure of the sky-burying coffin, the Greenfire token trembled. It seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. No, big brother, save me. Emperor Greenfire cried out in shock. Boom! A light figure suddenly appeared from the Greenfire token. It seemed illusory yet real. A man with a dignified face stood on the sea of blood and stared. Big brother, save me. Emperor Greenfire cried out in joy as if he had found his last hope. The man turned to look at Yin Chuan. Ancient Immortal? You are being suppressed by an Ancient Immortal? The man looked at Emperor Greenfire coldly. Big brother. Emperor Greenfire cried out in grief. The man looked at Emperor Greenfire with disappointment before turning to Yin Chuan. I don't care who you are. Emperor Greenfire is my younger brother. Release him now. The man said coldly. In the distance, Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Azure Divine King? Projection? In the distance, Pang Tiana's eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't Azure Divine King in seclusion? Release him? Yin Chuan said coldly. That's right. Release him. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of Extinction Palace. Azure Divine King said coldly. Yin Chuan fell silent for a moment. Emperor Greenfire saw Yin Chuan's silence and felt that there was hope. Azure Divine King revealed a look of satisfaction. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan sneered. So what if you are Extinction Palace? Who do you think you are? Impudent. Azure Divine King glared. Those who stand in my way will die. Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. He waved his hand at Azure Divine King's projection. Bam! Azure Divine King's projection shattered. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted again. Hong! The blue fire token exploded with a loud bang. No! Emperor Greenfire screamed. Bam! Beneath the sky-burying coffin, Emperor Greenfire exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was drowned in a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. He died without a complete corpse and turned into a meat paste. Dragon Emperor looked into the distance in shock. Sky-burying coffin? How can it be so strong? Isn't it an ancient immortal artifact? Dragon Emperor stared in shock. In the distance, Pang Tianhe was inexplicably shocked. Dead. Ancestral Immortal was killed by Yin Chuan. Emperor Greenfire is dead. Pang Tianhe exclaimed. What a terrifying great perfection. What a terrifying Yin Chuan. A disciple shouted. Master, should we return to the imperial court? Another disciple asked in horror. Return to the imperial court? How long could the great extinction holy court last? Ha! We can't stay in Jinlong Dominion any longer. Pang Tianhe said rationally. In the distance, after Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin killed Emperor Greenfire, he stood in midair. The sky-burying coffin danced around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sensed his fate. Crack, crack, crack. There seemed to be a sound coming from within his body. Bam! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Endless heaven and earth yuan qi suddenly gathered from all directions and surged into Yin Chuan's body. Blood-bathing curse. It's broken. It's finally broken. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. In Xianyang City, the people cheered and the ministers were excited. Dragon Fifth, 7 demons, and Dog God looked into the distance in shock. Holy King is too awesome. Ancestral Immortal? He killed him just like that? 7 demons exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth was also in disbelief. At this moment, Dragon Fifth was no longer unhappy about being captured that day. What was there to be unhappy about? He could kill an ancestral immortal just like that. How could he defeat him? As for Dog God, he was speechless. On the way here, he thought that Yin Chuan was joking. He didn't expect that he would kill an ancestral immortal after returning. Were ancestral immortals that easy to kill? The experts brought by Emperor Greenfire were still fighting, but when they saw Emperor Greenfire being killed in the distance, their combat strength dropped drastically. This can't be real. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan looked at the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Come on. Yin Chuan shouted excitedly. Rumble! Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Tribulation? So fast. Dragon Emperor was slightly stunned. Chapter 1165. In the sky, rolling dark clouds quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Above the blood sea, Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. A wild smile appeared on his face. Ancestral immortal tribulation? This is the ancestral immortal tribulation? That's all there is to it. Yin Chuan said with contempt. In his first life, Yin Chuan had never seen an ancestral immortal tribulation in the greater world. Such a tribulation would only appear when the heavenly Tao was incomplete. The dark clouds pressed down on the blood sea and set off huge waves. The green heavenly Tao disappeared. At this moment, the heavenly Tao no longer protected the ancestral immortal tribulation. However, did Yin Chuan need to be afraid? Boom! With a wave of his hand, the sky-burying coffin flew out. Gradually, countless shadows of ferocious beasts emerged from the dark clouds. Each of them bared their fangs and roared at Yin Chuan. Roar! Roar! These ferocious beasts brought with them a huge, ferocious aura as they roared and charged down with the might of the heavens. The black dragon was the leader. All of them looked ferocious. In the distance, the dragon emperor raised his eyebrows. Ancestral immortal tribulation? It shouldn't be like this. The 10,000 beasts stampede picture formed by the black thunder of destruction? This is twice the power of an ordinary ancestral immortal tribulation. Roar! The black dragon roared as if he was about to dive down into the blood sea. Heaven suppression, Yin Chuan roared. He threw the sky-burying coffin into the sky. As it flew into the sky-burying coffin suddenly turned pitch black and grew bigger. The void around the sky-burying coffin distorted. Roar! With a command, the 10,000 beasts charged down. They collided with the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Under the huge collision, the void suddenly distorted violently. All the ferocious beasts that collided with it instantly collapsed into countless black thunderbolts and were quickly sucked into the sky-burying coffin. Rumble! The sky-burying coffin was unstoppable as it swept through all the ferocious beasts. Roar! Boom! The sky was filled with the sound of explosions and the countless ferocious beasts almost instantly. The sky-burying coffin finally hit the tribulation cloud. Boom! Under the huge collision, the powerful sound of the collision caused the entire blood sea to surge with monstrous waves. The surging sea of blood engulfed the sky. Ka. The huge tribulation cloud was instantly torn apart, turning into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The blood sea engulfed the heavens and instantly sucked the remaining tribulation clouds into the blood sea. Rumble! The shattered tribulation cloud struggled in the sea of blood for a while before slowly dissipating. A rain of blood slowly fell from the sky. Yin Chuan stood in the air. The sky-burying coffin flew back. The blood sea seemed to be breathing all of a sudden. For a moment, the surging blood sea absorbed the yuan qi of the world with a terrifying momentum. The surging qi of heaven and earth was absorbed by the blood sea. Then, it gathered at the center of the blood sea and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan quickly absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi that had condensed into liquid form. Like a sponge soaking up water, what it asked for was surging. Above Zion Yang, the yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. This stagnation then spread to the entire Dajin world. Before long, all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire Dajin world gathered towards Yin Chuan. The blood sea expanded and expanded, absorbing more and more yuan qi of heaven and earth. This suction force also expanded rapidly. Before long, all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire Jinlong domain was gathering towards Yin Chuan. Others might not have felt it, but Yin Chuan could clearly feel it. Yuan qi of heaven and earth. His bloodline was drawing on the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Yin Chuan's previous super theurgies came from the inheritance of his bloodline. His blood was extremely outstanding, but the power did not come out of nowhere. It was the power sealed in his bloodline during the inheritance. Before becoming an ancestral immortal, he relied on the inheritance to pass it down. After becoming an ancestral immortal, he had to rely on his own power to store it. For example, there was an energy storage space in his blood. Normally, the energy stored inside would explode violently when he used a theurgy. When the energy was exhausted, the energy storage space would continuously replenish it from a world. This was done unconsciously. This was also the reason why Yin Chuan's theurgies were limited and had side effects in the beginning. Now, things were different. Because Yin Chuan was an ancestral immortal now, he could sense this space and automatically replenish it. When the time came, it would explode all at once. However, Yin Chuan now realized that this space was terrifyingly large. It was so large that even he had not been able to open it up to this extent in his previous life. Bloodline inheritance? Yin's eye? No, it's definitely more than that. The bloodline of a human is indeed no weaker than that of a general. Yin Chuan sighed. Rumble. The yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered. Because of the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the entire sky around the blood sea became filled with multicolored light. Tribulation? That's it. Ancestral immortal? Pang Tianhe smiled bitterly. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. What terrifying yuan qi of heaven and earth? How much will Yin Chuan's strength increase? The surging yuan qi of heaven and earth lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Boom! The blood sea receded, leaving Yin Chuan alone in the sky. The sky was filled with rosy clouds. The yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered in all directions. It was incomparably majestic. Ancestral immortal? The tribulation was over. Ancestral immortal? The officials of Great Jun were all excited. Congratulations, holy ruler. Long live the holy ruler. The officials of Great Jun shouted excitedly. Congratulations, holy ruler. Long live the holy ruler. The citizens of Xianying also cheered. Ancestral immortal? The eyes of the seven fiends flashed with envy. As expected, after killing an ancestral immortal, they could replace him. But that was an ancestral immortal. The seven fiends were conflicted. First firmament ancestral immortal? Haha. First firmament ancestral immortal? However, I'm still an ancestral immortal. I'm finally an ancestral immortal. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. With this starting point, Yin Chuan felt that it was enough. Next, without needing to transcend the tribulation, Yin Chuan would continue to charge forward. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling satisfied, roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly came from afar. The dragon's roar was so loud that the earth began to tremble. Not just Xianying, but the entire Great Jun. No, the entire True Dragon Domain and Xuanjin Dragon Domain shook violently. The various cities in the True Dragon Domain quickly activated their formations. In Xianying, the Dragon Monarch, Pang Tianhe, and the other spectators all looked toward the east in surprise. That was because the dragon roar had come from the east. Holy King, congratulations, Holy King. A long voice suddenly came from the east. Giguzi. Yin Chuan frowned as he looked toward the east. Congratulations, Holy Ruler, for becoming an ancestral immortal. However, it's a double blessing now. Holy Ruler, you've just absorbed the natural energy of the world. I've finally lived up to your expectations and found it. Giguzi's voice carried a hint of excitement. You found it. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. The primordial dragon vein, the location of the dragon head. Holy Ruler, I've found it. Great Jun's prosperity begins now. Giguzi's voice came from afar. The primordial dragon vein. In a distant mountain valley, the dragon monarch's expression changed. In the south, Pang Tianhe, who was preparing to leave quietly with his disciples, was also shocked. The primordial dragon vein. Pang Tianhe looked toward the east in surprise. Holy Ruler, we found the dragon head of the primordial dragon vein. Holy Ruler, should we drive it to Xianying? Giguzi's voice came. Open the dragon head and drive it to Xianying. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Giguzi's voice came from afar. Roar! In the east, another dragon roar shook the heavens. Beneath this dragon roar, heaven and earth reverberated with the roar of a giant dragon. The earth trembled. The ground of the entire True Dragon territory was shaking. Countless commoners and cultivators looked at the earth in shock. In a city in Great Jun. Not good. There's an earthquake. Is the dragon pulse moving? No, not that one. All of the dragon pulses are moving. What's going on? The mountains over there are moving. Which direction are they moving in? Ah, the earth is rising. A mountain is rising from the ground? For a moment, cries of shock came from all over Great Jun. The entire earth was shaking and moving. Countless mountains and rivers suddenly rushed away, and countless mountains and rivers rushed back. Some mountains and rivers directly sank into the ground, and some mountains and rivers suddenly emerged from the ground. The entire true dragon domain was going through an earth-shaking change. The people of Great Jun, Yin Chuan shouted, "Roar!" Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread to every corner of the world. The holy ruler's voice. Countless commoners looked up. Great Jun will undergo earth-shaking changes. Our Great Jun's prosperity has begun. During this period, there will be some drastic changes. Everyone, be careful of your own safety. Those who can enter the city should quickly hide in the city. All officials and guards of Great Jun must protect the commoners. Do not cause any disturbances, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, countless officials and guards responded to the sky. Great changes were happening in true dragon domain. Boom! In a volcanic region, a volcano suddenly erupted into the sky. Boom! Boom! Almost all of the volcanoes in true dragon domain were violently erupting. The sky was filled with flames, and it was incomparably magnificent. The primordial dragon vein? The primordial dragon of the great earth, Pang Tian has said with an unsightly expression. He had been here for many years without finding anything, but Yin Chuan had found it, and even awakened the primordial dragon. The Dragon Emperor looked to the east with a complicated expression. The East Sea Dragon Palace was close to true dragon domain, and they were looking for the primordial dragon. Now, it had appeared, but it was Yin Chuan who had found it. The primordial dragon? The primordial dragon vein is the most powerful in the world. Every continent in the world of the living will have one. The primordial dragon vein in the outer eastern continent has appeared. The awakening of the primordial dragon vein will draw the fate energy of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent. Yin Chuan and Great Jun can use this opportunity to draw the fate energy of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent. As long as they can stop the attack, Great Jun will become unstoppable. More importantly, the Yuan Qi of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent will be centered around true dragon domain. The Yuan Qi of all 36 domains will be more abundant than in the other domains. The Dragon Emperor side. Similarly, the awakening of the primordial dragon vein will draw the fate energy of the world. They will definitely become enemies with the world. It seems like true dragon domain will be in for another bloodbath. Chapter 1166. Rumble. The earth in Jinlong Dominion churned violently. Countless living beings narrowly escaped death. However, as long as one was a citizen of Great Jun, even an ordinary citizen, a large number of cultivators were dispatched to rescue and protect them. The earth rose and fell, and the mountain ranges moved. However, everyone suddenly noticed something different. Worldly essence energy? The worldly essence energy seems to have become denser. A citizen exclaimed. Amidst their shock, the citizens also noticed something different. The worldly essence energy was increasing at a crazy rate. The Sage King said that Great Jun will prosper. Could it be that this is the time? Someone's eyes lit up. Now, immediately, countless citizens were filled with anticipation. Although many buildings were destroyed in the earthquake, it was not difficult for cultivators to rebuild them. Perhaps a dozen complicated spells would suffice. However, the increase in worldly essence energy was what everyone yearned for. With more worldly essence energy, one's cultivation speed would increase. With more worldly essence energy, each generation would become more and more outstanding. Long live! Long live! Countless cheers came from the surrounding cities. At this moment, this scene appeared in Xianyang. Roar! A loud dragon's roar came from the east. The earth rose and fell. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground. In the distance, the citizens saw a huge mountain range slowly moving over. A mountain range? Is that a mountain? That's a dragon head. A dragon head, the citizens exclaimed in shock. Their mouths were agape. A dragon head. It was indeed a dragon head. However, this dragon head was too big. It was so big that everyone was at a loss. A mountain-shaped dragon head. However, this dragon head was at least 10 times bigger than Xianyang. After all, Xianyang City was already the largest city in Jinlong Dominion. In terms of diameter, it was 5,000 miles wide. This was a huge city with a diameter of 5,000 miles. However, the dragon head before them was 10 times bigger than Xianyang City. The huge dragon head reached into the clouds. Clouds had already drifted past the dragon's mouth. The clouds at the lowest level only reached the dragon's mouth. How big did the dragon have to be? That was not all. Some cultivators with good eyesight could see it. After the dragon head, there was a long dragon body. The dragon body was no longer a whole body. Instead, it was made up of countless mountain ranges. It was a vast and endless dragon body. Roar! The giant dragon roared, its voice shaking the void. In the distance, Peng Tianhe watched this scene in a daze. What a terrifying primordial dragon vein! Peng Tianhe exclaimed. It is indeed a huge vein. This dragon's body should be able to stretch across half of the true dragon domain, right? This is too exaggerated, right? A disciple exclaimed in shock. Not far away, the Dragon Emperor's eyes also flashed with excitement. Primordial dragon vein? What a great primordial dragon vein! The primordial earth dragon. If my East Sea Dragon tribe obtains an earthen primordial dragon, we will definitely. The Dragon Emperor's eyes glinted with desire. However, this desire didn't last long before it dimmed. The Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. East Sea Dragon Palace? If we really obtain the primordial dragon vein, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. At the entrance of Skyward Hall, a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the great Jun official. Dog God revealed a look of surprise. What is Yin Chuan's background? The Seven Fiends and Dragon Fifth were also dumbfounded. Dragon Fifth, is this a dragon? The Seven Fiends asked in confusion. Roar? Dragon Fifth looked at the Seven Fiends in confusion. The Seven Fiends looked into the distance and said, Our bodies are 10,000 feet long, and we are called dragons. If we are dragons, then what is this thing in front of us? It has dragon whiskers. No, even a strand of hair is bigger than us. If this thing is a dragon, then what are we? Dragon hair? Roar. Dragon Fifth didn't know what to say. Dragon hair? From afar, Gigu Zi and a group of feng shui masters were standing on the dragon's head. However, they looked so insignificant that they wouldn't even notice this tiny speck of dust. However, apart from the great Jin officials, the Dragon Emperor and the other experts all looked at Gigu Zi solemnly. This was the primordial dragon vein, and it was attracted by this speck of dust. Roar! As it approached, the towering dragon head roared again. Then it slowly swam around Xianyang. Rumble! The primordial dragon's body, the mountain range, slowly formed two huge circles around Xianyang, as if the dragon was coiling up. Then, the huge dragon head suddenly sank into the ground. The dragon head sank into the ground. What's going on? How can a dragon sink into the ground? Are you stupid? This is the primordial dragon vein, born from the earth. So what if it sinks? Countless people exclaimed. The dragon head sank into the ground and disappeared. However, in the next moment, the entire Xianyang shook. Gigu Zi and about 100 feng shui masters quickly flew into Xianyang City. Rise! Gigu Zi shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the depths of the ground. All of a sudden, Xianyang City floated up. It rose higher and higher. The huge Xianyang City, with a diameter of 10,000 miles and a large amount of land around it, quickly rose higher and higher. Soon, it was above the height of the low clouds. Some busybodies flew up and screamed. Dragon head, under our feet is a dragon head. The dragon is holding up the entire Xianyang. What a huge dragon horn! We are all standing on the dragon head. Countless commoners cried out in surprise. This scene was too magnificent so magnificent that everyone felt their souls tremble with excitement. Great Jun's capital? I'm a citizen of Great Jun. I'm a citizen of the powerful Great Jun. Countless people were extremely proud at this moment. There was usually a protruding bone on the dragon head, which usually meant holding up the sky. Holding up the sky. At this moment, Chaotian Hall was on the protruding bone, and the entire Chaotian Hall square floated up with the protruding bone. Rumble. Standing in the Chaotian Hall square, one could overlook the world. Roar. The primordial dragon let out another long roar and suddenly came to a halt. Rumble. Endless primordial chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The dragon's mouth inhaled and exhaled primordial chi of heaven and earth. For a moment, the primordial chi of heaven and earth around Xianyang reached an unprecedented level. Countless cultivators felt the primordial chi of heaven and earth and suddenly broke through the bottleneck of their cultivation. So much primordial chi of heaven and earth. If I can cultivate in Xianyang, I don't need to go anywhere. With such a blessed land, is there any other place in the world that can compare? Countless people were amazed. Yin Chuan slowly descended from the sky and landed in the Chaotian Hall square. Holy King, with the primordial dragon here, you can stabilize Great Jun's providence without losing it. You can also draw the providence of all 36 territories in the outer eastern continent. With the primordial chi of heaven and earth gathering, Jinlong territory will definitely prosper. We don't have such an opportunity in the Great Thousand Domains, Giguzi said excitedly. Long live the Holy King. Long live Jun. Long live. The officials bowed excitedly. Long live the Holy King. Long live Jun. Long live. The people of Xianyang cheered. Everything was settled. Millions of rays of light shone in all directions. The top of the dragon head overlooked the world. Outside of Xianyang, countless powerhouses from the outer territories were flying in all directions. They wanted to bring the news to their superiors as soon as possible. In front of Chaotian Hall, Yin Chuan looked down at the world. Since you're here, come out. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! His voice suddenly spread to the south. It was loud and endless. Yin Chuan's shout made the officials of Great Jun turn serious. The people of Xianyang also fell silent and looked toward the south. The sound waves were loud, but no one flew out from the south. Ancestral Immortal? Since you dare to come, are you afraid of showing yourself? Yin Chuan said again. Yin Chuan shouted. In the distant forest, the Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Had he been discovered? The Dragon Emperor fell silent. After a moment of silence, he prepared to fly out. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot into the sky from a forest in the distance. A sharp saber chi shot into the sky from the white light. Shing! The saber's edge instantly tore apart the clouds in the void where it passed. A white-robed man was revealed. The man's hair was black and white, and he carried a black saber on his back. A sharp aura shot into the sky as he charged towards Xianyang. The man's expression was solemn, and he looked dignified without being angry. Good, good, good. Great Jun's holy hall. Great Yin Chuan. The man laughed loudly. There was no joy in his laughter. Instead, there was a grave tone. Yin Chuan stared at the white-robed man. You are Heavenly Saber Weave Lord, Song. Tianzong? Yin Chuan asked. That's right. Not long ago, I received news that the Jinlong territory is in a state of war. Not long ago, I received news that a disciple of the Zhugong, Emperor Greenfire, set up a formation to destroy Xianyang. Out of curiosity, I hurried over. Indeed, I came just in time to see such a good show. Killing the ancestor, shattering the heavenly tribulation, and driving the sure, long giant vein. Yin Chuan watched coldly. Domain Lord Song, you are really in a good mood. Heavenly Saber Weave borders true dragon weave. How could I not pay attention to it? Furthermore, the Azure Divine King's purplish azure weave is to the south of my Heavenly Saber Weave. My Heavenly Saber Weave is sandwiched between your two weaves. How could I not pay attention? Heavenly Saber Weave, Song, Tianzong? In that case, Where did the other ancestral immortal come from? Yin Chuan suddenly asked. The moment Yin Chuan spoke, Song Tianzong raised his eyebrows. There was another ancestral immortal? In the valley, the dragon monarch looked at Yin Chuan in shock. He thought that he would not have to come out after Song Tianzong flew out. However, the dragon monarch smiled bitterly and slowly flew into the sky. A golden-robed old man with long eyebrows flew out slowly. This old man did not have Song Tianzong's soaring aura. Instead, he looked like an extremely gentle old man. However, this appearance made Yin Chuan and Song Tianzong reveal grave expressions. The Eastern Sea Dragon Monarch. Song Tianzong asked, "Greetings to the two of you." The Dragon Monarch smiled faintly. Dragon Monarch? Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Monarch as well. Roar! Dragon Fifth cried out in shock. Yin Chuan, Song Tianzong, and the Dragon Monarch, the three ancestral immortals, stood at the same height and looked at each other. Chapter 1167. Yin Chuan, Song Tianzong, and Dragon Emperor, the three ancestral immortals, stood at the same height and looked at each other. The atmosphere in the sky above Xianyang became heavy. In the distance, the battle continued. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God of Heaven, and Bai Ditian were fighting for Tao gods, but they were getting further and further away. As for the other ancient immortals, they had already been captured. In the past, the number of ancient immortals who became ancient immortals was counted in the tens of thousands. Great Jun's hidden foundation was terrifying. The four Tao gods, after witnessing what had just happened, were in no mood to fight. They had long wanted to escape, but they were all ancient immortals and couldn't escape. However, the battle was getting further and further away from Xianyang. Yin Chuan brought his officials and looked at Song Tianzong and Dragon Emperor. "Since the two of you have come uninvited, may I know why you two have come?" Yin Chuan asked coldly. Song Tianzong and Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Dragon Fifth, who was not far away, suddenly screamed at Dragon King. It was as if he wanted Dragon King to save him from his misery. "Are you being silly again? Be careful. Sacred King will punish you." The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth looked at them speechlessly and continued to ask Dragon Emperor for help. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at him. Under his gaze, Dragon Fifth quivered and opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to shout again. Instead, he looked pitifully at Dragon Emperor in the distance. Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon Fifth, his long eyebrows trembling slightly. "What? Dragon Emperor, are you here for Dragon Fifth?" Yin Chuan looked at Dragon Emperor solemnly. "You worry too much, Emperor Yin. Dragon Fifth made a mistake, so he has to pay the price. It's his fortune to pull your chariot." Dragon Emperor smiled. Dragon Fifth looked at Dragon Emperor in shock. He didn't believe it. The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with schadenfreude. Dragon Fifth wanted to slap them. Yin Chuan wasn't satisfied and looked at the two of them. "Are the two of you here for good or evil?" Yin Chuan asked straightforwardly. "I'm just passing by. It's kind of me." The Dragon Emperor smiled. "How about Lai Shan? So what if it is?" Song Tianzong sneered. "If you are kind, I, Dejun, will hold a banquet to welcome you. If you are evil, I, Dejun, will let your blood splatter the sky." Yin Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura filled the air. Blood splashed across the sky. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so unyielding. Song Tianzong's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The primordial dragon vein belongs to the outer eastern continent. Only the virtuous cultivators of the outer eastern continent can possess it. Song Tianzong said solemnly. "Only the virtuous can occupy it? Could it be that cult leader Song is talking about yourself?" Yin Chuan suddenly said with a smile. "Me? Ha ha ha. Although I, Song Tianzong, am the ruler of a territory, I am not so arrogant as to be virtuous to the outer eastern continent." Song Tianzong said, while shaking his head. Oh, Yin Chuan frowned as he looked at Song Tianzong. Today, after seeing Dezhun's majesty, Tianzong feels deeply moved. Ever since Yin Di killed Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor, I can foresee that in less than 10 days, Azure Divine Sovereign Emperor will personally come to Xianyang. He will come to destroy Xianyang. Song Tianzong said. So what? Yin Chuan did not think much of it. I, Song Tianzong, live for the saber. I travel the world, sharpening my saber. When I saw Yin Di's surging blood sea, I suddenly thought of a person. Sword Demon Yin's eye. Song Tianzong said. Huh? Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong, feeling confused. Sword Demon Yin's eye is also a powerful person with a surging blood sea. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to fight him, which is a lifelong regret. Now that I have reappeared at the Blood Sea, I would like to exchange pointers with him. Song Tianzong said gravely. Blood Sea? My Blood Sea is not his Blood Sea. Yin Chuan said indifferently. I created the heavenly saber 7 styles. Today, I am not here to stir up trouble in Xianyang. This is my wish. I will only send out 1 saber strike. If Yin Di can block this saber strike, I, Song Tianzong, will naturally apologize. How about it? Song Tianzong said as he stared at Yin Chuan. Song Tianzong's fighting spirit intensified. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Song Tianzong. 1 saber strike? If I can block it, you, Song Tianzong, will apologize. If I cannot, won't I, Yin Chuan, be the unlucky one? What is Song Tianzong? While casually speaking, he knows when to advance and retreat. If Song Tianzong could kill Yin Chuan with 1 saber strike, he would have to compete with the Dragon Monarch for the primordial dragon vein. Furthermore, the Dragon Monarch's attitude was extremely calm. Clearly, he would not fight too hard. Song Tianzong had a high chance of obtaining the primordial dragon vein. However, if Yin Chuan could block this saber strike and display the strength of an expert, Yin Chuan would not pursue the matter any further. Huh? Yin Chuan sneered. Song Tianzong was much more powerful than Emperor Greenfire. Both were ancestral immortals, but one knew when to advance and retreat, while the other was rash and brainless. Yin Di, what do you think? Song Tianzong asked aggressively again. Yin Chuan could tell what Song Tianzong was thinking. He suddenly smiled. Heavenly Saber, 7 styles? Do you know that this is the true Dragon Dominion and Xianyang? If Yin Di wishes to mobilize the power of Great Zenith, it is not impossible. Tianzong will wait and see. Song Tianzong smiled. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, Heavenly Saber, 7 styles? You only need to send out 1 saber strike, at most 1 strike. My Great Zenith is filled with talents. I may not need to do it personally. Oh, Song Tianzong's face darkened. Song Tianzong wanted to test Yin Chuan's strength. Whether he succeeded or not was not important. What was important was that he could understand Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not want to fight him. Did Yin Chuan mean to let an official fight with him? Wouldn't that be lowering his status? This was Yin Chuan's counterattack. Although it was a simple move, it was extremely effective. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of surprise. Ha, very well. Let's see which subject of Great Zenith is so respected by Yin Di. Song Tianzong laughed. Emperor Greenfire could not compare to Song Tianzong. Although he was the ruler of a dominion, he was extremely open-minded. Yin Chuan looked at Giguzi. Giguzi nodded and stepped forward. Giguzi, Jin Zheng of Great Zenith's Imperial Astronomer, would like to exchange pointers with Sect Master Song's Heavenly Saber. Giguzi smiled. Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked at Giguzi. Untalented? Song Tianzong naturally did not think that Giguzi was untalented. It was amazing that an ancient immortal dared to challenge an ancestral immortal. Moreover, Giguzi had controlled the primordial dragon vein earlier. Good. Song Tianzong's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. The Dragon Emperor flew to the side. South of the dragon's head, Song Tianzong stood in the void and looked at Giguzi. Giguzi, watch carefully. Heavenly Saber's first move. Meet me at full edge. Song Tianzong shouted. Suddenly, a vast saber light soared into the sky from Song Tianzong's body. The saber light was like the heavenly Tao, piercing through heaven and earth. Of course, it was still slightly weaker, but not by much. The moment the berserk aura appeared, the ground rumbled loudly. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, huge saber lotuses suddenly exploded on the ground. They looked like lotus flowers, but the petals were saber-shaped. Countless saber lotuses bloomed, and for a time, the ground was completely corroded by the saber lotuses. Buzz! Horrifying saber chi spread out in all directions, surrounding that vast saber light, as though it was supporting that saber light. Meet me at full edge. Song Tianzong shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky-piercing saber light erupted with resplendent white light, instantly illuminating the world. It truly looked like a blunt saber opening its edge. As the saber light opened its edge, the boundless white light suddenly turned into strands of saber chi, chopping down on Gigazi. Boom! The vast saber light chopped down vertically, and the boundless saber chi rushed over. The saber lotuses on the ground spun, stirring up the saber sea and causing it to chop down even faster. The scene was extremely majestic. The sky to the south turned into a world of sabers. This scene was like a small valley facing an ocean pouring down from the sky, and its might was vast to the extreme. Countless ordinary people felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the saber sea in the south. Giguz, he did not show any fear. Instead, he took a step forward. Ignite the earth fire. Howling heavenly wind. Giguzi shouted. Then, he waved his palms at the ground below. The primordial dragon's head, which had been settled, suddenly opened its eyes wide and roared. Roar! The primordial dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. On the ground, where the saber lotuses covered the south, huge volcanic craters suddenly appeared. Boom! Boom! The volcanoes erupted one after another, blasting the saber lotuses into pieces. As the primordial dragon roared, the void shook. The intense shaking caused a dragon head-shaped spatial distortion to appear in front of the primordial dragon. The distorted spatial distortion went straight for the saber light of the heavenly saber. The dragon head and the saber light collided in the distance. Boom! Tens of thousands of sabers in the sea of sabers crumbled under the impact of the dragon-shaped void. The vast saber light collided violently with the dragon's head, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. The entire southern void shook violently. Looking over from Xianyang, the entire southern sky turned dark. One could only hear the sounds of energy colliding with each other. The sky shook violently. After an incense stick's worth of time, the shaking slowly disappeared, and heaven and earth returned to normal. The dragon-shaped spatial distortion disappeared, and so did the huge saber light. Song Tianzong stood quietly in the void, looking at Giguzi with a shocked expression. More importantly, he looked at the primordial dragon giant meridian below Xianyang. He didn't draw his saber just now. It was only the first form of the heavenly saber, but it wasn't something ordinary ancestral immortals could block. Giguzi did it with the primordial dragon giant meridian. A roar from the primordial dragon giant meridian could block an attack from an ancestral immortal. Song Tianzong looked at the primordial dragon giant meridian and suddenly felt a sense of eagerness. However, he quickly suppressed this desire. Good feng shui dragon roar. Tianzong has learned from you. Song Tianzong was adaptable and immediately praised. Following that, his figure flashed and went straight into the distance. Boom! A loud sound came from afar, and a heavenly Tao in the distance instantly collapsed. The Tao god that Bai Ditian was fighting was instantly severely injured by Song Tianzong. Boom! 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 Following the same pattern, the four Tao gods were quickly defeated by Song Tianzong. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God, and Bai Ditian captured four Tao gods in the blink of an eye. Song Tianzong's defeated Tao God flew over again. Four Tao gods. This is my apology to Great Jun. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Yifeng, set up the banquet. The two of you? Please. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Chapter 1168. Atlas Studios, 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 Atlas Studios Xianying. Inhentian was holding a jade pendant in his hand. He looked at the jade pendant and then at the dog deity, his eyes filled with surprise. Subsequently, Inhentian looked at the Dragon Emperor, who was a short distance away, and a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. What a coincidence! Inhentian exclaimed. Yifeng arranged a banquet, and Yin Chuan led the two ancestral immortals into a banquet hall. Before they entered the hall, Inhentian immediately stepped forward. Sage King, the dog demon, and the Dragon Emperor that you brought back are special, just like by Ditian and Rinshu. Inhentian said. Oh! Yin Chuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the Dragon Emperor. Without a word, Yin Chuan led everyone into the banquet hall. Yin Chuan sat at the main table, and two ancestral immortals sat on the left and right of the main table. A group of officials accompanied the guests at the tables below. Both of you, Yin Chuan gestured for them to sit. The two ancestral immortals swayed their robes and slowly sat down. Congratulations, Yin Di, for becoming an ancestral immortal. De Jun is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and prosperity is just around the corner. Song Tianzong said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled and stared at Song Tianzong. That will have to wait 10 days, right? Yin Chuan naturally understood why Song Tianzong only used one slash. There were only two possibilities. First, he did not want both sides to suffer, and then let the Azure Divine King or the Dragon Emperor reap the benefits. It was better to go with the flow and let the Azure Divine King fight, and then he would reap the benefits. Second, he was afraid of the Azure Divine King. Ha! Yindi, what are you saying? This is Yindi's home ground. Song Tianzong smiled and did not show any discomfort. With a faint smile, Yin Chuan raised his wine goblet and said, Please. The Dragon Emperor smiled and raised his wine cup. Song Tianzong also nodded and raised his wine cup. The three of them raised their cups and drank. De Jun has only been in this world for a short period of time, so he doesn't know much about the world. I wonder what the two of you think of the outer eastern continent? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Yin Chuan naturally had some information about the outer eastern continent. Moreover, in the past, he also had some understanding of the heavenly fate dream. However, at this banquet, Yin Chuan naturally wanted to see other people's opinions. The outer east continent. Song Tianzong's expression changed slightly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Cult Master Song, you've roamed the world for many years, so I'm sure you're familiar with it. Song Tianzong nodded and said, If Yin Di is willing, I can give you my humble opinion. I'm all ears. Yin Chuan nodded. In the outer east continent, there are 36 dominions and various powers. There are emperors and sect masters. Although there are no saints in the outer east continent, there are three top powers. They are Zhu Gong, Deity Sword Villa, and Ra Clan, Song Tianzong said. Oh, Zhu Gong. I'm sure Yin Di understands. They occupy the southern part of the outer east continent and occupy 6 dominions. They're the overlord of the outer east continent. Song Tianzong said. Deity Sword Villa is in the north. I'm sure Yin Di is familiar with it. Song Tianzong smiled slightly. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Cult Master Song, that's a good move. This is not a secret. Yin Di was one of the emperors of Zhenlong territory in his previous life. Unfortunately, Yin Di's enemy, Zhan Xiong, is currently in Deity Sword Villa. Yin Di is broad-minded and might have forgotten Zhen Xiong, but I'm sure Zhen Xiong wouldn't dare to forget Yin Di. Song Tianzong smiled. As for the Ra clan, although they no longer roam the world, they were incomparably glorious in the past. Rumor has it that they were the first batch of living beings born in the world. They are located in the easternmost part of the outer East continent, Song Tianzong explained. Ra clan? I haven't seen them before. Yin Chuan nodded. The Ra clan is somewhat xenophobic. Perhaps it's because of some other reason that they don't allow outsiders to enter their territory. Song Tianzong nodded. However, speaking of which, you and I are going to face Zhu Gong the most now. I'm sure Cult Master Song knows more about Zhu Gong. Yin Chuan smiled. Face? Yin Di, you must be joking. I'm not the one facing Yin Di, but Yin Di. Song Tianzong shook his head and smiled. Is that so? Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong with a smile of disbelief. The Dragon Emperor looked on with interest from his side. Song Tianzong smiled. Yin Di, you're worrying too much. I've heard that Zhu Gong is divided into 12 divine palaces. In the beginning, they only occupied one territory. Later on, the 12 divine palaces grew stronger and expanded outwards, seizing 2 more territories. After many years of recuperation, they once again gathered enough resources and seized 3 more territories. Today, they control 6 territories. 2 divine palaces are stationed in each territory. This time, they have cultivated for many years. Presumably, their resources are gradually becoming sufficient. The 3rd expansion shouldn't be too far away. Heavenly Knife territory is close to them. Perhaps they will be the first to bear the brunt? Yin Di said with a smile. Yin Di, you're thinking too much. Huh? Song Tianzong laughed loudly and raised his cup. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and raised his glass. As Song Tianzong drank, a light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, Yin Chuan's words were indeed Song Tianzong's sore spot, but he did not want to say it out loud. Yin Chuan saw that Song Tianzong did not want to say more, so he turned to the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor? I've been looking forward to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace for a long time. Yin Chuan raised his cup and smiled. The Dragon Emperor immediately raised his cup and said, Yin Di, you're too polite. If you have time, feel free to visit the Eastern Sea at any time. Huh, all right, since the Dragon Emperor invited me, I will naturally go. However, aren't you afraid that the Dragon Palace will be lost in Jinlong territory? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. The Dragon Palace will be lost? The Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly narrowed. Song Tianzong also looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. Indeed, why do you say that? The Dragon Emperor shook his head. I'm sure the Dragon Emperor is aware of the dangers of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I just want to ask if the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is ready? Yin Chuan asked again. The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows, and his previous indifference disappeared. He looked at Yin Chuan with a trace of caution in his eyes. Yin Di, you can't do anything about the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, right? There was a trace of melancholy in the Dragon Emperor's voice. He was also dissatisfied with Yin Chuan's words. After all, the Dragon Emperor was facing a force stronger than the 3 superpowers of the Outer East Continent. It was the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Would Yin Chuan dare to do anything about it? Yin Chuan smiled and said, The Dragon Emperor has never tried. How would you know that I can't do anything about it? Huh? The Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. Obviously, he didn't want Yin Chuan to interfere. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Emperor, Great Jun doesn't have any other intentions. I just feel that the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is just waiting for death. Why haven't you thought of forming an alliance? Yin Chuan smiled. Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Chuan and the Dragon Emperor in surprise. Yin Chuan was trying to rope in the Dragon Emperor? Wasn't he trying to get the Dragon Emperor to help him deal with the Azure Divine King? Alliance? Ha ha ha. The Dragon Emperor laughed. He had naturally thought of this too. Great Jun does want to form an alliance with you, Dragon Emperor. However, don't worry. I want to form an alliance with the Dragon Emperor after defeating the Azure Divine King. You don't have to worry about me using you. Yin Chuan said honestly. The Dragon Emperor blushed slightly and took a sip of wine. If you form an alliance with Great Jun, I hope that the Dragon Emperor will have a title in Great Jun. Just like by Di Tian, you will be the supreme beast of Great Jun. You and I will not be under any control. We will form a close alliance and help each other. If Great Zhou attacks, Great Zhun will help you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Indeed, the dragon race does not like to form alliances. I appreciate Great Zhun's good intentions. The Dragon Emperor sneered. Haha, Dragon Emperor, you don't think that I am interested in your ECCI, right? Yin Chuan laughed. CI of the East Sea? Song Tianzong's eyes lit up. What was that? Phew. The Dragon Emperor suddenly stood up in shock. How did you know? The Dragon Emperor's eyes were instantly filled with intense, killing intent. Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Emperor and smiled, waiting for him to calm down. After a while, the Dragon Emperor finally calmed down. However, his eyes were still filled with uncertainty. CI, this was the Dragon Emperor's secret. Less than 10 people in the world knew about the CI of the EC. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, even the Dragon Kings had never heard of it. How could Yin Chuan expose the Dragon Emperor's secret? Dragon Emperor, I said it to let you know that although I know about the CI, I do not care. I only hope to form an alliance with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Don't worry, I will not have any designs on your CI. I will not touch it. I can even help you defend it, Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Dragon Emperor's eyes kept changing. Even after many years of maintaining his composure, he could not maintain his composure at this moment. Dragon Emperor, you should know that your East Sea Dragon Palace is in the East Sea. If you do not form alliances, you will be destroyed when the great calamity arrives. Can you stop it? Haha, you know best that if you cannot, many of the East Sea's dragon race will die with you. You will not be able to protect the CI. Dragon Emperor, you should be clear about my, Yin Chuan's, reputation, Yin Chuan repeated. At the side, Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan's words revealed too much information. A great enemy of the dragon race? The Dragon Emperor could not resist? Who? Also, what was that CI? Thank you for your kind intentions. Yin Emperor, it's getting late. I have to go back. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Emperor and smiled. No hurry. The East Sea Dragon Palace is close to the true Dragon Dominion. You can go back and think about it. I am sincere in wanting to form an alliance. All right. Thank you, Yin Emperor. I will think about it. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Goodbye. The Dragon Emperor's mind was in a mess. He did not want to stay. Yin Chuan stood up to send him off. I hope the Dragon Emperor will remember my words. The Dragon Emperor nodded and flew out of the hall. After sending the Dragon Emperor off, Song Tianzong also stood up to leave. Yin Emperor, thank you for your hospitality. I will not stay any longer, Song Tianzong said with a smile. All right, Yin Chuan smiled. Whoosh. Song Tianzong also left. Watching the two ancestral immortals leave, Yin Chuan could tell that the Dragon Emperor was really going back, while Song Tianzong was just avoiding suspicion. At this moment, Song Tianzong must still be hiding somewhere outside Xianyang, waiting for the Azure Divine King's arrival. Sage King, what should we do with the 4 captured Dao gods? Lu Gang walked up. Lock them in the prison. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked toward the south. Yin Chuan looked proud. So what if the Azure Divine King was here, south of Xianyang, in a valley? Pang Tianhe and his disciples were still in shock. Master? Leave? Why? The Azure Divine King will be here soon. What are we afraid of? A disciple said in surprise. Pang Tianhe shook his head. It's because the Azure Divine King is coming that we have to leave quickly. It's not like you don't know how angry the Azure Divine King is. We are related to him, after all. Let's not provoke the Azure Divine King now. Yes. The disciples thought about it and quickly left. Chapter 1169. 10 days passed very quickly. During this period, the group of captured Taoist gods, under Lu Gang's torture, had completely confessed everything. The Great Extinction Holy Court? Yifeng was in charge. Meng Tian led the army to attack the Great Extinction Holy Court, and Zhang Yi was in charge of persuading the city lords to surrender. The Great Extinction Holy Court's army aggressively charged into the territory of the Great Extinction Holy Court. None of this was important to Yin Chuan. What was important was the rage of the Azure Divine King. Standing in the square of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the south. The official stood behind him respectfully. Yin Chuan paid special attention to the south through the Sea of Providence and found a target in one of the cities. The loud sound of something breaking through the air shocked the people in the city. Giguzi, protect Xianying, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Giguzi nodded. Rumble. A large number of formations were quickly set up to protect Xianying. They waited patiently for a while. Boom, boom. The first two sounds of something breaking through the air exploded, and a gust of wind blew in all directions of Xianying. In the southern sky, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into two colors. One side was filled with purple light, while the other side was filled with green light. The southern sky was filled with purple and green light. Two figures were standing in the air above them. One was green, while the other was purple. They were both dressed in luxurious robes and had a majestic look on their faces. The man in green looked furious, while the man in purple looked at the huge dragon head in front of him in surprise. Boom! Boom! Behind the two of them, there were 10 more figures, all of them green and purple. Rumble! As soon as the 10 figures arrived, each of them shot into the sky, forming a heavenly Tao that connected the heavens and the earth. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, a majestic aura spread out. 10 Tao gods? Judging from their posture, the 10 Tao gods were just subordinates. The two leaders were green and purple. Who is Yin Chuan? Give me back my brother's life. The man in green robes shouted angrily. Boom! A loud roar shook the void. In a valley in the west of Xianying, Song Tianzong was hidden within. Seeing the 12 silhouettes in the south of Xianying, his eyebrows twitched. It looks like Yin Chuan is really doomed this time. Purplish-green weave, the Azure God King and Violet God King had actually all come? 10 more Tao gods? These are the palace lords of the 2 divine palaces of the Absolute Palace. Song Tianzong looked on with a complicated expression. Although Song Tianzong was proud, he still had to be careful of the Absolute Palace's experts. Naturally, he understood the strength of the two. Azure Divine King, Violet Divine King. Yin Chuan coldly looked into the distance. The 2 God Kings stared at Yin Chuan at the same time. Violet Divine King sneered and said, Heroes indeed come from the youth. In less than 10,000 years, you actually became an ancestral immortal. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person to be your stepping stone. Today is the end for you. The Azure Divine King's eyes turned cold. You are Yin Chuan? Kill yourself. I will leave your soul to be reincarnated so that my younger brother can slaughter you again after he is reincarnated. Kill myself? Yin Chuan sneered. This was something that Yin Chuan had always said to others. Someone actually dared to say it in front of him. The Azure Divine King sneered and said, To be able to kill my younger brother and become an ancestral immortal, you are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this is your capital. You can mobilize the power of the world. I naturally understand that. Perhaps if I am alone and you mobilize the power of the world, I might be able to resist for a while. However, I'm not brainless like my younger brother. I have already called the Violet Divine King here. I will not be able to save you. Is that so? Yin Chuan said coldly. The Violet Divine King smiled faintly and said, Azure Divine King is right. Yin Chuan, kill yourself. After that, I can guarantee that I will not kill your officials or relatives. The Violet Divine King's tone sounded like he was giving alms. 2 ancestral immortals with 10 Tao gods came aggressively to force Yin Chuan to kill himself. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed fiercely. He naturally understood that the 2 were not trying to scare the crowd. The 2 of them did have the strength. However, how could I, Yin Chuan, be judged by you? Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan slowly walked out and looked at the Yellow Springs Road in the distance. There was a flash of light in his eyes. One Yin Chuan might not be able to stop the two divine kings, but what about two? Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out and appeared at the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road, he was about to step into the world of the living. Suddenly, Zombie Yin Chuan's brows twitched slightly, and his footsteps stopped, because there was a sudden change in the world of the living. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the two divine kings. There was no fear at all. "Ha ha, you came just in time." A loud shout sounded. The experts in the surroundings immediately revealed puzzled expressions. A man in golden clothes flew over from the north. Whoosh! The man stood in midair and looked at the huge dragon head in front of him. "Origin dragon vein? Haha, Yindi, you are really lucky." The man laughed loudly. Yin Chuan looked at the man, and his fierce expression softened slightly. "Great Chi Sage King, why are you here?" Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. The person who came was one of the Sage Kings of the True Dragon Domain, Sun Wukong. However, he later gave up the True Dragon Domain and left. Sun Wukong looked at the purple and azure divine kings in the distance and sneered. "I went back to report to my benefactor. He said that the origin dragon vein of the Outer East Continent is about to rise, and you will definitely face trouble from all sides. Thus, he said that he is willing to lend you a hand and let me bring you his sword. He will lend you his sword for a year to help you protect your territory," Sun Wukong said. With that, Sun Wukong flew towards the Skyward Palace Plaza. Gigu Zi activated the formation and did not stop Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, he was close. Sword? The Azure Divine King, Purple Divine King, and Song Tianzong in the distance were all confused. Xing! Sun Wukong waved his hand, and 4 swords suddenly floated in the air. 1 purple, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 black. The moment the 4 swords appeared, a soul-stirring, murderous aura spread out. It was extremely ferocious, making one's heart skip a beat when looking at it from afar. Even the expression of Song Tianzong, who was standing in a valley in the distance, changed. "What ferocious swords!" Song Tianzong exclaimed. The Azure Divine King and Purple Divine King's expressions sank in the air. They also noticed the ferocity of the 4 swords. The moment the 4 swords appeared, a bone-chilling cold filled the air. Many of the Great Zhen's officials revealed horrified expressions. Sun Wukong's benefactor? Who is it? Only the old officials from the Great Qin Empire understood the meaning of these 4 swords. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "The immortal extermination 4 swords? Didn't they remain in the Great Thousand Realms?" Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows and said, No, these are the death swords." "The death swords?" The officials looked over again. "There are no sword souls? These 4 swords do not have sword souls." Lu Buwei asked after taking a deep breath. "That's right. The 4 swords in the great wide world are only sword souls. The sword bodies have never appeared. The sword body was brought here." Guei Guzi's expression changed. Immortal slaying sword, immortal slaughtering sword, immortal trapping sword, immortal exterminating sword. It used to be the most ferocious sword in the great wide world. Although it no longer has a sword soul, it now has an aura of death. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded his head and said, "I understand now." Back then, Tong Tian faked his death and stripped the 4 swords of the sword souls to accompany his corpse. His own spirit was entrusted to the 4 swords of the immortal slaying swords and came here. Sun Wukong was slightly surprised and said with a smile, "Yin Di is indeed wise." Yin Chuan looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Since Tong Tian asked you to bring the 4 swords here, it's obvious that you're going to set up the formation." "That's right." Goku nodded. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment as he looked at Sun Wukong. It was as if he was considering whether to accept Tong Tian's help. After all, if he accepted it, then he would be tied to Heavenspan's karma again. "Yindi?" Sun Wukong asked in confusion. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you," Yin Chuan said with a solemn expression. Tong Tian's kindness. How could he not dare to accept it? "All right, today, let me help you block the attack." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Sun Wukong, took a step forward and flew out of Xianying again. The four swords of the immortal slaying sword followed closely behind. High up in the sky, the azure divine king revealed a cold smile. The sword is a ferocious sword, but it's just a death sword. An ancient immortal dares to get involved in this mess. The azure divine king said coldly, "Death sword?" Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. "How about Tong Tian's sword?" Yin Chuan naturally knew it best. In the great wide world, Hong Jun taught the three pure ones. Among the three pure ones, Tong Tian's sword Dao was the most domineering. He was so domineering that Tai Ching and Yu Qing were ashamed to use swords in the end because Tong Tian's sword Dao talent was too fierce. The immortal slaying sword formation was the most ferocious sword Dao formation, the immortal slaying sword formation. In the three pure ones era, no one could compare to Tong Tian in terms of sword Dao. Even Yin Chuan guessed that Tong Tian's sword Dao was comparable to Hong Jun's. Tong Tian was reluctant to abandon the four swords when he came to this world. It was clear how strong the four swords were. Death sword? This might be the first time the immortal slaying sword formation was displayed in this world. Sage King? Gigu Zi frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, "I understand Tong Tian's plan. However, Tong Tian won't change for anyone. No one can change it, not even Tong Tian." Gigu Zi smiled when he heard Yin Chuan's determination. "I'm thinking too much." Yin Chuan nodded. Gigu Zi retreated again. In the distance, Sun Wukong had already brought the four swords to the group of experts. The Purple Divine King and Azure Divine King narrowed their eyes. The Azure Divine King sneered and said, "Yin Chuan, are you going to let this person die for you?" Yin Chuan looked coldly from afar. Sun Wukong glared and said, "Die? Haha, we don't know who will die." As he spoke, Sun Wukong grabbed the immortal ending sword and hung it in the northern void. Buzz! The immortal ending sword suddenly trembled. In the northern sky of the Azure Divine King, a black sky curtain suddenly appeared. The moment the sky curtain appeared, it was connected to heaven and earth. The Purple Divine King and Azure Divine King's eyes narrowed. A feeling that could sever one's soul was emitted from the black curtain. At a glance, it was as if endless sword intent was rushing into one's mind. Rumble! The two ancestral immortals' consciousness could naturally block this sword intent. However, at the same time, they felt an unprecedented sense of danger. From this black sword, the two ancestral immortals could only feel a kind of intent. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 1170. With the end immortal sword hanging, a domineering killing intent rushed in all directions. The domineering killing intent caused Song Tianzong's expression to change drastically. How is this possible? This killing intent? It's comparable to Yin Zizai's infinite pain sword? Song Tianzong was shocked. Song Tianzong was shocked. Purple God King and Azure God King focused their attention. This was the first time they saw such a ferocious sword. Sun Wukong hung the end immortal sword and flew to the west. The second sword, immortal trapping sword, hung in the west. Boom! The sky and earth turned green. The same killing intent as the end immortal sword rushed towards the crowd. The same killing intent. No, when the two swords hung, the effect seemed to have increased. The killing intent was several times stronger. Something's wrong. Azure God King. Purple God King's face sank. What a ferocious sword. Something is wrong. You go and take it. Azure God King looked at a Tao God and said, "Yes." The Tao God took a step forward cautiously. The Tao God also felt the terror of the end immortal sword and did not dare to be careless. He took a step forward and attacked the heavenly Tao. Rumble! The huge heavenly Tao rushed towards the end immortal sword. When the heavenly Tao was 10 zhang away from the end immortal sword, the end immortal sword seemed to have sensed the attack and its killing intense sword. Boom! Around the end immortal sword, a storm of black sword chi swept up. Bang! The Tao god counterattacked and shattered the heavenly Tao. At the same time, a black light flashed and the Tao god quickly dodged. Shing! Ah! The Tao god suddenly screamed. The Tao god's right arm was cut in half by the black light from the end immortal sword. My right arm! My right arm! Ah! The Tao god grabbed his right arm and fled with a hoarse roar. Ah! My right arm! The Tao god was still screaming. What are you shouting for? Just reattach it. Azure God King's face sank. No, Azure Divine King, my right arm, this sword light not only cut off my right arm, it also cut off my divine soul. My soul was cut off an arm. So painful, my soul is in so much pain. The Tao god roared in shock. Soul? Even souls could be severed? Moreover, it was merely a sword light. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly hung the immortal culling sword in the south. Shing! A beam of blood-red light soared into the sky, and the killing intent in all directions surged again. It was 10 times stronger than before. Holding the last immortal slaying sword, Sun Wukong sneered. Something's not right. Azure Divine King, this sword formation is too demonic, too demonic. Don't wait anymore, attack. I'll deal with that, Brad. You quickly break the formation and destroy Xianyang. The Violet Divine King's expression changed. Good. The Azure Divine King shouted. Boom! The two great God Kings pounced forward at nearly the same time. The Azure Divine King rushed towards the extinguishing immortal sword while the Violet Divine King rushed towards Sun Wukong's exterminating immortal sword. The two of them each wielded a long sword and slashed at immortal extermination and immortal extermination. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong sneered. The immortal exterminating sword in his hand slashed out. Similarly, there were two purple swords. They collided with each other. The purple sword of the Violet Divine King erupted with a dazzling purple light, as if it was a gigantic sword astral that was surrounded by rolling purple mist. As for the immortal extermination sword, its sword astral appearance was merely an enlarged version of the immortal extermination sword. The two swords clashed. Boom! A great destructive sword intent rushed over. The mist on the Violet Divine King's purple sword dispersed with a loud bang. The purple sword aura was instantly shattered. Within the purple sword, there was an explosive lightning aura. A killing sword intent rushed into the Violet Divine King's body. Boom! The Violet Divine King retreated 10 zhong, his face full of shock. On the other side, the Azure Divine King's sword slashed at Immortal Extermination Sword. Boom! The Immortal Extermination Sword's sword intent collided with the Violet Divine King's sword intent. Boom! The Azure Divine King hurriedly retreated 10 zhong as well. The two God Kings returned empty-handed. In the distant valley, Song Tianzong watched this scene in shock. How is this possible? It was just two swords. The Violet Divine King and the Azure Divine King were ancestral immortals who were stronger than him. They couldn't even defeat two swords? And the Death Sword? This is impossible. Song Tianzong exclaimed. The two God Kings were the same. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong laughed arrogantly. At this moment, the void suddenly shook slightly. Buzz! As the void shook, an illusory figure slowly appeared. The moment the illusory figure appeared, a vast aura spread out. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. The Azure Divine King and the Violet Divine King were surprised. Greetings, Palace Lord. The two God Kings immediately bowed. After the two deity kings bowed, the 10 Tao gods came to their senses. Greetings, Palace Lord. The 10 Tao gods shouted. In the distance, Song Tianzong's eyes flashed with shock. Palace Lord Zhu Palace? His projection? Why would his projection appear here? Song Tianzong said in shock. The projection was dressed in a black robe and wore a black, ferocious mask on his face. No one could see his face clearly. Palace Lord Zhu Palace. In Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. All these years, Yin Chuan had collected a large amount of information and knew that Ju Palace had a palace lord. However, no one had seen him before. Other than the 12 palace lords of Ju Palace, the others who had seen Palace Lord Ju Palace were all dead. Celestial slaying sword formation. Palace Lord Ju Palace looked around. His voice was hoarse. You recognize it? Sun Wukong was surprised. Azure Divine King, Violet Divine King. How did you offend him? Palace Lord Ju Palace asked in a deep voice. The two God Kings looked at Palace Lord Ju Palace in shock. Him? The two naturally knew that he was the owner of Celestial Slaying Sword. However, we didn't offend him. It was just a coincidence. Azure Divine King explained immediately. A coincidence? Palace Lord Ju Palace asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Violet Divine King nodded immediately. Since it's a coincidence, leave immediately. Go back. Palace Lord Ju Palace said. After speaking, the illusory figure of Palace Lord Ju Palace gradually disappeared. There was only an order. Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King looked at each other. Azure Divine King's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, Violet Divine King said helplessly, Palace Lord has given the order. Let's go. Azure Divine King looked into the distance, and his face turned ugly. Go! Azure Divine King turned around and shouted. Song Tianzong looked at this scene blankly from afar. It's over? At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan sneered. Azure Divine King? Is my great Zhan a place where you can come and go as you wish? Yin Chuan's shout reverberated through Xianyang. Song Tianzong looked over and was surprised. What was Yin Chuan doing? Azure Divine King and Violet Divine King are leaving. Instead of rejoicing, you want to cause trouble? Do you know how strong they are? Azure Divine King looked at Yin Chuan coldly. Azure Divine King was naturally unwilling. However, Palace Lord Ju Palace had given the order, and he had to follow it. Go! Azure Divine King ignored Yin Chuan. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and an azure-colored soul suddenly appeared in his palm. Big brother, save me. The azure-colored soul suddenly screamed. Azure Divine King, who was about to leave, showed a sullen expression. He suddenly looked over. The soul in Yin Chuan's palm was none other than the Azure Fire, Sovereign Emperor's soul. Azure Fire? Azure Divine King's expression changed. In the distance, Song Tianzong's eyes goggled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That day I saw it clearly. After the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor died, his soul definitely entered the Netherworld realm. How can it be here? Could it be that Yin Chuan went to the Netherworld realm? He even found the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul in the vast Netherworld realm? Song Tianzong exclaimed. Song Tianzong did not understand. Both the Yang realm and the Netherworld realm were under Great Zhen's control. Dead? If one died in Great Zhen's territory, their soul could not escape Great Zhen's territory. In the Netherworld realm's myriad ghost domain, Azure Divine King sent troops to search and quickly found the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul. Although the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul was stronger than ordinary souls, he did not bring his strength with him when he was alive. Hence, he was quickly captured. While Azure Divine King was still in shock, Yin Chuan clenched his fist. Boom! The Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul was instantly crushed and scattered. In the distance, Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan in a daze. Was Yin Chuan going to become enemies with Azure Divine King? Was Jiang Yi crushing the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul in front of him? You bastard! Azure Divine King flew into a rage. Also, aren't you looking for Bai Ditian? Bai Ditian, Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly flew close to him. Bai Ditian had a baleful aura as he looked at Azure Divine King with hatred. This was the hatred of stealing one's wife and killing one's son. After the interrogation over the past few days, everything was revealed. Bai Ditian's wife had been trapped in the purple-green weave by Azure Divine King. Although he had not forced her to do anything, he had forcefully made her his concubine. He had forced her. How could Bai Detian not feel hatred and resentment? Hatred? From the moment he received this news, a hatred had been formed. Bai Detian hated that he could not eat Jiang Yi's flesh, bones, blood, and skin. At this moment, Yin Chuan naturally expressed his stance to Bai Detian. Dezhen will always be on your side. Bai Detian was extremely grateful. At this moment, Bai Detian completely approved of Dezhen. Bai Detian? Azure Divine King's eyes hardened. Azure Divine King, the Palace Lord has ordered us to return immediately. Purple Divine King said with a frown. Purple Divine King looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully. He suddenly knew what Yin Chuan wanted to do. However, this Yin Chuan was too arrogant. How dare he? Yin Chuan was not afraid of them. Instead, he was worried that they would escape. Did he want them to stay? Didn't he just become an ancestral immortal? Why did he have to make all of them stay? Great Chi's Sacred King, please hang up the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan stepped up. As Yin Chuan stepped up, Dezhen's group of strong practitioners immediately flew into the sky. Bai Detian, Heavenly Emperor, Jade Emperor, Grand Emperor, Jin Diyu, and a large number of strong practitioners cooperated and charged towards the sky. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Then his eyes flashed. All right, let's hang up the Immortal Slaying Sword. Quick, get out. Purple Divine King's expression changed. He waved his sleeves and brought the 10 Dao gods out of the range of the 4 swords. World suppression. Boom! The heaven-burying coffin collided, and Purple Divine King immediately retreated. However, the 10 Dao gods flew out of the formation. Boom! In the distance, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation was finally set up. Kaboom! Boundless 4-colored sword Qi burst out in all directions. The 4 divine swords pierced through heaven and earth. They were like 4 heavenly Daos that trapped and guarded the 4 directions. Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, Yin Chuan, Sun Wukong, Azure Divine King, and Purple Divine King were trapped. Outside, the 10 Dao gods escaped. However, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a large number of strong practitioners of Dezhen. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.